This story kicks off with some messed up stuff, all thanks to our main girl, Ariadne. She's the one who offed the crown prince, a guy who believed in her right up until the moment she, murdered him. Ariadne didn't hate the dude, but she couldn't let him live either. Not if she wanted to keep everything she'd been working towards. Her loyal goons showed up after the deed was done, so all she had to do was calmly tell them to have the guards take the body away. She didn't watch them haul him out. All she could think about was how useful she'd be now. Ariadne was shaking a little, but she was sure that, with her help, her lover would finally get what he wanted. All she had to do was forget about the sin and focus on the bigger picture. Too many people died that day. Too much blood was spilled. All so the love of her life could become the top dog and inherit the throne. Everything's gonna be different from now on, because now there's nothing standing in his way. Ariadne decided to rush to her man so she could break the good news. The hall she entered was littered with dead knights, loyal to their prince to the bitter end. Getting close enough to see her beloved's face, she struggled to contain her joy, despite the carnage around her. "So," the guy on the throne asked, his voice tight, "how'd it go down?" You could tell at a glance this dude single-handedly bulldozed everyone who stood between him and that throne. She took a quick look around and decided to get the answer over with. Honestly, she wasn't exactly feeling great. Killing the crown prince and all those guards was weighing on her. "Crown Prince Alfonso," Ariadne stated, her voice steady, "is finished." This news sent a jolt of excitement through her lover sitting on the throne. His gaze was a mix of triumph and menace, a dangerous vibe radiating off him. In a split second, the fear vanished, replaced by a relaxed and cheerful demeanor. He told Ariadne she'd done a great job and had every right to be proud. Getting up from the throne, her lover announced that their time to shine was finally here. She just had to wait a little longer, and then her lifelong dream would come true completely. Soon, very soon, Ariadne would be the most important woman in the kingdom, always by her darling's side. She called his name softly. She loved the way it sounded every single time. Ariadne hugged Cesare and finally felt relief, because if her beloved was happy, then so was she. She'd been ready for a long time to do anything, even the most terrible things, just to stay with him forever. It had been 9 years since the coup, and Ariadne had done everything she could to support her man every single day. She'd taken on all the work of managing the inner court. She had plenty of servants, but it didn't make her feel powerful or free, because even though Cesare was close, he felt so far away. Truth is, our girl was doing all the queen's duties, but she was still just the regent's daughter-in-law. It was seriously rough. Right from the jump rumors were flying that Ariadne wasn't good enough to be Cesare's wife. She constantly caught flack and gossip about how she wasn't educated, grew up on a farm, and had zero status. Pretty much every noblewoman wanted to let the bride-to-be know she was a total disgrace, just being in that castle. On one of those days, Ariadne overheard some girls yapping about Lord Cesare's upcoming wedding. She usually ignored the shade thrown her way, but this time, our main character couldn't just let their conversation slide. Another noble lady, all confidence and a little sass, chimed in, saying the wedding definitely wouldn't be with the current fiancé. With every word, Ariadne's heart just twisted tighter, and she was barely holding it together. Meanwhile, the noblewoman kept going off about how the lord couldn't tie himself to someone who's illegitimate. Trying to stay calm, Ariadne stared at the ring he gave her and thought that this young lady should really shut her trap already. But the young lady wasn't stopping there, and was now bringing up rumors about Ariadne's father. Yeah, the rumors were that her dad was actually an illegitimate son himself, not the crown prince's cousin. Then, this other high society dame jumps in, saying those kinds of kids never get God's blessing, 'cause they're born in sin. That's when Ariadne hit her breaking point, 'cause these socialites were now making fun of her future husband. She couldn't take it anymore, so she straight up attacked the gray-haired woman, sending her sprawling. She wanted to make it clear to this trashy broad that no one has the right to insult Cesare. Ariadne said that if they needed to sling mud at someone, sling it at her, not her future husband. The racket those socialites were making was hard to ignore, so the doors to the hall swung open, and the guy who walked in saw a less than pretty sight. Turning around, Ariadne saw her beloved and was stoked, because he was going to put these biddies in their place. But instead of praising his future wife, Cesare sided with Countess Marquez. His words cut the main character deep. She never expected to be treated like that. Meanwhile, Cesare blew off his sister-in-law and went to help the Countess up. As he offered her his hand, the Countess just snarked that, unlike his sister-in-law, the regent actually had some manners. Ariadne was clueless. She couldn't believe they'd just ignore her like that, without even asking what happened. A little while later, When the bride and groom were alone, Cesare immediately started chewing her out for what she did. He said her behavior was totally unacceptable when dealing with aristocrats from the capital. He reminded Ariadne that he desperately needed the support of the capital's aristocracy during his regency. The girl knew she messed up and agreed with him, but what she didn't expect was to hear that she was way less useful than that capital lady. Cesare kept going, saying a dumb woman like Ariadne had no right to be the regent's wife, and he'd only accept her when she became a virtuous lady. In that moment, the main character's whole world just shattered. Turning away, Cesare walked away from her like she had the plague. Ariadne was hit with a memory today. She remembered every detail of that day, even though it was 8 years ago. For 8 years, Ariadne has been trying to be the woman her husband wanted, but she's still just the sister-in-law. That evening, Cesare reminded his sister-in-law that he was a very generous ruler. He's about to seize the power that belonged to the overthrown crown prince. She wanted to stop him because he was coming on way too strong. Even though she hated the situation, Ariadne knew if she just held on a little longer, her dream would come true. She'd be the regent's wife real soon. She just had to hang in there. A little later, Cesare casually dropped a line that completely shocked Ariadne. He made another big decision, one his sister-in-law isn't gonna like. Instead of Ariadne, Cesare wants to make her sister Isabella the queen. Maybe the girl misheard, or maybe it's actually true. She was not ready for this kind of information. She shoved her lover away, gasping for breath, still unable to believe what she'd just heard. She blurted out that her sister was married to the late Alfonso, and that Isabella hadn't been a virgin for ages. Cesare calmly replied that her sister remained chaste throughout her entire marriage to the crown prince. Her lover said Ariadne's actions showed she wanted her own sister locked away in a convent forever, but the girl just kept repeating that her sister wasn't a virgin. Her voice cracking, the heroine said her sister had a miscarriage, which really pissed Cesare off. That set him off, and he declared that Ariadne saw her own sister as an enemy, which was unacceptable. Cesare couldn't calm down, ranting about how awful and nasty women were to treat even their own sisters like this. He was furious, and you could feel it in every move he made, in his tone, and in the way he glared at his fiancée. Ariadne didn't understand what she'd done to cause such anger. After all, she was just telling the truth. The big picture in her head just couldn't process reality. She knew she and Cesare loved each other, right? Gathering her last bit of strength, she dropped to her knees in front of him, begging him to be with her, saying he'd confessed his love for her. But every second, the horrifying truth sunk in, even though she still refused to believe it. Ariadne, caught up in her emotions, rushed to her beloved, pleading with him to marry her so they could be together forever. Cesare just repeated that acting like that was something only a stupid woman would do, so she could never be his wife. The regent declared that she wasn't worthy of his beautiful and noble Isabella. After those words, the picture in the main character's head finally clicked into place. She directly asked her lover if he'd originally planned to marry his sister, even back when the crown prince was still alive. Cesare didn't deny it, adding that Isabella had belonged to him from the start, as the most beautiful woman for the strongest man. After a few seconds, with a smirk on his face, Cesare added that things hadn't exactly gone according to plan at first. It's all her dad's fault, forcing Ariadne on him instead of Isabella. When Cesare found out who he was stuck marrying, he was beyond humiliated and pissed off. From day one, he saw Ariadne as trash and cursed the world for saddling him with her. Those words crushed her. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing her heart out. Her voice shaking, she asked if she'd just been a stand-in this whole time. The regent was cold, looking at her like she was nothing, his voice dripping with arrogance. He stated flat out that Ariadne was so awful, she couldn't even be a proper replacement. She was trembling, still clinging to a tiny shred of hope that things might be okay, but her fiancé's arrogance crushed it. Ariadne, on the verge of a breakdown, snapped that she was the reason he'd pulled off the coup and gotten rid of the crown prince. She reminded him that she'd lost a finger just to protect his ass. Ariadne was listing everything she'd lost because of him. Basically, she'd lost it all, from her reputation to her whole damn life. She sacrificed herself, laid everything at his feet so he could achieve his dream and take the throne. Cesare listened in silence, finding himself without a single thing to say. He just winced at everything she said, making damn sure Ariadne knew exactly how little she meant to him. After that, he yelled for the guards, hoping one of his servants was nearby. He declared that his bride had finally lost her freaking mind. Someone that sick belongs locked up in the West Tower, so she can't hurt herself or anyone else. Of course, Ariadne was totally against that kind of treatment, but she couldn't do anything against the servants closing in on her. They took her to the tower and locked her up. Ariadne and Cesare are walking through the forest on the grounds, chatting about nothing much, and the girl feels all warm inside. She's firing questions at him, and he's trying to answer honestly, but no matter what he says, they just dig chatting with each other. Cesare's going on about how humble the lilies of the valley are, the ones growing by the side of the road. He says they're beautiful and a lot like Ariadne, but he's the only one who can see the resemblance. The girl is totally eating that comparison up, because it shows her man's real feelings. But all of that was just happening in the daydreams of sleepy Ariadne, locked up in that tower. Waking up, she realizes it was just a messed up dream, pieced together from all her unfulfilled hopes. Today's the day her sweetheart officially becomes king, something she busted her butt to make happen. She even picked out the song and the decorations ahead of time, everything to make this day one of the best in Cesare's life. In just a few hours, her ex-fiancé will finally get the title he's been waiting for. The weight of his betrayal is crushing her extra hard today, because it should be her, Ariadne, standing next to him at the throne. Isabella shattered the silence, waltzing into her sister's room in a full-on wedding dress. Ariadne was floored seeing her sister in the tower, especially decked out like that. She immediately grilled her, asking how and why she'd shown up at her prison. Shaking off the shock, she hit her with the question that was really eating at her. What was going on between Isabella and Cesare? Her sister's answer was a gut punch. Not only did she call her lover her husband, but she also put Ariadne in her place for even saying the king's name. The main character, thinking she was out for revenge for the dead prince, came right out and asked if she was trying to avenge her husband's death. But Isabella's reaction made it clear she couldn't care less about the dead crown prince Alfonso. With a nasty smirk, her sister clarified that she meant Cesare, her current husband, and that Ariadne had no right to disrespect him. Then, Isabella almost word for word repeated Cesare's line about how she, the most noble in the kingdom, should be the one at the king's side. Isabella finished by saying Ariadne's queen dreams were doomed from the start, and she never even stood a chance. Does she even realize her own sister trashed her name, calling her a scandalous widow? And that kind of slander against the new queen deserves some serious punishment? Ariadne was like, "How can you act like this, Isabella? Alfonso genuinely loved you." Her sister just shrugged it off, saying every guy in the kingdom kinda loves her, so Alfonso's love was nothing special. Isabella went on, saying it's trashy to reciprocate everyone's feelings, or you'll just look like a straight-up whore. Ariadne naturally asked why Isabella and Cesare weren't together from the start, and Isabella replied that the main character herself gave her the marriage with Cesare. Then Ariadne asked why. If that's true, her sister was only coming to her now, and the answer was simple. Back when Ariadne got married, Cesare was just some count, so Isabella couldn't care less. Her sister claimed she was a little sad Alfonso died, but since he couldn't make her queen, now she's with the guy who will. So basically, Cesare's the one who can give her that sweet spot next to the big cheese. Ariadne was crushed and totally blanked out, not knowing what to say for a second. Now the main character's world is officially shattered, because Cesare was everything to her, and now he's forever out of reach. Ariadne told Isabella that unlike her, she didn't love Cesare at all, and only separated her from her beloved out of pure spite. And all of this was done out of your own whim, just to grab the throne. The main character's words genuinely made Isabella laugh, even though Ariadne didn't find anything funny about it. After laughing, Isabella revealed that Cesare himself had come to her, begging her to stay with him, and that he had always remembered her. He said that Ariadne had too big of a build, which made him feel like he was hugging a man. Her breasts were saggy, and the black hair didn't suit her at all. At the same time, when he held Isabella, the man felt a fragile body that needed to be protected at all costs. The sister asked Ariadne if she had ever truly been desired by anyone. With that attitude, no man will ever truly look at you, even if she risks her life for him, Isabella concluded. In Isabella's opinion, everything that people like her desire can be obtained for the right price. Ariadne couldn't believe that Cesare could treat her so unfairly. Isabella said her husband is totally obsessed with her right now, but she knows it's only a matter of time before he's done with her, and there's no stopping it. Isabella was sure that when that happens, he'll remember Ariadne, who's been loyal to him for 14 years. The new bride doesn't like how this is playing out, since she's worried about her future. If she wants a bright future, Ariadne needs to disappear from the face of the earth. And just seconds later, Ariadne felt a searing pain and saw the blade her sister had just plunged into her. All the main character could think about was how unfair this world is. She was trying to figure out where she went wrong in life and how amazing it would be to go back. Ariadne thought about how, for centuries, it's been said that bad deeds get punished and good deeds are rewarded. She wished she lived in a world where everyone got what they deserved. Suddenly, a voice popped into her head, asking if she could live by the rule of good deeds, and she immediately answered that she'd try, that she could do it. After the pain and the darkness, Ariadne realized it was over, and that she was looking at herself in a mirror. She recognized the place she was in. It was her old house, the one she spent her childhood in. She looked at her hands, and they were way smaller than she remembered them being. Taking a closer look at her reflection, the main character realized she was a kid again. Everything's the same, but now there's a mole on her face. Her thoughts about the mole were interrupted by the maid's voice, rudely calling her name. Well, things are going to be different this time, and Ariadne won't let herself be pushed around. From now on, no one's going to disrespect Ariadne, because she's ready to fight for her life. A few seconds later, a different maid burst into the room. She was totally freaked out, and before she could even catch her breath, blurted out that they'd come for Ariadne. The main character realized she'd jumped right into the day she moved in with her dad. Her father, Cardinal de Mere, had taken holy orders, but he used to have a wife and kids. But since he was a cardinal, he couldn't have a legitimate wife, so his partner Lucrezia, a pure aristocrat, stayed with him as his mistress. The couple had 3 kids, and even though they were illegitimate, they had the same rights within the family as if they were born in wedlock. The beautiful Isabella was the second oldest after her brother, but she soaked up all the parents' love, 'cause her beauty floored everyone in the capital. But besides them, there was also Ariadne, the daughter he had with one of the cardinal's maids. From the jump, she was seen as the maid's kid, with no noble blood, so they shipped her off to live on a farm. And now, Ariadne was being brought back to Cardinal de Mere's place, a swanky palace crawling with servants. Now she's got to go through all the crap again, but this time our girl's ready to fight back. Dad couldn't even be bothered to stand up and greet his own daughter, just kept staring her down, sizing her up. Ariadne remembered how things went down, so she was determined to make sure life played out differently this time. Right away, she started putting on the fancy act, showing how thrilled she was to see her dear old dad. That kind of greeting caught the cardinal off guard, but he wasn't about to let it show. He just said that even with the long trip and lack of schooling, Ariadne seemed like a pretty sharp girl. Ariadne was putting on a show, saying she'd study hard, but her stepmom's cold glare and cracks about how a woman's worth isn't in books just made the room even more tense. The aristocrat kept going on about how it was her duty to respect and love her siblings, and to not get into any dumb trouble. Listening to her ramble, Ariadne realized she saw this woman in a totally different light now. She used to think she was a real aristocrat, but now she knew that was just ridiculous. The girl was thinking about how easy it would be to fall for traps in this family, especially with a dad who just wants everyone to get along. Well, time for Ariadne to play a whole new game. She bowed and said she'd follow every bit of this wise woman's advice. At the end, with a sly smile, she tacked on a ma'am. That last word clearly threw the stepmom and her dad for a loop, and they exchanged glances, trying to figure out how to react. The stepmom, face twisted with annoyance, snapped back that she wasn't her ma'am. She asked her to call her mom. With a genuine smile and a hint of amusement, Ariadne then addressed her as mother. Before they could even sort out the ma'am versus mother situation, the door swung open, and Ariadne heard that voice she hated, apologizing for being late. Of course, our girl knew her sister would be here, but she wasn't ready to hear her so soon. A shiver literally ran down her spine, and for a few seconds, she fought against the sudden rush of emotions. Meanwhile, Isabella greeted her sister all friendly, saying she could come to her with anything. That's when Ariadne finally mustered the courage to turn around and actually look at her sister. I needed to pull myself together, fast, so Isabella wouldn't figure out how I really felt and make the main character her enemy. When Ariadne first met her sister, she thought she was a total star and always wanted to be around her. But over time, it just made her feel crushed, like she was always stuck in her bright sister's shadow. All that eventually led to Isabella, smiling like an angel, shoving a sword right through her back. Ariadne thought, "Now things are gonna be different, sis. The past life where you won, not happening again." These thoughts must have flashed across Ariadne's face, because her sister looked totally confused. To ease the tension, Isabella held out her hand, flashed a sweet smile, and asked her to call her sister. The game was on, and Ariadne happily took her hand and called Isabella sister. Seeing such a close family, the cardinal was pleased and said he was very happy to see such friendliness between the sisters. When the conversation wrapped up, the ladies decided to go their separate ways. And just then, their younger sister came up to them. Before we head downstairs, Mom made sure to threaten Ariadne, telling her not to cause any trouble. The main girl just lowered her eyes shyly and said she hadn't done anything wrong and wasn't planning to. But inside, she figured it was time to start making moves, like right now. Her little sister chimed in, saying she didn't believe she could actually be Ariadne's sister. The little brat kept going, saying how could she be related to someone who grew up on a farm like some peasant, especially since everyone knows her mom was just a regular servant. Ariadne remembered how she used to just take all the insults and never fight back. But this time was going to be different. She told her little sister she felt really bad that her life turned out that way, which naturally totally threw the kid for a loop. And that's when Ariadne started playing offense, trying to break her sister's attitude and plant some seeds of doubt. She smiled and said it looked like their parents only had time for Isabella. That pissed my sister off big time, and she snapped back that the other girl didn't know jack about their family. Caught up in the heat of the moment, my sister shoved Ariadne, but then something totally unexpected happened. A few seconds later, she saw Isabella lying at the bottom of the stairs. When my little sister tried to push Ariadne, she dodged it, but Isabella was coming up the stairs, and she took the hit instead. Ariadne wasn't expecting that either, but she was just glad a major disaster hadn't happened, at least for now. The noise from the fall got my dad's attention, and he came storming out of his study to find out what was going on. Seeing Isabella sitting there, he immediately started demanding answers, wanting to know who was to blame. At first, my younger sister tried to make excuses, but she realized she wasn't going to get away with it that way. So, with a clear conscience and an innocent look, she declared that Ariadne was the one who did it. Naturally, Dad was furious and immediately turned on the new arrival, yelling that she'd barely gotten here and she was already causing trouble. My little sister was loving this, just standing there watching, totally smug about pulling off her little prank. But Ariadne wasn't backing down. She said she was sorry for what happened. I mean, Isabella only fell down the stairs because she was trying to help the main character. That line froze both sisters. They had no clue what Ariadne was up to. Meanwhile, with a sad, regretful look, she sincerely said she felt terrible her sister fell. The thing is, she was playing with Arabella, and Arabella accidentally got carried away and pushed her. The cardinal wasn't expecting that. Now it looks like his newly returned daughter isn't to blame at all. Arabella hated how this was playing out and tried desperately to show that wasn't how it went down. Further claims that Isabella wasn't trying to help, but just happened to be there, made things even worse for the younger sister. Ariadne said she'd never lie to her father, even if she didn't have a proper education or upbringing. She needed the cardinal to buy it, so she decided to rope her older sister into the conversation. She told her to have him ask Isabella how things really went down. Good move, but for a second there, the girl on the stairs froze, unsure what to say. Ariadne was banking on Isabella saying the right things to smooth this whole mess over. And just like that, Isabella confirmed her younger sister was just getting a little carried away and shouldn't be punished too harshly. So Isabella not only shut the whole thing down, but made herself look like the hero. Arabella, for one, definitely wasn't expecting that kind of backstab from her own sister. But she stood her ground, telling Arabella she messed up today, but next time she just needed to be more careful. That was a real gut punch for the younger daughter, her own flesh and blood siding with an outsider. With everything cleared up, the cardinal immediately punished the culprit, banning her from leaving her room for 2 weeks and making her pray the whole time. Arabella begged for a less harsh punishment, even getting down on her knees. But instead of easing up, they tacked on another week of confinement and told her to repent. Meanwhile, the servants helped Isabella to her feet and took her to rest in her chambers. The cardinal thought about his wife and was pissed she hadn't shown up to handle the situation. Ariadne saw her father was unhappy with Arabella's behavior and was fuming about the kids being poorly trained. Well, things turned out even better than Ariadne hoped. She scored her first win. Her father summoned Isabella and told her she needed to get married. But she didn't like the groom because of the rumors about him being illegitimate. Isabella believed that such a marriage wouldn't bring honor to the family name, which was exactly what her father and mother were counting on. The cardinal knew there was truth in Isabella's words and wondered what the best course of action would be. He agreed that those rumors did exist despite his official position as the prince's cousin. We gotta remember, Count Cesare's still the king's bastard son. Lucrezia jumped into the conversation, saying she wasn't gonna let her daughter marry just anybody. Exchanging a look, the daughter and mother decided to pitch a new idea that would totally solve the marriage problem and keep the family honor intact. Lucrezia argued that since Cesare was illegitimate, his wife should be too. Under the circumstances, they figured Ariadne would be the best match for him. The father thought about it, and after a while, he agreed with their point of view. His daughter was born from him and a maid, so she'd be a good choice for both families. So, they finally decided to send Ariadne to be Cesare's partner. The main character figured that if nothing changed this time around, she'd only been called to her father's house for one reason. But this time, things couldn't go down exactly like they did in her past life. Ariadne's got to figure out how to ditch this engagement with Cesare. But how the hell? Maybe marry someone else or just bolt. She figured her family would never let her marry someone else, so that option was a dead end right off the bat. Striking it rich on her own was also out of the question without snagging an aristocrat hubby, she kept thinking. And there's no way Ariadne's getting a happy ending with Cesare, especially after he made it crystal clear how he feels. One thing's for sure, Ariadne's done living in some dumb, naive fantasy world. She could still see the look in his eyes during their last conversation, right before she kicked the bucket. And she'll never forgive the fact that Cesare dumped her for Isabella. Ariadne decided that in this life, Cesare's gonna pay for every damn thing he's done. The maid interrupted her thoughts when she brought in her freshly laundered clothes. She swept into the room with the laundry, looking down her nose at everything. This girl knew the maid was one of Isabella's lackeys, so things were about to change. Her name was Mileta, and she just rudely told Ariadne to get changed and head to dinner. Ariadne needed to move fast, so she decided to stall the maid and asked her for help getting dressed. Of course, the maid wasn't having it, saying the illegitimate girl had lived on a farm for years and could dress herself. In her opinion, the girl had no right to act like an aristocrat, which she made perfectly clear. Mileta didn't want to waste any more time with Ariadne and hurried to leave, but the heroine managed to stop her. Completely out of the blue, Mileta got a stinging slap and barely managed to stay on her feet. In a refined, aristocratic tone, Ariadne declared that the maid should know her place and never pull a stunt like that again. Mileta shot back, saying they were both born as servants, so why couldn't she treat her as an equal? This was exactly what Ariadne expected, since she'd been treated this way her entire life. Now the maid was straight up trash-talking the cardinal about his family, 'cause he was an orphan, meaning Ariadne wasn't even half aristocrat. She finished by saying if she caught the cardinal's eye, she could pop out a kid just like Ariadne herself. This time the slap hit way harder, and the maid ate floor. With pure venom in her voice, she said the maid would pay for dissing her dad. Mileta better watch her mouth from now on, or they're gonna have even bigger problems. After reducing the maid to tears with how she acted, Ariadne ordered her to get the hell out of her room. As Mileta scrambled out of her chambers, Ariadne thought the maid had a point actually. Our girl knew a lot depended on her father right now, but she couldn't afford to screw up and trust just one guy. To lock down her social standing and get stronger, she absolutely needed an ally. Before long, the blubbering maid was back with Lucrezia and Isabella in tow. The mom started yelling right away, saying Ariadne had no right to lay a hand on the maid. Mileta had already cooked up a story about how the girl just attacked her for no reason while she was folding clothes. Ariadne listened to it all with a straight face, totally unsurprised, and got ready to respond. First, she put on a look of total remorse and addressed Lucrezia like she was her own mother. Then she said the maid had been insulting her father, so Ariadne couldn't just let it slide. Lucrezia didn't expect to hear that and demanded an immediate explanation. The girl explained that according to the maid, her father was raising all his illegitimate kids like they were his own, not even embarrassed about it. So they'd feel like they were heirs to the aristocracy, even though they weren't. Mileta immediately started denying everything, saying their whole family was blue-blooded, and she'd never dare say something like that out loud. Ariadne added that the maid also disrespected her father because he was a commoner. So just because I don't have any fancy blue blood in me, she's not gonna serve me like my sisters, who have a noble mom. Ariadne knew Lucrezia would never let those kinds of comments slide, since the cardinal's family ties were a sore spot. And then Ariadne added that Mileta would gladly pop out a kid for their dad if he even gave her a second glance. That was the last straw for Lucrezia. You could see the rage burning in her eyes. She jumped on the maid, yelling about how dare she look at another woman's husband and that she deserved 10 lashes with a switch. The maid tried to defend herself somehow, but it was useless. The other servants were already dragging her out of the room. A little later, Lucrezia told our girl that in situations like that, She needed to report everything to her ASAP instead of just beating the help without warning. The heroine listened carefully to Madame and pretended to agree completely. With a bow, Ariadne apologized for her actions and offered to do something useful as a sign of repentance. She asked to be allowed to go to the Rambouillet charity house for 3 days. The head of the family definitely wasn't expecting that request and double-checked if Ariadne really wanted to go to Rambouillet. The girl confirmed she wanted to go and asked if Mallet could come too, since she suffered because of her, and this would be a chance to get her into religion. Mom still wasn't sure. She knew Mallet needed to be punished, but sending her to Rambouillet? That's when Isabella chimed in and suggested they go there for 5 days, not 3. Her reasoning was that the longer they stayed in that place, the deeper they could reflect on their sins. Ariadne obviously didn't like that at all, but she didn't show it and supported her sister's suggestion. And now they're arriving by carriage at the place where they'll spend the next 5 days. The maid had been feeling uneasy ever since they got in the carriage, and even after arriving, she was still freaking out. Everywhere you looked, there were people, dead and alive, old and young. Blood, the smell of medicine, and filth were all around them. Whatever Maleta was feeling before, seeing this just made it a whole lot worse. Ariadne, on the other hand, was totally chill, like she sees this kind of stuff every day. With every step, she got more hyped, because this place was perfect for her plan. A charity house built with Queen Margarita's money, but the cash dried up, and now people were constantly dying here. The girls finally got to a covered building, which wasn't much better than outside. Ariadne noticed her maid was way more freaked out than she'd expected. Maleta's tension and fear were cranking up every second. Ariadne, with a laugh in her voice, said this is where they'd be living for the next 5 days, and Isabella wouldn't be able to help them here at all. She went on about how awful it was that her sister couldn't step in when the maid was getting whipped. Ariadne said she felt super bad and was really concerned about what Maleta had gone through. Those words just pissed Maleta off more than making her regret thinking Isabella was so great. Adriana said the girls needed to head to the gathering spot for all the down and outs. The whole point of her bringing Maleta along is to completely break her down, mentally. They walked alongside the long building, every local giving them the once-over. Adriana figured this place was perfect, full of people who could die of hunger or disease any day. As they kept walking, Adriana kept replaying the plan for the next 5 days in her head. Suddenly, a girl called out to them like they were sisters, which made both of them stop dead. Adriana realized someone here must have recognized her maid. She told Maleta to take a good look at what was going on around them, specifically the girl with the fiery red hair in the corner, which made the maid even more nervous. Adriana asked if Maleta seriously hadn't noticed her sister sitting right there, and if the maid doesn't do as she's told, she'll be stuck in this place forever. The main character kept the pressure on Maleta, adding that if that happened, it wouldn't be long before Maleta died a painful death, just like her sister. Maleta was so scared she could barely speak, but she managed to choke out that she didn't know what the lady was talking about, and that she'd already admitted her guilt. Gripping the maid tighter, the main character asked if Maleta really didn't believe her. The maid didn't know what else to say, but Ariadne demanded an answer. Just then, the main character saw a hooded figure who announced they could only take one person with them. The mysterious figure continued, saying they'd take the smarter and more hardworking one. The younger of the two girls replied that they were sisters who'd lived together since childhood, so she begged them to take both of them. One of them was Maleta, and she turned to her younger sister with a look of terror on her face. A second later, she shoved her younger sister aside and reverently told the hooded figure that she, Maleta, was the one who should go with them. Maleta then accused her younger sister, Sancha, of being a thief and added that Sancha's hands always shook, so she wouldn't be able to do a good job. Judging by the mysterious lady's expression, she was completely satisfied with that answer. The guest pulled back her hood, and it was Isabella, who liked Maleta because of her ambition. The older sister replied that she would serve her, and she wouldn't regret her choice. After that, Maleta clicked her tongue at her younger sister and said she'd get her out of this house as soon as she earned some money. Sancha didn't want to be left alone. She called out to her sister, but Maleta stopped even looking at her. Seeing that scene replaying in her head, the main character was confused. She didn't understand what had just happened. Maleta got scared by Ariadne's strange behavior because she seemed to freeze up for a few seconds. The heroine slowly came back to reality, still trying to figure out what she'd just seen, whether it was an illusion or if she'd seen the sisters past. Right now, she needed to figure out if it was real, so she spun around and headed towards the girl she'd seen in her vision. Up close, you could really see how rough things were for the girl who looked so much like Sancha, but all the redhead saw was her sister standing behind the main character. Ariadne leaned down, touched the girl's bright red hair, and asked how she was feeling. Without waiting for an answer, Ariadne asked the girl to give her an honest answer to one question, right now. The heroine asked if the girl had a sister who worked as a servant in the homes of aristocrats. A little unsure, the girl nodded in response. After that, Ariadne asked if her older sister had promised to come back for her when she'd made something of herself and earned some money. The girl was completely taken aback, totally stunned, and immediately asked how the heroine could possibly know such details. Ariadne felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she realized the scene she'd witnessed just a few minutes ago was actually true. Having learned what she needed, the main character quickly excused herself, thanking the girl for her answer and wishing her a speedy recovery. Seeing such kindness directed at her, Miletta's younger sister called out to Ariadne. She addressed the main character as Lady and begged for a chance to see her sister. Sancha was dying to talk to her sister. They hadn't seen each other since she went to work for those rich aristocrats. Ariadne couldn't believe what she was hearing. How could you abandon your sister and never even visit? Sancha confirmed that this was the first time in years, and she was thrilled her sister came to see her. Ariadne was still processing it all, asking again, "You're telling me your sister never helped you out in all this time?" Sancha said yes, though she seemed a bit thrown off by the question. All the poor girl wanted now was to just see her sister and finally have a conversation with her. Miletta stood nearby the whole time, but was even afraid to look in her sister's direction. Ariadne started to genuinely feel sorry for this young woman, who, judging by her appearance, didn't have much longer to live. The heroine quietly, but with a stern tone, spoke her servant's name. After studying the servant closely, she asked again if she really didn't recognize her younger sister in the girl. Miletta hesitated, but her guilty look had already given her away. Still, the servant decided not to admit they were related and said she didn't know the girl, which left Sancha totally confused. Desperate, the girl grabbed at Ariadne's clothes, screaming for help. Clutching the hem of her dress, she begged through tears for any kind of help. The girl hoped that maybe this lady at least would take her from this house and give her hope for a new life. Sancha refused to let go of Ariadne, sensing this was her only chance at salvation. Then, Ariadne turned to Miletta and told her to fetch one of the overseers. It had been a few days since Ariadne and Miletta arrived at this cursed place, once called a haven for the poor. Our girl was sitting under a tree, her only wish being to get something to eat. A few days ago, she asked the caretaker for some extra food for Sancha, but the guy couldn't hook her up, because they can't exactly be any nicer to the poor folks than they already are. So, to help the girl out, our hero decided to give her all the food she was supposed to get that day. Ariadne only planned on doing this one day, so she was genuinely confused about how she'd ended up giving the girl all her food for the third day in a row. It's tough to dream about a bright future when your stomach's cramping from hunger and all you can think about is food. Ariadne remembered her vision again, and now she was sure she'd seen Miletta's memories. No matter how hard she tried, Ariadne couldn't trigger those visions again. She touched the maid a few more times, but nothing happened, not even a repeat of the first one. She figured that the visions didn't necessarily depend on touch, and there had to be some other trigger. She was still pondering this weird gift, but an apple appearing in front of her quickly shoved all those thoughts to the back burner. She looked up at the person holding out what was clearly the most delicious apple in the world. But in that instant, fear gripped her, and a heavy, cold feeling settled in her soul. The memory hit her like a freight train. Her past life, where she offed the crown prince. That was then, this is now. Here he is, alive and kicking, offering her an apple. It was freaky seeing the guy she personally shoved to his death standing right there. She took the apple from him, their hands brushing for a split second. Feeling his warmth calmed her down, and she gave Prince Alfonso a genuine smile. She thanked him for the apple while he settled in next to her. Munching on the apple, she figured she hadn't messed up royally yet in this life, so things were going to be different. She thought it was probably the best apple she'd ever had, and it was a damn shame it was gone so fast. She was tripped out by this meeting and knew she wouldn't get another chance to chat with Alfonso. So she tried to make a killer first impression and show herself in the best light, saying she'd been starving for 3 days. But thanks to him, she felt way better. The prince mentioned he'd heard about how the noble lady gave her food to a sick kid, and Ariadne confirmed it, all while she was already plotting how to get closer to him. From the outside, they looked like they were either best buds or lovebirds already. Eventually, the crown prince straight up told Ariadne that she was amazing. Ariadne acted all shocked and surprised by the compliment. Truth is, she just pulled off exactly what she wanted. She got his attention with her actions. Lost in thought, the prince admitted he probably wouldn't give his food away, and Ariadne whispered back that she wouldn't either. She said she only acted so noble because the local bread sucks and is totally inedible. The prince clearly wasn't expecting that, so he was thrown for a loop and didn't know what to say at first. So that's how it went down, huh? Alfonso concluded, still a little flustered. Ariadne decided she wouldn't let on that she knew he was the heir to the throne. Alfonso asked how long the girl would be staying in the house, and she said until tomorrow. The prince got worried she'd go hungry again, so he straight up asked if she was going to give away her food again. After thinking for a second, Ariadne said she initially wanted to stop today, but then, looking all happy, she said since she got an apple, she could hang in there a little longer. That line just tugged at the crown prince's heartstrings all over again. He decided to check all his pockets, remembering he had more than just an apple on him. He told her she should eat well, but all he had on him was this. Ariadne stared at the offered cookie, totally surprised. Taking the cookie and thanking him, Ariadne realized getting closer to him might not be as hard as she first thought. After that, she said it was time for her to head back, which surprised the guy. He didn't think their chat would be so short. She explained that she had to get back before anyone noticed she was missing class, and sadly added she didn't know when they'd see each other again. She left feeling good that they had talked, leaving the prince with a slight pang of regret. And just like that, the prince called out to her. He asked her for her name, because he really wanted to find her later. That's exactly what she was hoping for. Now the crown prince would definitely be looking for her. Turning around, secretly thrilled, she answered that her name was Ariadne. Then she repeated her name, but this time said she was Ariadne de Mere. 5 days later, Ariadne returned to the cardinal's residence with Sancha. Lucrezia immediately demanded to know who Ariadne had dragged in, to which she calmly replied that she'd brought the girl from the charity house. That answer didn't sit well with the mistress, so she snapped that Ariadne had no right to decide who gets hired as staff in this house. The madam went on about how this girl, even though she apologized, was still messing with her family's peace of mind. Of course, Ariadne was ready for this kind of showdown, so she planned everything out. She showed her mother the handkerchief, asking her to take a good look. Lucrezia, all riled up, didn't want to do what she was asked, and declared Ariadne couldn't trick her. But Isabella instantly recognized the handkerchief and lunged at her sister to grab it. The handkerchief had AFS symbols embroidered on it, which meant it belonged to Prince Alfonso. Isabella was shocked and worried that Ariadne had this handkerchief, so she asked her how she got it. That's exactly the reaction the main character was hoping for. The girl replied that she ran into the prince by chance at the charity house. Apparently, the prince was there on an inspection and found out Ariadne was helping a local girl. Seems the prince figured Ariadne would take the girl in and give her a job. Alfonso knew about the cardinal's good deeds, so he gave Ariadne the handkerchief as a sign of gratitude, and if she hadn't accepted it, she'd have tarnished the family's honor. Of course, what Ariadne was saying was a total crock, but the lady of the house wasn't hearing any of it, and claimed Ariadne did it all on purpose, just to mock her. Lucrezia kept yelling and demanding the girl be kicked out of the house right then and there. The mistress shoved Ariadne towards the exit, yelling at her to get out of her house too. The heroine knew she couldn't pull off her plans alone, not without Sancha. Suddenly, Isabella said, completely seriously, that she wanted to go to that charity house in Rambouillet too. That line surprised everyone in the room, but Isabella's mother was the most stunned. She turned to her and started arguing that the charity house wasn't a place for someone like her, and if Isabella wanted to meet the prince, she should do it over tea. The speech worked on her daughter, and she replied that, fine, she wouldn't go, but only on one condition. The girl had to stay in their house, and that was Isabella's one and only final condition. The older sister figured that was the only way she'd have anything to talk about with the prince, since Dad wasn't giving her any other chances to chat with Alfonso. Ariadne listened closely to her sister, realizing she was unknowingly helping Ariadne with her own scheme. That dumb sister and her little desires just helped Ariadne get closer to making her plans a reality. So Sancha was stuck as a servant in the house, and soon enough, our girl was planning on making her a personal maid. Her thoughts were interrupted when Alfonso's handkerchief was snatched right out of her hands. Smirking, Isabella held the handkerchief up, declaring that she was keeping it for herself. Turning around, she headed upstairs, casually adding that her sister had done a good job. It reminded Ariadne that her new life, so far, wasn't all that different from her old one. Always a give and take. Sancha turned to the main character and thanked her for saving her. With a look of determination, Sancha vowed that she would absolutely repay such kindness. Ariadne was totally blindsided by the maid's behavior. At the same time, she felt a pang of guilt, since she'd only taken the girl in to use her. She put her hand on the girl's head and just said, "Thank you," but she meant it. Right then, Ariadne actually felt grateful to this girl, who was now going to be a huge help. A few days later, heading upstairs, Ariadne overheard Isabella in a heated conversation with their mom, with her sister asking why the queen had suddenly invited them. Mom, beaming, said the queen must have finally heard about her daughter's beauty and wanted to see for herself. And Isabella decided she absolutely had to bring the crown prince's handkerchief. This conversation seriously messed with our girl's head and bummed her out. She tried to remember what happened in her past life, but she was pretty sure Isabella never met the queen. When she walked into the room, two maids were already waiting, and you could tell right away how differently they felt about their jobs. With a grumpy tone, Mallet announced that Madam said to get the lady ready to go out. And Sanchi, eyes all lit up, tells me there's a carriage from the palace waiting downstairs. Sanchi also mentioned they said to bring Miss Ariadne to the queen. Our girl felt a mix of excitement and disappointment, 'cause meeting the queen was awesome, but she really didn't want to hang out with Madame and Isabella. The servants already had a dress ready for her, all clean and ironed. That's when Ariadne got this brilliant idea of how to totally screw over Lucretia at the tea party. She trusted Sanchi, so she went up to her and asked for her help with her plan. She wanted the maid to swap clothes with her, so Ariadne could mess with her sister and Lucretia's reputations a little bit. According to the sacred texts, Isak Gon sacrificed himself twice. The first time, he died alone, condemned by the people, but then he was resurrected. After that, the saint sacrificed himself again to save the people from God's wrath that fell upon the mainland. So Isak got declared a saint, and everyone started worshipping him. Today's service was all about the saint's first sacrifice, and the whole thing was in Caligo, which was the queen's native tongue. After sitting through the entire thing, neither Madame nor Isabella understood a damn word. They tried their best to hide their confusion, though, and they pretty much pulled it off. Lucrezia gave up on learning the language a while back, and Isabella only ever got the basics. Once the priest wrapped up his sermon, Ariadne noticed a woman sitting a few rows ahead. At first, she couldn't believe it. It was Queen Margarita herself. She was blown away by her noble aura. It was impossible to miss. Ariadne had never met her in her past life, only knew her from portraits. Meanwhile, the priest was wondering why Isak Han sacrificed himself for such a dumb, immoral people. And right then, Isabella and her mother said, "Amen." Ariadne freaked out at her family's blunder, and everyone noticed, including the queen. Meanwhile, Isabella was sitting there with an angelic look on her face, practically glowing with happiness, convinced she'd done everything perfectly. She didn't even flinch at all the whispering going on amongst the churchgoers. Isabella kept drawing attention to herself, announcing that she was thrilled the queen invited her to Mass today because she just loved this part of the saint's story. Her mother chimed in, loudly asking what exactly Isabella liked about the story, and casually mentioning that her calligraphy lessons were really paying off. The girl replied that she loved the final part about the second sacrifice, while Ariadne figured her sister probably only caught the word sacrifice in the priest's sermon, since today's Mass was about the saint's first sacrifice. Isabella kept digging herself a hole, declaring that Jesak Gon must have been happy that so many people came to mourn him. The church visitors started whispering even louder, because nobody liked the idea that the saint heard the mourning over his own death. They decided that the girl must be really young, considering how immature she was and how jealous she seemed of his posthumous fame. Ariadne realized that the cardinal's family reputation was tanking fast, and she needed to do something, now, to stop this embarrassment. So, the main character loudly stated that in her opinion, Jesak Gon was a brave and amazing person. Putting on a sympathetic face, the girl added that Saint Isaac was probably terrified to die. That eased the tension, and the parishioners started talking about how kind Ariadne was and how devoted she was to God. Meanwhile, our girl could finally breathe and relax. The family's reputation was saved. Everyone's attention was drawn to the clapping of one of the women sitting in the front rows next to the queen. She invited the guests to the hall, where tea would be served shortly. The de Mere family got up, and filled with anticipation, followed the woman to the hall. The queen had been watching the heroine's family the whole time, and noted that the second daughter had a good grasp of Caligo. And now Lucretia, Isabella, and Ariadne were standing before the set table, where the queen's regular guests had already taken their seats. They were introduced to those present as members of Cardinal de Mary's family. Radiating joy, Lucrezia and Isabella said they had seen the queen at Mass. Ariadne was stoked that the queen decided to grace the tea party with her presence. One of the guests immediately started buttering up Isabella, saying her dress was absolutely gorgeous. Ariadne glanced at the woman talking and was totally caught off guard. She never expected to see R in her here. She remembered her from her past life. She'd ripped into this lady for trash-talking illegitimate kids. Ariadne remembered it all like it was yesterday. That night, she stood up for Cesare's honor. The old aristocrat kept the chatter going, wondering who was talented enough to sew such a beautiful dress. Isabella stood up to show off the dress in all its glory and said it was made by their family's seamstress. The woman said their family seamstress had golden hands, and it was a shame she couldn't commission anything. That's when Lucrezia jumped in and said Countess Marquez was always welcome to use their seamstress. Right then, the Countess's face twisted into a judgmental frown. She declared she didn't see the point in overburdening the family's worker, seeing as how she hadn't even finished sewing a dress for the second daughter. Lucrezia didn't like those words or the way she said them, and realized her daughter's outfits really were way off. Cold sweat broke out on Lucrezia when the Countess added that even though the older daughter wasn't educated and was in an unofficial marriage, the lady of the De Mari house still only cared about her. The Countess finished by saying that all children should be treated equally. Anything else was unacceptable in aristocratic families. Whispers started going around the table that, yeah, the second daughter didn't deserve to be treated that way. Isabella thought fast and said that her little sister had just come back from the countryside, where she'd been because of her weak health, and she didn't have many clothes. So, to help out, Isabella gave her an old dress of her own. Everyone just misunderstood. The dress was so simple because it was made to Isabella's taste. Isabella asked Ariadne to back up her story. The main character figured out her older sister's wants without a word. But to ease the tension, she told everyone that everything was exactly as her sister said. But Ariadne wasn't backing down to Isabella, so she added that a dress like this was way too perfect for someone like her. And then, like it was totally accidental, she flashed the hem of the dress, showing off some nasty old stains. Everyone who saw it was speechless for a second. All they could do was gasp. Ariadne said she really loved the dress, even though she had no idea it used to belong to Isabella. She was stoked, because she'd given her older sister a killer comeback and grabbed everyone's attention at the tea party. The aristocrats were stunned by what they saw. The fabric on the hem was super yellow, stained like it had been used in the kitchen, and the whole thing looked more like servant clothes. Ariadne could see she'd managed to give the impression that she worked as a servant in her own house. That's exactly what all the guests started whispering about at the table. Right in front of Lucrezia, one of the aristocrats asked Isabella if her sister was wearing her hand-me-downs, and she was totally caught off guard. That's when everyone heard the queen's voice, telling all the guests to calm down. After that, she decided to question her eldest daughter. She asked about the petticoat, the one that was all stained and yellowed. Queen Margarita came right out and asked if Isabella had been wearing that petticoat. As slippery as her older sister was, this time she couldn't think of a single thing to say to the queen. That was enough for Margarita, and she ordered Lucrezia to take her eldest daughter and go home. She addressed Lucrezia as Madame de Rossi, which was a huge put-down. Ariadne was ecstatic, because Lucrezia wasn't acknowledged as a wife, but as a mistress. After that, the queen ordered her servant to fetch the second daughter. The queen wanted Ariadne to be given a clean petticoat immediately, which made our girl a little worried and embarrassed. She still couldn't believe what was happening, but knew it was time to get up and go with the queen's servant. Walking down the palace's empty hallway brought back a flood of memories for Ariadne from her past life. She looked around, completely overwhelmed by all the different feelings washing over her. The image of Cesare, the guy she spent 9 years with inside these walls, flashed before her eyes. Anger rushed through her pretty damn fast, and she clenched the hem of her skirt to calm down. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, Ariadne wished she could just erase those memories from her life. Looks like she was way too lost in her head, because a few seconds later, she plowed right into the woman in front of her. That hurt, Ariadne thought, while the maid accompanying her just sighed heavily. Turns out, the reason for the stop was the crown prince, who was walking down the hallway towards them. Spotting him, she called out his name loudly, like she hadn't expected to see him there. Alfonso wasn't expecting to run into Ariadne in this hallway either. Looks like those two were stoked to see each other, even though they both looked kinda awkward. Ariadne pulled herself together, trying to keep the crown prince from guessing she knew who he was all along. She acted surprised, asking if Alfonso was the crown prince, and he hesitated to answer, while the maid scolded Ariadne for talking to a prince like that. The maid finally officially introduced Alfonso as the heir of King Leo III and Queen Margarita. The woman insisted that our girl treat the prince with the proper respect. Ariadne figured, normally, a cardinal's daughter wouldn't bow to a palace maid, but this was the queen's right-hand woman, meaning Queen Margarita would hear about everything. She bowed her head and apologized for her unseemly behavior. Alfonso told Carla it was his fault, since Ariadne didn't know he was a prince, and besides, they were friends. Of course, Carla immediately shot back that a prince and this girl couldn't possibly be friends. Alfonso countered that if someone's friends with him before knowing his status, how could that not be a real friend? The queen's servant just hammered home how important social standing is, and that we gotta stick to the rules. A split second later, the prince was standing there, giving Clara the stink eye. But that didn't last long, because just a few seconds later, Alfonso was giving Ariadne this sneaky little kid grin. Out of nowhere, the guy grabs her and yanks her closer. He yelled at Ariadne to run, and still holding her hand, took off in front of her, totally ignoring Carla's yelling. They had to work their butts off to ditch everyone watching, and now they just needed to catch their breath. It was only then they both realized they were still holding hands, so they got all flustered and let go real quick. Ariadne, laughing, pointed out that His Highness was being a little too obvious about their little rendezvous, and Alfonso told her to just call him by his name. With a snooty tone, the girl said she probably wasn't allowed to be so disrespectful to His Highness. Dragging out that last word real slow, Alfonso said again that she didn't have to use his title with him. Ariadne decided to capitalize on his embarrassment and offered a pretty unique solution. She suggested that it would be awesome if they picked fake names for each other. The prince was surprised by her idea, again, and he wasn't even trying to hide it. Ariadne jokingly offered to come up with a cute nickname for him, to which the flustered prince replied that Miss Ariadne seemed to be getting a little too cocky. The girl countered that if she called him by his real name every time they were around other people, everyone would quickly realize they were dealing with the prince. She reminded him that he wanted to be treated like a regular dude, not like the heir. So Alfonso agreed, but wasn't totally convinced it was the right move. The idea of starting a secret relationship would be a huge temptation for anyone. Reluctantly, the prince ended up agreeing to Ariadne's suggestion. Next, the couple painstakingly tried to come up with a name for the heir. Al and Fonso were among the options, but the crown prince rejected them. This whole situation cracked Ariadne up, especially the fact that the prince had so readily agreed to this whole fake name scheme. So our girl just casually lays her hand on Alfonso's. Real smooth, she flips his palm over and traces the letter A with her finger. The prince is blushing like crazy, just watching Ariadne's every move. The more Alfonso looks at her, the more he wants to be close to her, you know? He feels free and happy around her. Doesn't want to let her go. Just wants to spend all his time with her. But something's eating at him. He doesn't want to scare her off. But he can't keep it bottled up either. Alfonso tells her there's something she doesn't know. She tenses up a little at that, 'cause none of this happened in her past life. The prince spills that Ariadne's at the palace today because of him. Someone snitched to the queen about their meeting at the charity house. He says the queen's informants tell her everything he does, but for some reason, the info about Ariadne really caught her eye. Time for Ariadne to rethink the prince. She thought he was clueless, but now sees Alfonso's got a great read on everything around him. Ariadne found it kinda cool, seeing this side of the prince's personality. Alfonso figured his mom was just looking out for him, but this total surveillance thing? He wasn't feeling it. The prince spoke with sadness, and you could tell every word was a struggle. He was trying to get his feelings across, but just clammed up and decided to bottle it all inside. Turning to her, looking flustered, he suggested they talk about something else. Just then, Ariadne suddenly got close, throwing Alfonso for another loop while he was with her. She impulsively put her hand on his head, not even sure what she was doing next. The prince was staring intently at her, wishing this moment could last forever. Without taking her hand away, Ariadne said carrying that kind of weight must be brutal. She pulled her hand away then, deciding to put a little distance between them. Her words hit Alfonso hard. He felt like Ariadne totally got him. After that, Ariadne figured Lady Carla was probably tearing the place apart looking for her, since the queen ordered the maid to give Ariadne some new clothes. So, as much as they both wanted to stay there together, she had to go. The prince didn't want her to leave, but he couldn't just come out and say it. He felt bummed when she left him at the orphanage, but this felt 10 times worse. Meanwhile, back at her place, Lucretia was absolutely fuming about being publicly called Mrs. Rossi. Anything she could get her hands on went flying and smashed on the floor. She was cursing the queen's entire family, unable to calm down for even a second. Another vase of flowers crashed to the floor right near Ariadne, who had just gotten home. The girl expected something like this, but not that everything would be completely trashed. Like nothing happened. Ariadne said she was back, addressing Lucretia as mother. But the lady declared she wasn't allowed to call her that. The mistress started demanding an answer to the question. Did Ariadne soil her dress on purpose? That's this woman in a nutshell, Ariadne thought to herself. But out loud, the heroine said she didn't ruin it on purpose and simply didn't have any other outfits. Then Lucretia asked who was responsible for the dress. Without waiting for an answer, she yelled at the servants to search the girl's room and find the hidden petticoat. Ariadne was fine with how things were going, that Lucretia was furious, and that she wouldn't find any petticoat. The main character was already brainstorming ways to really get under Lucretia's skin, to make her shut her mouth. But it looks like things are about to go sideways, because Mileta called out to Lucretia. And that's definitely not good. She announced that she knew who was to blame for Ariadne's dirty hem. Ariadne remembered Mileta was in her room when she was getting dressed, so she probably overheard her plan to change outfits. That was Ariadne's screw-up. She forgot to tell Mileta to keep her mouth shut about what she heard. Mileta pointed her finger right at Sancha and said it was all her fault. Sancha was totally lost and looked at Ariadne, hoping she could come up with something. She knew this whole thing was definitely not going to end well for her. Ariadne couldn't think of anything either, not without blowing her own cover and saving the girl from getting punished. Having found the culprit, Lucretia grabbed Sancha by the hair, announcing the petticoat thief was finally caught. But Sancha cried, saying she had nothing to do with it. During all of that, Mileta ran to Sancha's room and found the petticoat there. Ariadne was furious at herself. Even though she dodged suspicion, she ended up framing an innocent person. Lucrezia started wailing on the poor girl, and all she could do was cover her head. A memory flashed through Ariadne's mind. Sancha saying she'd repay her for saving her life, no matter what. Back then, Ariadne put her hand on Sancha's head and thanked her. But now she was the one setting her up. Ariadne was lost, didn't know what to do. All she knew was she was no better than Lucretia, beating on Sancha. Her heart started pounding, and she felt another presence in her mind. She saw the phantom of her missing finger, like she was that crown prince killer all over again. She heard a voice in her head, talking about the golden rule. Good deeds come back to you, but sins get punished. The voice also said, you gotta treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. The voice said Ariadne threw another person under the bus for her own gain, even though she was pissed about being betrayed herself. Ariadne realized only she could hear this voice. Lucrezia totally lost it and kept wailing on the maid. Before she even knew it, Ariadne bolted forward, trying to shield Sancha. The maid saw the lady of the house swing that sharp pen right at her. A few seconds later, blood was already dripping onto the floor. The girl froze, hands covering her head, bracing for the hit, but it never came. Turning around, Sancha realized Ariadne had jumped in front of her and taken the blow. The maid just couldn't believe what was happening. The blood on the floor was from a deep gash on Ariadne's back. When Sancha saw the wound on her mistress's back, she was absolutely terrified. Sancha asked Ariadne why she'd been so reckless, throwing herself in the way. Ariadne quietly told Sancha to tell Lucretia the truth about what happened. She wanted Sancha to say she was just following her orders. But the maid just shook her head, refusing to do what Ariadne asked. The girl was totally shocked that the maid wouldn't rat her out, even when Ariadne herself was asking her to. Lucretia, cooling down a little, now decided to deal with Ariadne. She raised her hand, ready to strike, screaming that the ungrateful brat was trying to make a fool of her. But she didn't get to finish what she started, because the head of the family showed up in the doorway. The cardinal was pissed. He definitely didn't like what had just gone down here. Lucrezia immediately turned to her husband, saying he'd been gone too long and had no idea what she'd been through today. While the husband and wife were hashing things out, Ariadne quickly took the maid to her room. Once they were alone, the heroine turned to Sancha, looking her straight in the eye. Sancha was crying because her mistress's shoulder was badly hurt, and they needed to get some ointment on it stat. But Ariadne started saying that the maid should tell her mom and dad the whole truth. Ariadne thought she was the only one to blame for the situation. But Sancha wasn't going to do that. So Ariadne asked her why she didn't want to confess and clear her name. The maid replied simply that her mistress had saved her life, and she'd definitely pay her back for that, because Ariadne had become her savior. When Sancha said she'd always be loyal to her, Ariadne's eyes welled up with tears. The heroine had been abandoned by her family, and her lover had turned his back on her. She was alone in this world, in her past life, and she was alone in this life too. And it looked like now there was someone who would never betray her. It made Ariadne feel all warm and fuzzy, but also kinda sad, since she only brought the maid here to help her with some selfish schemes. Sancha stays loyal to our main girl, even after all the beatings and insults, so Ariadne was super grateful to her. Caught up in the moment, Ariadne hugged the girl and apologized for everything, which totally shocked the maid. With tears in her eyes and her voice cracking, Ariadne said that from now on, she'd always protect Sancha. Calming down a little, she added that she'd make sure Mileta left Sancha alone. Ariadne will do whatever it takes to make sure no one threatens them, whether it's maids or Lucrezia. Right then, the girls' friendship was stronger than ever, and they both promised themselves they'd always protect each other. It's been a few days since all that, but the scar on Ariadne's finger is still there, and it's starting to worry her. The finger itself looks normal, and it doesn't hurt, or maybe she's just trying to convince herself of that. She remembered those feelings, and the voice inside her head, reminding her about the golden rule of good and evil. Right then, a nasty pulling sensation and throbbing started in my finger, and for a second, I thought it was disappearing. Everything's fine with it now, except for this scar, but I can't shake the feeling or the memory of it. Sancha saw her lady lost in thought, staring intently at her finger for some reason, and grumbled that you shouldn't keep rubbing a bug bite, it'll only get worse. Ariadne showed her finger to the maid and asked if she noticed any swelling. Sancha didn't see any real changes, so Ariadne decided she was just imagining things. Settling on the bed, Ariadne told Sancha that she wasn't at all how she'd seemed when they first met at the orphanage. Ariadne thought Sancha was like a kitten, so shy and quiet, but she's actually pretty sassy and sharp-tongued. Sancha didn't like that comparison, and she reminded her that she was long overdue to get her hands slapped for her language. Ariadne agreed, stood up, quickly straightened her dress, and got ready for her lesson. The girl was in a great mood, and leaving, told Sancha she'd be back from class soon. The maid, looking just as happy, waved goodbye to her. Ariadne grabbed her notebook and headed to the Caligo language class. She was thinking about how time always flies when she's hanging out with Sanch. The heroine was already mentally planning where to go with Sanch after class, but Lucretia's voice from behind the closed door cut her off. Lucretia sounded like she was talking to the cardinal, asking him if Ariadne really had to live in this house. Of course, our girl couldn't just ignore a conversation like that, so she stopped in front of the door and listened closely. The door was slightly ajar, so she heard every single word of Lucretia saying how stubborn Ariadne was, and how hard it was to keep an eye on her. When the cardinal started talking, saying if Lucretia found it so hard to live with Ariadne, a feeling of dread washed over her. And she was right to feel that way, because her father finished the sentence by suggesting they marry her off to Count Cesare as soon as possible. The cardinal didn't want to marry Isabella off to Cesare, because she was the family's prized possession. Let's be real, Cesare being a bastard son, that marriage wouldn't do jack to boost the cardinal's family rep. Dad thinks Isabella's the real prize among all his kids. He's been raising her, pouring money and everything into her, and thinks the Crown Prince Alfonso is the only guy good enough for her. Ariadne figures, if Dad won't give Isabella to Cesare because she's too valuable, she's got to become a better investment for the cardinal than her sister. So now our girl's got to come up with a plan to trash her sister's value in their dad's and everyone else's eyes. With that on her mind, she zones out on her parents' conversation and finally heads to class. It's in one of those bright, massive rooms, and you can hear the teacher yakking away behind the closed doors. She stops, gets her head on straight, and figures out the steps she needs to take to start tanking Isabella's value right now. Running through how the teacher's likely to react, Ariadne grins and casually swings open the classroom door. The teacher's telling Isabella that she should wrap up her studies early today because it's a special day for the family. To nail that first impression, Ariadne greeted Madame Romani, the teacher, in the Caligo language. With a bow, she apologized for interrupting the class and asked them to continue the lesson. This entrance completely shocked Ariadne's sisters, and they weren't hiding it, especially Arabella, who dropped her textbook in surprise. The teacher was blown away by Ariadne's pronunciation and immediately asked where she picked up those skills, to which Ariadne replied that she learned the language in a village where a guy from Caligo lived. She clarified that she already knew the words and pronunciation, but with the teacher's help, she managed to learn the grammar and other missing pieces. The compliment, that all her knowledge finally came together thanks to the teacher, really touched Madame Romani. The teacher immediately said that Ariadne not only had a perfect command of the foreign language, but also manners and etiquette. Madame Romani declared that she had taught many children, and Ariadne undoubtedly had a talent for knowledge. The younger sister couldn't believe what was happening and demanded an explanation from Ariadne about why she knew Caligo so well. Arabella genuinely believed that her sister was clearly cheating somehow. There was no other way. Arianda cut her little sister off, giving her a gentle hug to cool Arabella's jets. The main character told her that she couldn't be saying stuff like that in front of the teacher. The teacher asked the girls if, and she was pretty sure she remembered correctly, Ariadne hadn't had her debutante ball yet, which made Arabella super uneasy. Madame Romani went on, saying that she thought their middle sister was more than ready for society, which just ticked Isabella off. The oldest daughter knew that all the attention that should have been on her was now totally focused on Ariadne. It made Isabella see red. How dare that bastard child show herself off like that? Isabella vowed to herself that she wouldn't lose this fight against Ariadne. No way. She decided that on that day, everyone in the city would only have eyes for her. Isabella was already picturing her look, with a tightly laced corset to show off her already banging body. The oldest daughter was already thinking about how her cross would look, what makeup to pick, and the splash she'd make with the aristocrats. Can't really argue with that. I mean, Isabella's beauty totally stood out from every other girl in town. The belief is, nobles and royals are people who racked up a ton of good karma in their past lives, while regular folks screwed up big time. So these blessed souls gotta guide and manage the sinful ones, so they can level up in the next life. That's why the ruling class has absolute power, like they're basically speaking for God. Once a month, everyone, royals and commoners, gets together to hear the cardinal's mass, where he drops some Holy Spirit knowledge on the people. The place was packed when the cardinal and his whole family finally showed up. The rich ladies were stoked to finally see Isabella, the girl whose beauty everyone was talking about. Isabella de Marie just radiated love and caught everyone's eye, no matter how old or powerful they were. The socialites were already checking out every detail of her outfit. The fancy blue dress, the gold cross, looked like it was handcrafted by Luca the jeweler himself. The young dudes were living for every second she walked by, 'cause the cardinal's oldest daughter is straight up gorgeous. Isabella strutted with a smug grin. Exactly the reaction she was aiming for. She headed to her spot, pretending not to notice all the admiring eyes on her. Then, Isabella overheard whispers about the girl trailing behind her, how nobody knew who she was. She spun around, confirming they were talking about Ariadne, which meant Isabella had nothing to worry about. She'd never lose a beauty contest to her sister. Ariadne was wearing a gloomy black dress, her hair was up, and she wasn't wearing any makeup. Isabella's mood got even better. Her sister looked totally pathetic. The main character totally expected her older sister to react that way. Ariadne thought to herself that stupid Isabella would very soon lose her crowd of admirers, because she knew some event was about to happen that would make everyone forget how beautiful Isabella looked today. If Ariadne's intel is solid, today is a major turning point for her too. What went down today in her past life is what landed Ariadne as Count Cesare's fiancé. That day, King Leo III of Estris saved the cardinal and offered de Marais a deal for his help. The king said de Marais had to help Cesare, his bastard son, get a foothold in high society. With the cardinal pulling strings, Cesare finally got some damn power, and that's how the bastard Cesare ended up marrying Ariadne, who was basically useless for his status. So Ariadne's got to do everything she can today to make sure history doesn't repeat itself. That's why she was freaking out. Even though she was doing a good job hiding it from everyone else, she gripped her dress hard, trying to calm down, and pleaded with the gods for help. Ariadne prayed the original events of today's reading would play out the same, giving her a shot at changing her fate. Meanwhile, Count Cesare was watching the cardinal's family from above, having come to the church with his mother. His eyes were glued to the beautiful Isabella de Mare. She was the perfect match for him, a combination of beauty and high social standing. Cesare believed Isabella would be the perfect stepping stone on his path to the throne. It's no wonder Cesare was considered the most handsome man in the kingdom. Every girl wanted to be his chosen one. Cesare had a magnificent steed and the rarest jewels. He was never lacking female attention, which he actively exploited. Everyone envied him because he was the favorite son of the king and his adored mistress, Rubina. That's precisely why Cesare believed only such a perfect girl could become his wife. He figured it was time to visit the cardinal again and ask for Isabella's hand once more. Cesare then noticed his father, who, together with his wife and son, were seated in the royal box. Just then, the king was having a nice chat with his legitimate son, which really pissed Cesare off. Seeing his dad talking with Alfonso, Cesare felt jealous and like he was getting a raw deal. He hated Alfonso with every fiber of his being and thought that he, Cesare, was the only one who deserved to be at his father's side. He took a deep breath and clenched his fist tight, trying not to show his emotions and calm down a little. The mistress and her bastard son still hadn't given up hope of stepping into the spotlight and officially standing next to the king, like the crown prince and his mother. Cesare turned away from the royal box, but he still couldn't shake the irritation he felt whenever he saw his younger brother, Alfonso. At that moment, Cesare's gaze was drawn to a girl in a black dress walking behind Isabella. He couldn't remember ever seeing her with the de Mere family before. Cesare turned to his mother and asked who the girl was walking with the de Maris, to which she replied that it was the cardinal's second daughter by a mistress, and that she'd already managed to impress the queen. The count didn't see anything special about Ariadne, so he couldn't understand what had caught the queen's eye. He floated the idea by his mom, but she shot back that judging by looks is pointless, especially since the girl managed to win over someone as picky as him. Cesare wondered, if the cardinal's daughter is smart, what good is it? A woman has nowhere to use brains. Cesare's mother asked him if he'd ever considered how she reached her position. Mom was surprised. Did Cesare really think she became the favorite mistress just because of a pretty face? Her son stared at his mother, lost in thought, trying to figure out how to respond. Finally, he said, "Isn't it true that only your looks got you that position?" His mom sadly replied that her son was a poor fool. But it was time to end the conversation, because the visiting priest's sermon was about to start. Cesare was shocked when he saw who was going to be speaking to the townspeople today. It was the Apostle Aceretto, who'd become super popular in certain circles lately. The poor and needy all over the country worshipped him because he talked about religion in a totally different way. Basically, he was spouting total garbage, saying even the poorest folks and sinners could become sons of God. According to him, even a poor guy could get a high roller status right from birth. That's exactly what the apostle started talking about today, which caused the aristocrats to start whispering, all ticked off. He was talking about Isaac like he was just some regular dude, which totally goes against the church, and that freaked out the cardinal. The parishioners started quietly talking amongst themselves, saying this priest's speech needed to be shut down ASAP. The apostle kept on going, talking about the saint like he was just a normal guy that God gave power to. Cardinal de Mere realized he was listening to a heretic who was undermining all the church's rules. He knew the apostle was stomping all over faith during a mass that the cardinal was leading. In the de Mere family head's mind, he already saw himself sentenced to death as a heretic. But the cardinal couldn't just run up and interrupt the speech, because the king had invited the priest. He was totally lost, and every second he spent thinking about it just made him more freaked out. The apostle kept going on about Isaac gone, slamming his hand on the holy book for emphasis. When the cardinal heard the next thing he said, he didn't even know how to process it. The apostle, booming and throwing his hands up in the air, declared that Isaac was a son of man. That's when this girl burst in, slamming the doors open and cutting him off. Ariadne's eyes were blazing with confidence and anger as she marched straight towards the apostle. Nobody expected her to make an entrance like that. The apostle froze, and her dad just stared at her, terrified. Every single person in the church turned to watch this girl striding forward like she owned the place. Stopping about halfway down the aisle, Ariadne called the apostle out, saying he had no right to contradict holy tradition, and then she quoted scripture that said Isaac was divine from the start. The apostle shot back that God created his son out of nothing, so Isaac was his creation, and therefore not divine. Ariadne challenged the guy, asking what gave him the right to twist the scriptures to his own liking. Aceretto shot back that God is one, so Isaac could only be a regular dude blessed with divine power, nothing more. Ariadne decided to quote the Gospel of Paulo, which details Isaac appearing in the flesh of the Father, the Holy Spirit. That scripture quote caught the congregation off guard and really got them thinking about what she was saying. Her father, knowing what she was up to, was worried sick, but hoping Ariadne could put this heretic in his place. The girl had almost cornered the apostle when she asked if he thought he knew more about scripture than the original 6 apostles did. She grabbed his robe and accused him of ignoring the holy scriptures. A wave of whispers swept through the church about how you can't deny the Bible and how the apostles' words sounded like Moorish philosophy. Watching from the balcony, the king thought the apostle seemed like a heretic. Just then, a servant approached him, asking if they should remove the guy from the building. To which the king responded by asking whom the servant was referring to. The guy was like, "Duh, I'm talking about the girl." She totally wrecked the priest's sermon. The king just smirked a little. This whole thing was starting to crack him up. He told the servant they should have kicked the apostle out ages ago, but he didn't get what the girl did wrong and told him to find out who she was. Right then, Alfonso jumped in, saying her name was Ariadne. The king definitely wasn't expecting to hear that name, especially not from his own son. Alfonso, grinning like an idiot, turned to his dad and said Ariadne was his friend. Meanwhile, the girl kept pushing the apostle, and he stumbled back, lost his balance, and ate it. The cardinal was clueless how to fix this mess. He stared down, racking his brain for a way out. Just then, a guy walked into the church and yelled, "Where's that sinner, Alejandro?" He wasn't alone either. He had a ton of church guys with him, claiming he was there for the heretic on orders from the church head, Louis. The congregation started whispering again, buzzing about the church officials showing up. Apostle Alejandro was straight up terrified, couldn't even find the strength to stand. The cardinal squinted at the guy's face and getup and realized it was the inquisitor himself barging in. He didn't know why the inquisitor showed up so damn fast, but the cardinal needed to hustle and explain what was going on. Meanwhile, the inquisitor demanded they drag out the heretic so he could announce the charges. The inquisitor declared that the Acerreto school was now considered heresy, twisting the Holy Scriptures, which meant Alejandro was branded a heretic and excommunicated from the church, effective immediately. But that wasn't all. The inquisitor's eyes were now scanning the crowd, searching for the cardinal who let this happen. Desmarets was just rushing down the stairs and started shouting from afar, trying to get the inquisitor to hear him out. But the inquisitor wasn't having any of it, just snapped back that the cardinal would also be held accountable for this heretic in the great basilica. The cardinal's insides twisted with dread when he realized he was about to get punished too. Desmarets figured someone was deliberately framing him, trying to sideline him in church affairs. The cardinal knew that if the inquisitor was here on behalf of the church, every word he said was law. He scraped together what little composure he had left to try and explain things without pissing off the church's representative. The cardinal started to explain that he hadn't invited the apostle today, but that's when Ariadne jumped in. She stepped closer to the inquisitor and asked him to just hear her out. All of this had already happened in her past life, and Ariadne remembered every detail of this day vividly. Right now was the most crucial part of her performance, the part that would decide her future. The inquisitor, not knowing who she was, told Ariadne that commoners had no voice in matters like these. Even so, Ariadne bravely looked the inquisitor in the eye and started to speak. She introduced herself as the cardinal's second daughter, hoping that would boost her status in the inquisitor's eyes. Ariadne declared that her father hadn't cooperated with the apostle Alejandro and feared the heresy the accused had been spouting today. That's why, according to her, her father had prepared in advance to refute everything Alejandro might say. Her father didn't know what his daughter was planning, but since he had no rebuttal, he just told Ariadne to shut up so she wouldn't make things worse. So the inquisitor wouldn't hear. Her father very quietly told her she was being too forward and had no right to make such statements. The inquisitor wasn't thrilled either, thinking the girl was just trying to make a fool of him. The church official believed the cardinal had gone too far, first inviting a heretic to speak, and then bringing his daughter into the act. He was tired of waiting and called for the cardinal and his daughter, Desmarets. He stated with a threatening tone that the Desmarets family was mocking the Mass. Ariadne realized the official took their behavior as rudeness, but she wasn't about to back down. She knew that if she took even one step back, her whole plan would crumble. She walked confidently towards the inquisitor and told him she was only acting this way out of respect for the head of the church, because he's the one inviting the apostle Acerreto to San Carlo, and her father had no right to interfere with his presentation before it even started. That'd be disrespecting his holiness. The inquisitor understood the logic in the girl's words, so he didn't interrupt her. Seeing the change in the inquisitor's expression, Ariadne realized she'd managed to seize the initiative. She said her father was deeply concerned about this guy's upcoming presentation and had already gathered evidence for a public rebuttal. After that, she looked at her father and asked if she was right, hoping the cardinal would understand what she was implying. The head of the Desmarets house was unsure about his daughter's actions at first and hesitated slightly before answering. Ariadne looked at him with an expression that said she had everything under control, and all he had to do was trust her. Seeing that, and overcoming his fear, the cardinal finally took a deep breath and confirmed his daughter's words. He swore his daughter was telling the truth and had proof to drop right after the apostle. The cardinal really leaned into it, saying he found it sus that His Holiness invited this apostle here and clearly had something planned. That speech totally convinced the inquisitor that the De Mere family was legit. Backing them up, the parishioners chimed in, confirming the cardinal's daughter personally stopped a heretic and saved San Carlo's reputation. The churchgoers said the second daughter was brave, devout, and honored the scriptures like a cardinal's daughter should, and they even called her the hero of their city. After all that, the inquisitor had no choice but to take their word for it. He announced he was done for the day, so Ariadne could finally breathe easy, knowing she salvaged her dad's situation. On top of everything, Ariadne boosted her standing with the cardinal, and even delayed her engagement to Cesare. Now, the heroine can finally focus on her own life instead of constantly dreading marrying that count. She's free now, and maybe can even spend more time with the crown prince. Back at the castle, the king had to admit, de Meret's second daughter wasn't as simple as she seemed at first. It even felt like he'd just watched some elaborate play, carefully staged for him by the church. He concluded that a gesture like that girl's couldn't go unrewarded. Now, he just had to figure out the best way to thank this young lady, maximizing the benefit for the royal family. A servant suggested that a young woman like her would appreciate some jewelry or a fancy dress. But the king suddenly said the best reward would be the azure heart of the deep ocean. It was so unexpected, the servant forgot all decorum and could only gawk and ask if he'd really heard heart of the deep ocean. They were talking about a huge, rare blue sapphire that, according to legend, had been left on the shore by dolphins. The gem's deep color and mysterious origin made it the most coveted jewel for any woman. And one of those women was Countess Rubina, the king's mistress and Cesare's mother. For years, she'd been begging her lover to give her that jewel. The king still couldn't believe he was giving such a rare jewel to some girl. His Majesty smirked, remembering how desperately his mistress wanted that stone. The king thought it'd be sweet if Ariadne married his son, and then gave the sapphire back to the family. The poor servant was at a loss for words, not knowing how to react to his king's ramblings. The king concluded that if he could tie the second de Mere daughter to his family through marriage, it'd be a huge win. Specifically, he wanted her for his favorite illegitimate son, Cesare. The father called Ariadne to him to discuss what had happened in the church in private. He asked the girl where she got such ideas that she voiced during the service. Ariadne replied that she was bored and had read all the books in his house. The father didn't expect that and turned, asking if his daughter had really figured it all out herself. He straight up said a 15-year-old kid ain't gonna understand books like that on their own. Ariadne was ready for her dad not buying that story. So, she started rattling off the books that hit her the hardest, name-dropping stuff like Notes on the Essence of the Saint and a whole treatise on the Trinity. The old man was floored and asked if she'd actually read all that crap. Ariadne said the real gold in those books comes out when you focus on the sentence structure, where it's obvious the father and son are one and the same. Hard to say what exactly the cardinal was feeling, but he was definitely tripped out by how deep his daughter's religious knowledge was, especially since she'd spent her whole life in the sticks. Ariadne let him know she was super into religion and always down to back her dad up. Then, her dad asked if Ariadne wanted to go study religion at the big temple, but she said she'd just embarrass herself because she didn't know nearly enough for a place like that. She said she wanted to keep learning at home, and if anything didn't make sense, she'd just ask her dad. That answer worked for the cardinal, and he told his daughter she could go. Ariadne bowed out, thinking that conversation was way easier than she thought it'd be. She barely reached the door before her dad called out, scaring the crap out of her after she'd finally started to relax. She turned back to him, asking what he wanted, secretly hoping he wasn't going to grill her anymore about what happened at the church. The cardinal just stared at her, calm and focused. Then he turned away, looking out the window again, like he was struggling to find the right words. Finally, he quietly said she did good, which was something Ariadne had never heard from him before. Meanwhile, Count Cesare was downing wine. A lot of wine, with empty bottles and spilled glasses all over the table. But it still wasn't enough, so Cesare decided to crack open another bottle. His mom interrupted his drinking session, asking if he knew the stories about the cardinal's second daughter. Mom said they called her the savior of San Carlo and considered her super religious. She figured it wasn't surprising a cardinal like him had such a perfect daughter, now praised throughout the whole kingdom. Cesare couldn't care less about hearing stories about de Mere's second daughter, so he just kept polishing off the bottle. Ignoring his mother, Romani didn't sit well with her at all, so she shot her son a nasty look. She declared that his future wife had to be virtuous, just like this girl. One day, Cesare would be king, and he needed a woman worthy of standing by his side. Cesare got a little pissed at that, but quickly calmed down and slammed the empty glass on the table. He told his dear mother that the throne would go to King Alfonso's legit son, so how the hell could Cesare be king? His mother wasn't hearing any of it and just repeated, yet again, that Cesare was talking back to her. She said she'd told him 1,000,000 times that his father loved him, and that's why he could become king. Cesare shot to his feet and stepped right up to his mother. He hated it when Romani started talking about the king's love for him. He said, how could his father love him when he hadn't given him any land, just some measly noble title? Romani was seriously pissed at her son's disrespect towards her status and his father. Cesare, now angry and a little drunk, smashed the first glass he could get his hands on. His mother snapped back, telling him he had no right to treat the man who birthed him like that. She grabbed his shirt, hoping that would be enough to get her point across. Mom yanked him close and, with total conviction, repeated that he would be king. Then she let go of the guy, who was speechless in the face of that declaration. She added there were rumors that the king planned to give the blue heart of the deep ocean to that second Demare daughter. She reminded her son that she'd been wanting that piece of jewelry for years. Cesare, adjusting his shirt, said he remembered perfectly well her desire to own the heart of the deep ocean. He remembered how Mom had told him about what the astrologer had once told her. I'm talking about how whoever possesses the sapphire becomes king. In that case, Romani becomes the queen, and Cesare gets the status of the true son. And it looks like the prophecy is starting to come true. After saying that, his mother moved closer. She hugged him and reminded him that everything she does is for his bright future. So Cesare has to get that stone, no matter what the cost. Ariadne got a letter saying the king wants to see her at the palace, so she got ready and headed to meet the queen. And so, the heroine has arrived at the palace again, the place where, in her past life, she never got to make her dreams a reality. But today, she's full of optimism and staring boldly into the future. Her father reminded her about proper manners, so she'd be modest and not cause any trouble. As the carriage with her father drove off, Ariadne stared after it, still not believing that her father personally escorted her to the palace. The invitation came from the queen, so it turns out she's the one who's going to thank Ariadne on behalf of the king. The girl realized her stunt to avoid, or at least delay, marrying Cesare had gone way too far. Ariadne stared at herself in the mirror, wearing a dress that was modest, yet still elegant. She turned this way and that, deciding she looked too plain. The girl figured adding a flower would make her look more refined. At first, she wondered where to find a flower in the palace, but her memory quickly gave her the answer. Ariadne walked deeper into the garden, where, if she wasn't mistaken, flowers that matched her dress grew. She remembered seeing peonies somewhere in the back courtyard. She just had to find them. Her search was interrupted by a familiar male voice calling out her name. It was Alfonso, who for some reason was sitting in a tree. Maybe he climbed up there to see her arrive. Ariadne was surprised to see the guy in the park, especially sitting up in a tall tree. The prince didn't seem surprised, more like amused, and the moment he saw her, he waved her over to him in the tree. And just like that, they were together, side by side, clueless about how to even start a conversation. They were sitting so close, their hands almost touched, but neither dared to close that last, tempting inch. It just hit Alfonso that Ariadne was wearing a light-colored dress, the kind that gets dirty real easy. She joked that someone hadn't really thought about the whole light dress thing before ordering her to climb up. The prince didn't miss a beat and motioned for her to sit on him, which was totally unexpected, and, secretly, kinda nice for her. He just wanted Ariadne to get up there, not giving a damn about how it looked to anyone else. She was a little thrown by the idea of sitting on the prince's lap, figuring it was a pretty forward move. But to herself, Ariadne decided that now was definitely not the time to hesitate. Not if she wanted to keep Alfonso's momentum going. Because thanks to this guy, Ariadne could dodge that wedding with Cesare and ditch the Demare family for good. Just like that, she was sitting on his lap. She was super flustered, but she didn't let it show. If anyone had seen the prince and Ariadne like this, there'd be hell to pay. Her heart was pounding, her thoughts were all jumbled, and she couldn't figure out what she even wanted anymore. Lucky or not, she soon heard the prince say a quick "done," and she had no clue what he meant by it. Her romantic thoughts fizzled out when she saw the prince had just put some cloth on the branch where she was sitting. Alfonso, pleased with himself, said that way her dress wouldn't get ruined. But Ariadne wasn't worried about the dress anymore. She was bummed she'd gotten all romantic for nothing. Alfonso asked why she came to the palace today. She told him Queen Margarita had invited her for an audience. The prince figured the reward was for her performance at the mass. He mentioned his father was bummed he couldn't give her a knighthood. Ariadne replied that she regretted it too, since she could have become a knight of the kingdom. Alfonso asked if she really wanted to be a knight, since it came with a bunch of responsibilities. If that's really how it's gonna go down, then Alfonso's gonna knight her someday. The girl laughed and said that if that happens, she'll have to swear loyalty to the prince. She cleared her throat dramatically, put on a serious face, and got ready to give a speech. Looking at Alfonso, she swore that from now on, she'd only be loyal to her master. She'd protect the prince from any hardship and put his safety above her own life. Ariadne swore to only tell her master the truth, carry out all his orders, and always be by his side. Alfonso got super flustered at that last part, asking if she really meant she'd always be with him, to which Ariadne playfully asked if the prince didn't believe her. Like every time before, the time this couple spent together just flew by again. Alfonso looked at her intently and said that if she was always by his side, he could become an exceptional ruler. It seemed like such honesty was a complete surprise to her, again. That feeling of lightness and warmth? Gone, replaced with this crushing weight and the sting of remembering my past life. I remembered perfectly how I lured Alfonso into that trap and snuffed out his life. It made me sick, knowing I was swearing loyalty to him now, after betraying him so brutally back then. I figured if Alfonso ever found out what I did to him, he'd drop me like a bad habit. Lost in my head, my hand slipped off this kind of skinny branch, and I started to lose my balance. I started falling, but lucky for me, the crown prince's reflexes are insane. He managed to grab me, and now we're like way too close. Barely registering how close we were, Alfonso was still staring at me, freaked out, asking if I was okay. I was still in shock, just staring back at the guy who saved me. Finally, I smiled, and genuinely thanked him for saving me from dying such a lame death. Alfonso stepped back a little and told Ariadne to be careful, and she totally agreed. She felt these new emotions bubbling up inside her. This warmth she wasn't used to. She realized that warmth was coming from her heart, and that could only mean one thing. Just then, Alfonso asked what Ariadne was doing on this side of the garden, since the audience hall was the other way. Ariadne had already forgotten why she even came to the garden, so she laughed and said she was looking for a flower for her dress, so she wouldn't look too plain. Alfonso was surprised she thought she looked plain, because he thought she was beautiful. Ariadne definitely wasn't expecting that kind of compliment, so the look on her face was genuine surprise. Getting flustered, she blurted out that probably no other girl ever came to court looking so pathetic, and right after saying it, she knew that last part was a mistake. Alfonso didn't expect Ariadne to be worried about stuff like that, because he didn't see any flaws in her. He glanced at the trim on her sleeve and decided it would be perfect for fixing her plain dress problem. He tied the ribbon in her hair and was stoked with how it looked. She gently tugged on the ponytail and realized it was actually super comfortable. She was really touched that the prince took the ribbon off himself and gave it to her. Ariadne could see how innocent and kind the crown prince was as he blushed, embarrassed by what he'd done, since he'd never done anything like that before. Ariadne was happy again with his actions and thanked the young man again. The queen read aloud a thank you letter from His Majesty, which mentioned an award for the cardinal's daughter. The king's message ended by saying he hoped Ariadne would continue to bring glory to the kingdom. Finishing her reading, the queen ordered the girl to stand so she could begin handing out the rewards. Margaret, holding the chest in her hands, said she hadn't expected the king to choose that gift. Ariadne got curious about what Her Majesty was talking about and asked what was in the chest. The heroine was supposed to get a reward of 50 gold ducats, a jewelry box from the queen, which she called trinkets, and the biggest prize of all was the sapphire, heart of the deep ocean blue. That girl didn't want that gift at all. She knew owning it wouldn't lead to anything good. She knelt down and begged them not to give her such a reward, because she wasn't worthy of it. The queen silently looked at the second Damar daughter, fully understanding why she didn't want the jewel. Murmurs instantly spread about how someone could refuse such a valuable thing, something that could become a family heirloom. Ariadne still hoped she could refuse the jewel, but she was starting to realize that it probably wouldn't happen. Unlike many, for whom the stone would be a great treasure, she knew it was a direct threat to her life. After all, anyone wanting to get their hands on that stone would now be a threat to her. Margarita said she understood the girl's reasons for refusing, but she couldn't not give the gift, because it was His Majesty's order. The queen leaned down to the girl, told her to accept their gift, so no one would hear, Margarita whispered. Ariadne couldn't defend herself alone. She'd have to crush anyone who wanted the stone. The queen added that it was crucial for the girl to find a solution that could keep all their enemies at bay on its own. Standing up, she said finding a solution like that wouldn't be easy, but it was the heroine's only way out. Fueled by those words of encouragement, Ariadne immediately started running through ways to navigate the situation as safely as possible. The girl asked if she had the right to ask for something else. The queen wondered, was her second daughter too brave or just too damn bold? Ariadne knew she was acting out of line for a girl of her position, but she couldn't back down. The queen allowed her to voice her request, but her gaze hardened with every word. When Ariadne finished, the queen told the girl what she'd said was nonsense. The girl freaked. She didn't expect the queen to react like that to her request, but turns out, Margarita just wanted to clarify that this would now be more than one favor. The queen pointed out that the second Damar daughter was asking for two things right off the bat. The girl was stoked, because it looked like her thrown-together plan might actually work. The queen declared that getting what she wanted wouldn't be a walk in the park. But at the same time, according to the queen, one suitable gift for Ariadne was already set. The heroine was thrown. What kind of gift had the king and queen already whipped up for her? One of the queen's lady friends told Ariadne that she resembled the queen back in her day, which is why Margarita liked her so much. Margarita's maids jumped on that train, saying Ariadne was just as sharp and modest as Margarita was when she was younger. The queen laughed and agreed that, yeah, maybe there was a slight resemblance between them. The queen figured this girl deserved a life way better than the one she got. Back home, Isabella and Lucrezia started digging into the jewelry box Margarita gave them. They checked out every single piece, totally blown away by the queen's gift. Isabella was all about these amethyst earrings, said they were a dead ringer for her eye color. The older daughter clocked it right away, telling their mom those earrings were practically made for her. Isabella grabbed Ariadne's hand, like a good sister, and talked to her all sweet. She begged for the earrings, saying they'd be bored if they weren't showing off on someone so gorgeous. Ariadne knew her sister was a piece of work, but she didn't expect her to just straight up demand them. Lucrezia thought anything that came into the family should be shared by everyone, too. Ariadne gave her sister and mom a sad look, knowing they wouldn't be happy about what she was going to say next. She said she'd love to share the jewelry, but she's not allowed to. Isabella's face totally changed, and she's like, if Ariadne doesn't want to share with family, she should just say so. The main character jumped in to deny it, saying that's not it at all. The thing is, these are a gift from the queen to Ariadne, and they're engraved with Her Majesty's initials. So, if she gives away the jewelry, she's officially going against the queen's wishes, and the person wearing the jewelry will get punished for embarrassing the royal family. Isabella and mom weren't ready for that kind of curveball. But Ariadne wasn't done dropping bombs. She remembered another fact Lucretia needed to know. The head of the house looked intently at her second daughter, who was holding a letter. It said the reward of 50 gold ducats was given to the Rambouillet charity house. Ariadne said she donated all the money to the charity house in her name. Lucretia was furious that Ariadne dared to spend the money as she pleased. She lashed out at the girl, screaming about why she would do that, but Ariadne replied it was all to improve the family's reputation. In a fit of rage, Lucretia raised her hand to strike the girl, but the head of the family's shout stopped her. He rushed to his wife and daughter to separate them, because he'd anticipated this outcome from the start. The cardinal reminded Lucretia that many aristocrats and church officials were watching their family, so she needed to stop being greedy and be more modest. Having finished lecturing his wife, the cardinal went to look at the jewelry they received and addressed Ariadne by name. He asked if it was true that the girl had been awarded the blue heart of the ocean depths. Ariadne really didn't want to hear that question and was thinking about how best to answer it. Her father, taking her silence as agreement, suggested opening the chest and seeing what the stone looked like. Figured she couldn't hide the heart of the ocean anyway, so she just showed them the damn necklace. Lucrezia and Isabella instantly started yapping about how much it could be worth, while Dad kept talking to his other daughter. He said she didn't have a safe place to keep the stone, so she should just leave it in his room. Dad asked Ariadne what she thought about that, but she just stayed quiet, even though her head was spinning with a million thoughts. She was stalling for time, hoping her rescue would show up any second. But nobody knocked, and her dad was still waiting for an answer. Ariadne's nerves were about to snap. She finally said what she thought about it was that his offer would probably be, each word slower than the last, buying precious seconds. And then, finally, there was a loud knock at the cardinal's front door, and Ariadne knew that was the sound of her salvation. Her face went from totally stressed to straight up relieved in a heartbeat. The guy who walked in announced he was there on orders from Queen Margarita de Carlo. Then, he read that the queen had sent de Maret's second daughter an iron-wrought chest to store a precious gift. The queen's messenger said the chest had to be placed in Ariadne's room, and she started to say she lived in the attic, but her father cut her off. He announced that the chest had to be placed in the westernmost room on the second floor. That's where the eldest son's room was. His wife immediately reminded the head of the family, but the cardinal whispered back that they couldn't let people know the daughter lived in the attic. This was the perfect outcome for Ariadne, because she could not only keep the jewelry, but also get a comfortable, big room. Smiling to herself, the girl told her family she was going to her new room. Entering her older brother's former room, Ariadne immediately appreciated having a bedroom and an office. Turns out, Ariadne asked the queen if 50 ducats could be partially spent on making the chest, and she'd take the rest when needed, because that was the only way to keep the money from Lucretia. And to hide this fact, our girl asked for a corresponding order to be written, which she had read to her family earlier. Ariadne wasn't sure the queen would agree to her requests to use the charity house as a cover. The girl was super grateful to Margarita, especially for giving her those personalized jewels, keeping them safe from her mom and sister. Because she treated Ariadne so well, things were actually starting to look up for the girl. Sancha knocked and announced that another guy from the royal palace had arrived for her. Sancha handed over a box that was left for her, and she figured it had to be a gift from Alfonso, since it was from the palace. Sancha didn't want to intrude, so she quickly left the room, while Ariadne stared at the unexpected gift, lost in thought. When she finally ripped open the box, she was totally shocked by what was inside. It was a hairpin with jewels, and a little note scribbled on some paper. Ariadne grabbed the note, dying to know who had sent her the gift. It didn't take long to figure it out. Even though the note wasn't signed, she knew instantly who it was from. The whole note just had the letter A on it. Only one person would send a message like that. So, time flies, and our girl's totally settled into her new digs. Sancha was loving the room, especially that bed. Said it was super soft and cozy. Ariadne told her she didn't have to do everything herself, now that she had 2 new maids. Sancha turned to her, all huffy, and said the mistress shouldn't trust new maids so easily, especially when it came to stuff like personal care. The maid was annoyed that she'd given them so much work, including cleaning the study. Their playful squabble got cut short by a knock at the door. They were both surprised. They weren't expecting anyone. Turns out it was Arabella, and she was carrying a musical instrument for Ariadne. When they asked why she was there, Arabella snapped that she wasn't there to hang out, but to make sure her middle sister didn't do anything stupid. Ariadne figured her little sister was just bored, so she decided not to kick her out. Ariadne remembered that in this house, the youngest daughter was always ignored, like nobody cared about her. In the De Marais family, Hippolyte was the only son, and Isabella was their prized possession, so all their love went straight to those two. Arabella, unable to grab any attention, became kind of an outcast in her own home. Ariadne felt bad for her sister, so she decided to talk to her, asking about the loot she'd brought with her. Looks like that was exactly the right question, because Arabella perked right up and said Ariadne had no idea about her talents. Arabella declared she was awesome at playing the thing, and immediately rattled off a few notes. Ariadne said the girl might have a talent for music, and the younger sister immediately added that she could even write her own music. In her past life, Ariadne had no clue about her sister's talents, so she was super surprised that she wrote music. To show off what she could do, Arabella immediately played a tune of her own composition. The girls listened, mesmerized by how beautiful Arabella's music was. Sancha called Arabella's playing incredible, and Ariadne still had a hard time believing she'd written it herself. The younger daughter blushed at the compliments, saying her music wasn't that amazing. Ariadne pointed out that with talent like that, she should ask their parents to get her an organ. It would really unlock her potential. Arabella got a little shy and admitted she'd already been thinking about composing her own organ melody. She wanted to adapt the melody for mass, but needed an organ to do it, and Mom said it'd be a waste of money. Arabella added, a little hurt, that if Isabella didn't need an organ, nobody would buy one for the house. Ariadne totally understood her younger sister's feelings. She was in the same boat herself. She suggested Arabella talk to their older sister, not their mother. If Arabella could convince her, then Mom wouldn't object to buying the organ. Arabella looked unsure, but decided that the suggestion might actually work. Seeing her little sister's reaction, Ariadne realized Arabella understood she wasn't loved as much as their older sister. The main character realized she was starting to worry about that kid. But then Ariadne was like, wait, why am I stressing over a girl who's way better off than I am? Later that day, the sisters were at the table, grinding through their Caligo language homework. They clearly weren't feeling it, just sitting there in silence. But Ariadne was hoping Arabella would finally say something. Meanwhile, Isabella was checking herself out in the mirror again, trying to figure out how to get even hotter. Arabella finally got her courage up and called out to her sister. Without even looking at her, still focused on her makeup, Isabella asked what Arabella wanted. The girl asked Isabella to talk to their mother about buying an organ for the house. Not interested at all, the older sister said that just because Arabella wanted one didn't mean their parents had to run out and buy it. Arabella insisted it wasn't just a whim, but that buying it would benefit the whole family. Watching his sisters chat, Ariadne silently judged Isabella for blowing tons of cash on makeup. Ariadne decided to jump into the conversation, saying that Arabella's cantus was awesome. Then she asked her little sister to play the tune for Isabella. The girl wasn't expecting that, so she got a little flustered, but then agreed. Right from the first notes, Isabella realized her sister's music was actually amazing. She was shocked that Arabella had composed such a beautiful piece all by herself. The girl confirmed she made up the whole melody and that it would sound even better on the organ. Arabella added that this tune was meant for a mass, though it wasn't quite finished yet. Suddenly, Isabella saw how Arabella could help her climb the social ladder. But to pull it off, she needed to have a private chat with her younger sister. She was waiting for her little sister to ask Ariadne to leave the room. Arabella didn't want to be left alone without Ariadne's support, but Isabella wasn't backing down. Finally, the little kid asked her middle sister to get out, which the main character totally saw coming. Since Isabella was the only one who could help get that organ, Ariadne didn't argue and just left. Isabella started explaining to her sister that the family's status is based on whoever's the most capable, so the little sister had to help boost the older sister's reputation. Because that kind of help is how you show what real sisterly love is all about. Arabella didn't dig Isabella's idea, but she was stuck between a rock and a hard place, so she had to agree to her terms. And then the day arrived when one of Cardinal de Mary's daughters would present her melody for the Mass, and everyone in the parish was hyped for it. The beautiful Isabella was already there, greeting guests in yet another killer dress. She saw a young aristocratic couple she knew walk into the hall. "You're here kinda early," the eldest de Mere daughter said to Amelia. Amelia thanked Isabella for the invite, and Isabella replied, "Couldn't not invite you to my first original piece." Then Isabella greeted Amelia's fiancé, Ottavio, who was stoked to see her. Isabella and Ottavio started chatting like they were old buddies, which threw Amelia off. She had no idea her fiancé knew de Mere so well, and it kinda stung with jealousy. Amelia went to find her seat, pulling Ottavio away, who was still yakking with Isabella. Once all the guests had arrived, Isabella announced it was showtime. She was positive that in just a few minutes, everyone would be buzzing about her talent. Today, Isabella was going to completely overshadow Ariadne, who hogged all the attention last time. She could already taste the spotlight again, and how every aristocrat would be fawning over her. Arabella, lost in thought and feeling down, quietly took her place among the churchgoers. She realized her sister had just used her to grab the spotlight. It stung, because nobody would know the music was actually hers. She remembered how stoked she was when that long-awaited organ finally showed up at their house. Arabella had been so happy, knowing she could transcribe the melody for the Mass and play it on the new instrument. But she still couldn't figure out how her sister had pulled it off. The younger sister couldn't understand why Isabella had such an easy time convincing their parents to buy the organ, when she never could. When the organ was delivered, Ariadne, looking displeased, congratulated her younger sister on realizing her dream. But she was seriously bummed, because instead of getting help from her sister, Arabella lost the rights to her own music. Ariadne was fuming that her little sister let Isabella put her name down as the composer. The main character asked if Arabella should really be happy with this outcome. Sis replied that if Arabella hadn't agreed, Isabella wouldn't have helped buy the organ, and then said maybe it was a bad move on her older sister's part. Ariadne glanced at her sister, worried about her and feeling for Arabella. Finally, the main character told the girl that not everyone in this world is good or does the right thing. Arabella snapped back that strangers might do bad things, but she and Isabella were sisters, so Isabella couldn't screw her over. Ariadne asked if her sister had ever wondered why the organ was bought the instant Isabella asked, while all of Arabella's requests were ignored. The main character pointed out that even the teacher training program was designed to only improve Isabella's knowledge and skills, completely ignoring Arabella's talents. Ariadne put her hand on her little sister's shoulder to show her that she cared and was concerned. The main character added that if bad deeds are kept quiet, no one will ever know about them, and that this time her older sister had just stolen her music. Arabella understood all of this, but it hurt to hear, and she told Ariadne to shut up. Arabella was consumed by anger and despair, and she yelled at Ariadne to stop immediately. The girl said that everything Ariadne was saying was heresy, and she should stop slandering her older sister. Arabella shouted that Mom and Isabella loved her very, very much. The main thing is, Arabella's a real demare, so her family can't treat her badly, but Ariadne gets treated badly because she's a fake and doesn't deserve any love in this house. After those words, Arabella ran out of the room with tears in her eyes. Ariadne felt sad, because in her past life, she herself thought exactly the same way as her younger sister. The main character didn't feel offended. She just burned with the desire to help her little sister somehow. It was time for Isabella's musical performance, and all the guests were on the edge of their seats. The eldest daughter cheerfully ordered the musicians to begin playing her piece. The room filled with really strange, unpleasant notes that nobody present liked. The bandleader knew his guys were playing total garbage, but he couldn't stop because it was the cardinal's daughter's piece. The audience was reaching their breaking point, listening to this instrumental train wreck. Arabella realized something had gone wrong and was scrambling to figure out what to do. She figured someone must have mixed up the sheet music or just read it wrong. The totally unimpressed crowd still kept it classy and gave a polite but weak applause. Finally, silence fell, and the bandleader told the older daughter they had to stop playing Isabella's piece because they couldn't get through some weird part. He pointed at the sheet music, showing her where the arrangement made no sense, and asked why it was written like that. Smiling, Isabella replied that she just wanted to emphasize that part. The musician said that was a pretty bold choice, but the organ solo part was totally bizarre. There's no way the musicians can hit those notes with just one hand like that. So, the musician asked Isabella to play this tricky part on the organ herself. Isabella double-checked if he really wanted her to play, while Arabella realized she had to save her sister, who couldn't even read music. The musician was surprised by the girl's reluctance, since she was considered a renowned master among the aristocrats. Arabella decided she had to jump in and get her sister out of this total disaster as soon as possible. She ran towards her sister, shouting for them to wait, which completely confused everyone there. Arabella explained that the string section intro had accidentally been left out of the final score. And of course, no one could possibly play it like that, so Arabella started writing in the missing notes on the fly. As she was doing it, she quietly commented on her work, mentioning the string part of the composition. Totally absorbed in fixing the music, the girl didn't even notice that all eyes were now on her. The parishioners started whispering that the piece clearly didn't belong to Isabella de Mary. Looks like she ripped off her little sister's melody and tried to pass it off as her own. Smirking and dripping with malice, Amelia called the older de Mar sister a shameless brat. Isabella was hating everything about this. She could see her reputation crumbling to dust. Lucrezia tried to salvage the situation, saying everyone had gotten the wrong idea. The truth was, the song was a collaboration. Isabella wrote the foundation, and her younger sister filled in the gaps. According to Lucrezia, Isabella wrote the bulk of the piece, which is why it's credited to her. Maybe some people bought what Madame de Mare was selling, but they were definitely in the minority. Right in the middle of her explanation, Cesare called Lucrezia over. He'd been watching the whole thing unfold from the sidelines. Neither Isabella nor her mother expected to see the Count, and they weren't thrilled he witnessed Isabella's disastrous debut as a musician. Cesare approached the de Mar family, greeting his many acquaintances as he made his way through the room. Getting to Isabella, the Count paused, building the tension before he spoke. He started with a greeting, kissing Isabella's hand, and saying it had been too long. The Count told her she looked amazing, as always, making her feel like the most beautiful woman in the room. Then he said beauty was a woman's greatest asset, and then he paused again for effect. That's when Cesare insulted the eldest daughter, adding that sometimes to fit in, people wear clothes that just don't suit them. And in those cases, that person just looks disgusting, which is exactly what the Count was seeing in the ballroom tonight. That got Isabella's back up, and she snapped back that the Count had no right to judge a life he knew nothing about. The Count just smirked and said that he definitely knew what he saw happening tonight. Isabella retorted that she didn't give a damn about her status or position in society. Cesare replied that he wasn't talking about her, but she understood him perfectly the first time. The Count went on and on about how Isabella was beautiful and smart, which is like, so rare. But the way he said it completely flipped the meaning, making it clear he was super disappointed in de Maret's oldest daughter. Standing behind him, Cesare told his buddies that Isabella de Moret, the one everyone knows, apparently has a genius IQ, which cracked them all up. I can't even tell you how pissed Isabella was. No one had ever humiliated her like that before. She wanted to explain herself, but Cesare cut her off, saying he came here to hear good music, not witness whatever that was. Cesare said he'd seen enough for one night, so he was out. After him, a bunch of guests started leaving, shooting dirty looks at de Moret as they went. The remaining guests followed the Count's lead and hurried out of the building. Now Isabella was all alone with her epic fail and public shaming. Her friend Amelia didn't dare say a word, just watched everything go down in silence. Isabel didn't like that one bit, and she demanded everyone stop staring at her already. Meanwhile, Cesare was heading home with one of his buddies. His friend was dying to know why the Count had gotten involved in that whole Isabel situation. Cesare didn't get what Ottavio was asking, because as far as he was concerned, he had no choice. Ottavio said he used to think the eldest Demar daughter was someone Cesare actually cared about. He went on about how she's got class, she's smart, she's beautiful, and by dissing her like that, Cesare just made winning her over way harder. Ottavio asked if Cesare could even fix this mess, or had the Count just lost interest in the girl altogether. Cesare snapped back that he shouldn't have to tailor his opinions to suit some woman's feelings or judgments. Ottavio realized he'd overstepped and figured he should probably shut his mouth. Cesare went on, saying his wife should be wise and patient and know when to keep her trap shut to avoid getting roasted by the Count. Finally, Cesare said his mood was wrecked and it was time for a drink. He told Ottavio he was heading out first and they'd meet him at the usual spot. Ottavio was pretty much used to his friend's temper tantrums by now. Back home, Isabella couldn't calm down. She just kept crying. She didn't know how she could face people, especially after the way Count Cesare looked down on her. Lucrezia tried to soothe her beloved daughter, but knew things would be different for her now. Just then, Arabella came into the room, and her mother glared at her, eyes burning with anger. She started screaming at her younger daughter for daring to get involved in the sheet music incident. Arabella, looking guilty, said in a quiet voice that she just wanted to help her sister, and she didn't want the wrong notes played. Lucrezia started yelling even louder, asking what difference it made if the notes were right or wrong. Isabella started yelling too, blaming Arabella, saying that now Isabella's music would cause gossip and rumors. Arabella was hurt by every word from her sister and mother, but the comment about Isabella's music was the last straw. The younger sister shot back that the music belonged to her, not Isabella. The older sister, face red and tear-streaked, glared at Arabella with pure hatred. Desperate, the girl screamed that she wrote the music, and Isabella just stole it. Isabella was annoyed by these complaints. She thought they weren't even worth her time. Seeing how her sister was ignoring the truth, Arabella turned to her mother, begging for her support. She told Lucrezia that the music was hers, and that Arabella was just claiming it, and that her mother should know that, even if no one else did. But instead of support, the lady of the house just spat out her younger daughter's name in anger. Then, with a threatening tone, she said that Arabella was talking about her older sister. The kid never expected her mom to act like that. She was scared, hurt, and pissed off all at the same time. Lucrezia grabbed Arabella and started ranting that Isabella was the only gem in this family, and nothing would ruin that, not even her pathetic little tune. She picked up a whip and swung it at her youngest daughter, like she was the one to blame for all the problems in the house. Arabella kept saying it wasn't her fault, that Isabella straight up stole the song from her. Her mother didn't want to hear it. She whipped her daughter again and again, because there was no one to stick up for the girl. When Lucrezia finally calmed down, she let her youngest daughter leave. Arabella was shaking, not just from the hurt, but from the physical pain. It even hurt to stand after those hits. She moved through the house real slow, her legs all scraped up. The maids felt bad for the young lady, but they weren't gonna risk getting close and helping her. She could hear the servants talking about Ariadne's appearance, but she didn't have the strength to tell them to shut up. She just wanted to get to her room. As she started up the stairs, she bumped into Ariadne, who immediately saw how messed up her sister was. The sisters just stared at each other, Arabella's eyes begging for help. Ariadne said her sister's name and called her over, wanting to help the girl out somehow. She gestured to hug Arabella, hoping her little sister wouldn't blow her off after their recent fight. Arabella looked at her sister, not believing she was offering help even after Arabella had called her a fake. All red-eyed and puffy, she jumped into her sister's arms, because honestly, no one else gave a damn about her. They stood there on the stairs for a while, until Arabella finally calmed down. But even when her sister stopped crying, Ariadne held on tight, showing the girl she'd be safe with her. Sometime later, Ariadne got an invite to an art exhibit showcasing and judging different pieces. The highlight of the exhibit would be the appearance of Crown Prince Alfonso, according to the info sent by Marchioness Alejandra de Chibo. We were talking about the upcoming event at Sunday dinner, because that's when Ariadne opened the invitation. The exhibition itself was interesting, sure, but the prince showing up meant we couldn't ignore the invite. Isabella, clearly annoyed, asked Miletta if there were other invitations for the family, or just one for Ariadne, and the maid said there was only one. You could practically taste Isabella's envy, even without looking at her. Isabella, with this sly grin, asked if Ariadne was actually planning on going to the Marchioness de Chibo's thing. The older daughter pointed out that Ariadne hadn't officially been introduced to society yet, which meant she couldn't go out before her debut without a chaperone, which was actually the first useful thing Isabella had ever said. Ariadne pretty much had to agree with Isabella's point. At that moment, Isabella was already on cloud 9, figuring she'd be the one to go with her, or her sister would just skip the whole thing. But then their dad chimed in, saying it sounded like it was time to finally introduce Ariadne to society. And just like that, Ariadne realized her debut was coming up, and fast. Isabella, naturally, didn't like Dad's announcement and asked how there could be a debut, since ball season was over. The older daughter was freaking out, because she was starting to guess what kind of ball her father was planning. Every spring, young men and women are invited to a special event to greet the king and queen. But sometimes things happen, and some of the debutantes can't make it to the main event. In those rare cases, they might throw a separate ball to introduce the person to high society. Isabella was blown away that her father was pulling strings and throwing a private ball for her sister. The cardinal replied that Ariadne also had the potential to elevate the De Mere family name in society. After the ball, Ariadne would have way more freedom, which would make her life a whole lot easier. She never heard any of this in her past life, and she was shocked at how much her father's attitude towards her had improved. Isabella figured if she couldn't change her dad's mind, the least she could do was stop her sister from hitting up the Marchioness de Chibo's salon. Isabella pointed out, real subtle-like, that since her sister hadn't even debuted yet, she couldn't just waltz into an event solo. The older daughter figured they wouldn't throw a ball before fall anyway, and you can't go to a salon without a chaperone. Lucrezia saw where her darling daughter was going with this, and decided to jump in the conversation. The woman declared she'd been under the weather lately, not feeling great, which meant she couldn't be Ariadne's chaperone. Lucrezia said maybe they should call a doctor, and the cardinal asked what his wife was doing to get sick all the time. Ariadne chimed in, saying it was wrong to ask her mom when she was sick, especially since going to the event was just for Ariadne's benefit. Isabella, thinking she'd won, said it was a real bummer her sister couldn't go, especially because Prince Alfonso himself would be there. But Ariadne wasn't about to give up. She already had a plan cooked up to come out on top. With that, she told her sister she wasn't even upset about missing the salon. So, on the day of the exhibition, Ariadne and Sancha were already on their way, invited by the Marchioness de Chibo. Sancha was practically bouncing in her seat. She was finally going to see the prince. The maid didn't like her mistress's mood or the way she looked. Giving her mistress a once-over, the girl declared that Ariadne should have dressed up more. Sancha just kept going on and on about the prince and all the other cute guys who'd be there. Ariadne, on the other hand, was just happy that, despite her sister's attempts, she'd still managed to get invited. Our girl had asked Madame Romani to be her chaperone for the event, and her teacher had gladly agreed to help. Ariadne was thinking about the paintings she absolutely had to snag at the exhibition. They'd skyrocket in value in just a few years. And Ariadne was also looking forward to finally seeing the winged victory of Samothrace's statue. That victory statue was highly prized for its artistry and excellent condition. Back when Ariadne was living her past life, some rich snob bought this statue and stuck it in his mansion's courtyard, just to show off to anyone walking by. Turns out, Glycerdot's travel journals were discovered later on, and they mentioned that the statue was already partly busted, missing a wing. But to keep its value up, they decided to just leave it as is, no fixing it up, which means the sculpture he bought was a total fake. Once that news got out, the town wouldn't shut up about it for ages. Ariadne was curious to see this knockoff, and was also glad that she didn't have anything to do with it. When she walked into the hall, they announced her as Cardinal de Mars's second daughter. Her name already made a buzz among the elite, so everyone immediately turned to look at her. Ariadne noticed how closely they were watching her, but didn't let it show. The salon guests immediately started gossiping about her looks. Some said she wasn't as pretty as the first daughter, while others thought she was cute and attractive enough. Ariadne felt the same way she did in her past life, walking through the palace while everyone gossiped about Cesare's bride behind her back. She realized she wasn't going to find anyone to chat with here, but it wasn't a surprise. Her past life was hitting her hard again, so to cheer herself up, she headed for the snack table. But she didn't make it before spotting Prince Alfonso standing nearby, out of the corner of her eye. He was surrounded by a bunch of young nobles, having a blast talking about something. Alfonso didn't seem to notice her standing off by herself, giving him a sad look. Not wanting to torture herself anymore, Ariadne turned away and headed towards the garden exit. She decided to just chill by herself until the auction started. She really didn't want Alfonso to see that she was alone and no one was paying her any attention. It stung, and she started to think she looked ridiculous being there. Out of nowhere, the prince yelled her name and bolted towards her, trying to catch up. Ariadne whipped around, totally surprised and stoked that Alfonso was coming her way. He caught up with her and was like, "It's been way too long, and he's so glad he finally gets to hang out with her." Ariadne instantly stopped feeling so alone and was stoked that Alfonso came over, even with half the party staring. Once they were alone in the garden, Ariadne teased him, saying it looked tough getting away from his fan club. He just shrugged and said it was nothing. The prince even showed her how he shoved people aside trying to get to her faster. That story totally warmed her heart and put an even bigger smile on her face. Alfonso was surprised Ariadne even made it and asked who she came with. She said Madame Romani, her teacher, was her guardian for the night. The crown prince wondered if Ariadne liked his outfit, and she said it was way better than the last one. Then, Alfonso zeroed in on her hair, didn't see the hairpin he gave her, and asked where his gift was. Ariadne was a little flustered, trying to figure out how to answer without upsetting the prince. She told him the hair clip was amazing, but it didn't go with her outfit today, but she'd definitely wear it next time. Then, the couple decided to stroll through the garden, chatting about the weather and how brutal it is to train in this heat. Ariadne accidentally cut Alfonso off mid-sentence. She was so stunned by what she saw in front of her. She pointed out this gorgeous flower garden to Alfonso and asked him to come with her. The guy was surprised he was being invited along, but it was a good kind of surprise. He couldn't take his eyes off the girl, who was just checking out the flowers she'd found. Not wanting to keep her waiting, the crown prince went over to Ariadne. It was a garden packed with tons of flowering plants. The place looked unbelievably beautiful. Looking around, Alfonso realized the vegetation was super dense, meaning no one could see them from outside. Alfonso's heart started pounding, realizing it was just the two of them here. Overwhelmed, Alfonso started blushing, knowing he needed to shut down his imagination, but he didn't know how. He kept telling himself he couldn't think like that, because Ariadne was his best friend. Meanwhile, Ariadne was completely absorbed by the beauty of the garden in front of her. Alfonso asked if she wanted a flower like that, but she said those were the Marchioness de Chibo's flowers, and you couldn't just pick them. Lowering his voice, the crown prince suggested they do it in secret, without anyone knowing. His tone and the suggestion itself made her laugh. Next, they needed to come up with a plan to sneak the flower out, and Alfonso suggested hiding it in the folds of her skirt. Hearing that kind of suggestion from the heir to the throne was hilarious, and Ariadne couldn't contain her amusement. Still slightly flushed, Alfonso looked intently at the main character. The crown prince reached out his hand and called the girl over, ready to grab that flower he wanted so badly. Ariadne didn't expect the prince to lift her up like that, and for a second, she was totally caught off guard. She was terrified someone would see them like this, and it made her feel awkward and a little scared. But he didn't notice her distress and just smiled, telling her to hurry up and pick the flower. She didn't have a choice, so with a straight face and after getting comfortable, she prepared to snag the flower. Alfonso lifted her high enough. She just had to reach a little further. Mission accomplished. Ariadne, with the flower in her hand and still in Alfonso's arms, repeated how beautiful it was. The prince was happy that she got what she wanted, so he looked pretty pleased himself. And now it was time for the auction. All the guests took their seats, including the invited crown prince. The host of the event introduced himself as Vincenzo, hailing from the Republic of Porto. Ariadne scanned the crowd, seeing that Vittoria Nicca's lot had drawn a ton of art enthusiasts. The first piece up for auction was a painting by some artist from Urbino, starting bid at 5 ducats. Nobody was exactly rushing to buy this unknown artist's work, so the hall was dead silent. After waiting long enough, Ariadne was the first to throw out the minimum bid. Vincenzo accepted the bid and asked if anyone would go higher than the Cardinal de Mare's second daughter. Ariadne wanted to snag this piece, because she knew his paintings would be worth way more in a few years. The auctioneer was already almost done counting down the final bid and was about to close the deal. The whole time, our girl was smugly thinking to herself that nobody was paying any attention to this artist, so there wouldn't be any problems. Her thoughts got cut off by some dude's voice, who just bid 8 ducats. The voice was sudden, but Ariadne knew those tones like the back of her hand. She looked over at the guy who'd just placed the bid, and all her calm vanished. Even from behind, there was no mistaking her ex for anyone else. Count Cesare sat there, cool as a cucumber, waiting to see if someone would outbid him. Ariadne didn't like that Cesare was interested in this painting. It hadn't happened in her past life. Cesare just glanced sideways at her, waiting to see what she'd do next. Seeing her looking his way, he turned to face her completely and gave a greeting. Ariadne knew that look all too well, and she instantly got pissed, even though she tried to hide it. She remembered that Cesare only gave that look when he was interested in something he used to not care about, but she wasn't backing down, so she raised her hand to bid again. She bid 10 ducats, hoping the count wouldn't keep fighting for the painting. The auctioneer asked if anyone wanted to top the new bid, but luckily, nobody took the bait. Cesare just kept staring at the heroine, clearly not wanting to get into a bidding war over this item. So, the painting went to Ariadne for 10 ducats, which calmed her down a little. She figured the price was higher than she'd planned. But hey, at least she got what she came for. Now, the heroine was all set to watch this clown show of people trying to snag the Vittoria Nica statue. All this time, Cesare was watching her, trying to figure out what she was thinking. And then, boom! The main event. The Vittoria Nica statue was wheeled into the hall on a custom platform. Ariadne grabbed extra snacks for her tea and settled in to watch the spectacle unfold. The crowd instantly perked up, buzzing about the statue's look and its serious age. The auctioneer announced this piece needed no introduction and immediately slapped a starting price of 1,200 ducats on it. Ariadne couldn't quite remember who all was involved in this auction back in her past life. She was thinking about how much time had passed since that auction took place. The first bid came in, and Ariadne was itching to know who made it. Looks like things are already going sideways, because this guy wasn't supposed to be bidding at all. Ariadne was lost. Why was Alfonso even bidding? What did he want with that statue? That feeling of chill enjoyment vanished, replaced by confusion and panic at Alfonso's move. But thankfully, the prince's bid was quickly topped by Count Marcello. Seems like it was a false alarm, and she could relax, since the count ended up with the statue back then. The relief was short-lived, because the prince bumped the bid again, calling out a price of 1,500 ducats. The count wasn't backing down, and neither was the prince. They were shouting over each other, constantly raising the price. For a second there, it looked like the prince was backing down, but he was just pausing, figuring out his next play. And now the heir's thrown down 2,000 ducats. That's a tough number for the count to top. Ariadne was racking her brain, trying to figure out how to stop the prince from winning the auction. She started muttering real quietly that she couldn't let the prince get his hands on that statue. Cesare saw her freaking out and started wondering why Ariadne didn't want the prince to make the final bid. The girl noticed Cesare staring at her and asked him what he wanted. He raised his hand to get the auctioneer's attention. Then, he announced that the girl next to him was saying, "This statue shouldn't be bought." That was one crazy statement, and it set off a huge buzz amongst everyone at the event. Ariadne was totally annoyed with Cesare's move, because now all eyes were on her. The auctioneer wanted to know why the girl was thinking like that. Cesare said he had no clue, and that they should ask that girl over there, pointing right at her. Meanwhile, the count himself was trying to figure out what was up with Demer's youngest daughter. Cesare guessed Ariadne must have picked up on something that gave away the statue was a fake. The crowd didn't waste any time reacting. Whispers about the sculpture being a forgery spread like wildfire. Ariadne really didn't want to get involved with the statue drama, so she played dumb, saying she didn't know what they were talking about. Cesare, stone-faced, announced to everyone that the miss sitting next to him had told him the statue was fake, even though Ariadne was trying to deny it. The seller got pissed and demanded the young miss take responsibility for her words. She was thinking all grown-ups are the same, and in that moment, her brain cooked up a plan to get out of this mess without getting burned. The girl figured she should start crying, call those guys mean, and say they made her cry. Ariadne, tears streaming down her face, whined that she was way too young to be dealing with this responsibility. The heroine thought bailing would be hilarious, but she couldn't just end things like that. She wasn't sure if Alfonso would keep digging into the forgery thing if she suddenly backed out. Ariadne wondered about the amount the crown prince had bet. It wasn't that much for his family, right? But if the fake got exposed, it would seriously damage the prince's reputation. Ariadne's top priority became making sure the prince didn't get made a laughingstock. And that meant she had to step up, be brave, and take control of the situation. She needed to get her head on straight before speaking, so she slowly stood and brushed off her dress. Ariadne turned to Vincenzo, addressing him as an experienced antiquarian, asking if he thought the piece was genuine. He immediately replied the statue was authentic, or he wouldn't have brought it there in the first place. So, according to Gallicardo's notes, she said, the statue's wing was damaged, and there's no record of it ever being repaired. Vincenzo countered, there's nothing wrong with restoration, especially if it was done back in ancient Greece. Ariadne walked up to Cesare, hand outstretched, demanding he give her whatever could prove it's a fake. The count whispered, "You want me to hand over my sword?" Just as quietly, she replied, "I don't need your sword. I need the bludgeon you always carry." He gave her the bludgeon, totally baffled about how the second Demare daughter knew about his little secret. Ariadne turned back to Vincenzo Delcato, saying, "Once you break a cup, no matter how you put it back together, it's still broken." Delcato insisted, "Ancient reconstruction still has great historical value." Ariadne double-checked, "So you're confirming the wing was damaged?" To which he replied, "It's common knowledge." She steered the conversation. "So if the wing falls now, it'll break along the same fault lines as before, right?" The merchant stared at the girl, confused at first. Then understanding and fear dawned on him. There was no turning back now, so the heroine swung at that statue with everything she had. The merchant's jaw dropped in shock, but he couldn't get a single word out. The surprised guests at the event could only gasp at the heroine's actions. The impact sent the statue flying, but the cart also split in two with a loud crash. When the noise died down, everyone looked at the statue and were completely blown away. Despite the fall, the wing wasn't even close to breaking off. It didn't even have a crack. Ariadne said the old statue should have broken at the repair point, but this sculpture looks brand new. Coming to his senses, the merchant lunged at the girl, screaming that she'd gone insane. But Ariadne wasn't the kind of person you could just threaten and get away with it. She pointed the baton right at him, asking again if the merchant was absolutely sure he'd brought the genuine statue. The people in the hall were already debating the statue's authenticity, starting to eye the merchant like he was a con artist. Cesare decided to step in, finally getting up from his seat and heading toward Ariadne and the merchant. Ariadne shot the count a look of pure disdain. She didn't need his help, not even a little bit. As he walked up, Cesare asked the merchant just one question, but it was totally out of left field. He addressed the merchant as Vincenzo Delcato, using a commanding tone, and asked if that was his real name. That tone just made the already terrified merchant even more flustered. A second later, the merchant, cursing everyone in the hall, was sprinting for his life. Shouts of "Fraud!" echoed through the hall, along with demands for the guards to block the exits. Cesare was completely satisfied with the outcome of the lying merchant's escape and smirked at Ariadne. She was still pissed at the count for pulling that stunt. She wasn't exactly in a good mood. People were already whispering that the second Demare daughter was causing trouble again, just like at Mass. Some were even saying she's got a real sharp eye, that she can see right through people's BS. The buzz about what she did hadn't even died down yet, and there she was in the courtyard with Count Cesare. She thought it was completely unacceptable that he pushed someone else into lying. The Count, calling her Little Miss, said the important thing was that it all worked out in the end. She didn't like being talked down to like that, so she reminded him they weren't friends, and she was the Cardinal's second daughter. Instead of apologizing, Cesare told her to keep it down and listen to him. He pointed out that she hadn't even had her debut yet, which meant she was still officially considered a kid. And kids shouldn't be telling adults what to do. Plus, he found her whole act amusing. He said that yellow dress looked like a freaking chicken costume. Ariadne didn't expect that kind of nerve from her ex, and she let him have it, saying things a young lady shouldn't. The Count replied that he wasn't as clueless as he looked, and that he was already aware the real Vincenzo had been found dead. That just pissed Ariadne off even more, since the Count could have handled everything himself with that info, instead of dragging her into it. Cesare said that someone in his position couldn't just throw his weight around as the king's illegitimate son. The girl shot back that in that case, Cesare should have just stayed out of it. Cesare declared that all of that wasn't what was important right now. Her ex announced he'd come all this way to the event just to see Ariadne. He got way too close and lowered his voice. The Count wanted her to sell him the blue heart of the deep ocean for a price she could live with. Ariadne was floored by Cesare's audacity, telling him you're not even supposed to ask about that. But Cesare wasn't backing down, and asked if she'd ever heard of the Lingville swan. The Count said it was one of his most prized diamonds, and he was willing to give it up and pay 6,000 ducats in exchange for the heart of the ocean. Of course, Ariadne was very familiar with the Count's so-called ornament. People say it's a gift of true love, and in her past life, Ariadne always dreamed of getting her hands on it. It stung that she once sacrificed everything, but never got the damn thing, and now he's just offering it to her. But whatever happened in her past life can stay there, along with that Count. The very fact that Cesare himself came to present the jewelry struck Ariadne as deeply ironic. She asked Count Giacomo if he seriously thought a diamond given by the queen could be traded for something else, or sold for big bucks. Cesare didn't expect such a hostile reaction from the second Damar daughter. Ariadne said that the stone the king gave her was priceless, worth more than all the money in the world. She was getting angrier by the second, even though she was trying to hold back and not set the Count off. She told Cesare he obviously didn't understand the difference between what he was entitled to have and what he wasn't. She told him to get a grip, and then, ending the conversation, she abruptly turned away from him. That didn't sit right with the Count, and he ordered her to stop. When she refused, he grabbed her arm. Ariadne could see things were spiraling, and demanded the Count let go of her hand. But Cesare ignored her demands, because he was furious too, and told her to repeat what she'd just said. The heroine wasn't about to repeat what had angered him, and was only going to tell him to let go of her hand, but she was interrupted by a voice from the side, demanding he release the girl. Prince Alfonso had unwillingly witnessed the whole scene, so he rushed to intervene. When the prince realized his words weren't working, he added that he was addressing the Count Giacomo. Okay, this was getting hard to ignore, but Cesare still wasn't letting go of Ariadne's hand. After waiting just a beat, Alfonso said that the Count must have some hearing problems if he couldn't hear him. He stepped even closer and repeated that the Count Giacomo should release the girl's hand. Still no reaction, so the prince reminded Cesare that he'd forgotten to show respect to a member of the royal family. That line hit Cesare's pride hard, but the Count couldn't exactly argue with it either. Still holding on to Ariadne's hand, Giacomo gave the prince a slight bow. Alfonso didn't like the way the Count was continuing to act. Cesare still hadn't released Ariadne's hand, which the crown prince definitely wasn't happy about. Alfonso said that kind of greeting was incredibly rude and only appropriate for people who'd met before. The prince pointed out that he and Cesare had never officially met. You could cut the tension between the king's sons with a knife, and Alfonso was straight up scowling. Meanwhile, Cesare was radiating rage. Ariadne felt it in her past life, and she sure as hell felt it now. Realizing the prince wasn't gonna back down, Cesare, finally, let go of Ariadne's hand. He dropped to one knee before the heir, gotta play by the damn rules. Through gritted teeth, he greeted Alfonso using his full official title. Each word was a struggle, 'cause he was absolutely seething inside. Alfonso listened to the greeting without a word, and Cesare's little show seemed to cool him off a bit. He grinned at Ariadne and said, "Well, look who it is! Second time we've bumped into each other today." Then, Alfonso acted like Cesare wasn't even there, and announced that the De Cibo family had been waiting for them. Since the prince and Ariadne were headed the same way, they decided to take a walk together. Before leaving, the crown prince glanced at Cesare, like he'd just remembered him. With a touch of irony, he said he was glad to finally meet the Count Giacomo. The Count had been holding it in the whole time, but you could see the anger on his face. Ariadne and Alfonso finally left the Count alone and headed to the hall together. The main character stopped dead in her tracks and turned back to Count Cesare. She told Giacomo that he'd have to pay for the damage to the floor where the fake statue fell. That was the last straw, and Cesare couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped up and started yelling after her, calling her a little snake. But Ariadne didn't hear any of it, because she and the prince were already pretty far away. Alfonso said the girl was amazing, and wanted to know how she knew the statue was a fake. With a straight face, Ariadne said she just guessed. And hey, good thing it all worked out the way it did. The prince figured she could have dropped a hint about what she knew. He wouldn't have bet. She shot back that she can't read his mind. They were both enjoying the conversation, chuckling softly and casually chatting about the auction's events. After a while, Alfonso decided to ask a question that had been bugging him for the last few minutes. He asked how she got the guts to smash the statue if she wasn't totally sure it was a fake. That straightforward, yet simple question made Ariadne a little nervous. She cleared her throat and confessed that she was just trying to protect someone. The prince realized she meant him. A light blush started creeping up his cheeks because of what she said. To cool things down, the couple stopped and looked around, making sure they were alone. What she said gave Alfonso hope that she saw him as more than just a friend. Okay, so maybe he's not officially her boyfriend yet, but Ariadne's probably starting to see the prince as someone special in her life. Alfonso was so lost in thought, he didn't even realize she was trying to get his attention at first. Ariadne, laughing, pointed out that he only saved 2,000 ducats because of her, and she hoped he'd repay her handsomely for it. The prince shot back, "Are you seriously trying to charge me 2,000 ducats for a favor? If so, you're the real swindler here." The girl countered that instead of money, she'd rather he grant her a single wish. The prince, surprised, asked if that's what she wanted. But Ariadne just shrugged and said she didn't know yet. But he'll know when the time comes, specifically when that wish absolutely needs to be granted. Alfonso agreed to her terms, saying he'd be waiting for that day. They'd spent a good chunk of time together, so it was time to part ways. She gave the prince a final wave. Already knowing she'd miss him again, she knew they wouldn't see each other for a long time, but she hoped the separation wouldn't last. Her gloomy thoughts were interrupted by Alfonso calling her name. The guy told her he'd definitely write her a letter real soon, and then he added that he'd be waiting for her reply, which touched and surprised her all over again. She was super happy to hear that, but not wanting to seem too excited. She just smiled and said she'd be waiting for his letters. A few days later, her father told Ariadne she'd have to handle her debut ball all by herself. Ariadne was surprised both that she had to plan the event herself and that the debut was happening so soon. But then the cardinal kinda killed the buzz about the debut by saying the budget was only 150 ducats. That news floored her, and for a second, she was totally speechless. Her father finished by telling her to use all the money he gave her wisely. The chick knew that amount was peanuts, but her dad's look said it was final. Ariadne realized the money he mentioned wasn't even half of what she'd need at a bare minimum for this kind of thing. She was gonna bust her ass for her debut, so she just bowed and thanked her father. She was already brainstorming how to pull this off, since she'd learned a ton running the royal palace in her past life. Meanwhile, Isabella was visiting one of her girlfriends. They were trying to kiss her ass, because she was super high class, offering fancy cookies and rare tea. But Isabella was bored out of her skull. Just then, the hostess, Letitia de Leonati, remembered she had cookies all the way from Caligo. She told her servant to grab them, and while the dude was answering, all the girls there started checking him out. Isabella thought the guy was kinda hot, but since he had no status, he was totally useless to her. But she noticed Amelia was giving the servant the side-eye too, all curious-like. Amelia was totally crushing on that young servant. I mean, the dude was hot. Isabella wasn't about to pass up a chance to stir up some drama. She loudly pointed out how messed up it was to be checking out the cute help right in front of your fiancé. Amelia was caught off guard and immediately denied doing anything of the sort. That kind of talk, obviously, pissed off Amelia's fiancé big time. Amelia glanced at Ottavio and saw that her man was clearly not happy. Just then, Isabella sidled up to Ottavio, touched his face, and told him how manly he was. She said he shouldn't sweat some pretty boy servant who was all looks and no game. Isabella went on, saying Amelia was super lucky to be marrying a guy like him. All that flattery worked like a charm on the guy, especially coming from the hottest girl in town. Isabella kept flirting with another woman's fiancé, put a finger to his lips, and told him to stop calling her Miss de Mare. She asked Ottavio to call her Isabella, not by her social standing or family name. Ottavio wasn't ready for that kind of move, and meekly asked if she was sure about that. All this flirting was happening right in front of Amelia, which pissed her off big time. That was exactly the reaction Isabella was hoping for. She set this whole thing up just for kicks. Every guy in San Carlo always had the same reaction to the eldest de Mare daughter. Pure infatuation, because she's the most desirable girl and bride. A maid walked into the hall and addressed her mistress, cutting short her enjoyment of the men's attention. She announced that Miss Julia de Baldassar had arrived to see them. The hostess got up and happily went to greet the young miss in the Viscount de Leonati's home. Having the attention switch to Julia didn't sit well with Isabella at all, but there was nothing she could do about it. The older de Mare couldn't figure out what made her less worthy than the Marquise de Baldassar's daughter, who was getting all the attention right now. It pissed Isabella off that they addressed the other girl by her first name just because of her fancy title, while she was still stuck being called by her last name. Her mind was already racing about the unfairness of the future, knowing her older brother would inherit the whole estate someday. And if Isabella wanted to hold on to any shred of prestige, There was only one way to do it. She had to become Her Highness, Princess Isabella, and to be able to use her own damn name with pride. Isabella would do absolutely anything. Meanwhile, Ariadne was brainstorming ways to throw a killer ball with the budget she'd been given. Just then, Mrs. Marini from the Lazione Atelier arrived to see her. She started taking Ariadne's measurements, telling her how to pose in front of the mirror. The woman commented that the heroine had nice features, and with a little makeup, she'd be totally irresistible. Ariadne said she wanted a dress that was simple, but still looked decent. She didn't want any skin showing or a ton of bling. The main character said that because of the memories from her past life, which still made her uncomfortable. She figured if she had a low-cut dress, people would immediately call her trashy and indecent. Ariadne didn't want to go through those insults again, not in this new life. The maid and Mrs. Marini snapped the girl out of her memories from the past. They both disagreed with her dress decision. They said at the same time that covering everything up was wrong, and she shouldn't ditch the neckline. Mrs. Marini was impressed by Sancha's knowledge, but Sancha replied that she only possessed humble insights. Seeing their reaction, Ariadne finally decided to go along with their suggestions. The main character said that since they were both so sure, they'd do it their way, which made the girls clap their hands together happily, like they'd won. After having a good laugh, Mrs. Marini gave Ariadne a good look. Then she went back to taking measurements, saying the girl just needed to trust her, and she'd be the most beautiful one at the debutante ball. Marini said her partner wouldn't be able to take his eyes off her, and it hit Ariadne that she needed to find a partner. Naturally, the first person she thought of was Crown Prince Alfonso, but she realized that having the Crown Prince as a partner was way too much. She figured it would be completely ridiculous, so she shouldn't even think about it or imagine it. Ariadne told herself to stop thinking about it and that she needed to find someone fast. But no matter how much she thought, she couldn't picture anyone as her debut partner. Her mother solved the partner problem by inviting Genobe de Rossi for that purpose. Lucrezia stated that since Ariadne didn't know anyone from noble families, she'd invited a relative of hers. Looking around, Genobe said that Demare's place was seriously lavish. Ariadne was floored by the dude they set her up with, barely managing a hello. The guy looked at her, patted her head, and was like, "So, this is what my partner looks like, huh?" Then, he flicked her on the nose, which just made her even more spaced out. Genobe told her not to worry and to trust him completely, because he knows what he's doing. After all that, Ariadne was just terrified of this guy as a partner. Genobe gave her a once-over and kept talking. He said she really was as tall as they said she was, and with that height, she's wearing heels on top of it for some reason. Genobe said he was going to give her some crucial advice she needed to remember. He said if girls wear heels, they're deliberately trying to show off. And that just shows a total lack of respect for their dance partner. Like a woman should only stand out because of her inner beauty. So all this is leading to Ariadne needing to show up to the ball without heels. And everyone at the ball will appreciate that, thinking she's a wise woman. Ariadne and Sancha dipped out on Mr. Future partner the first chance they got, and now they're standing behind a closed door, totally stunned. The heroine said she can put up with a lot, but not this. And Sancha said she agrees completely. Ariadne said that in this situation, she only has one choice. In a conspiratorial tone, Sancha echoed her lady, saying that's right, just one. The heroine said now she has no choice but to ask him for help. Not long before, Alfonso had shot her a letter, just asking how she was doing and if she got home safe. Ariadne fired one back, asking if he'd be her partner at the ball. Alfonso's reply was simple. Just name the date and place, and he'd be there. Still staring at the envelope with the initial A, she realized no one had ever shown her such unconditional kindness before. In her past life, despite all her sacrifices, Ariadne had always been used and betrayed. She wondered if she even deserved to accept Alfonso's kindness, considering everything that happened before. Meanwhile, Cesare was talking to his mother about Ariadne's debutante ball, and his mother said her partner would be Lucrezia de Rossi's nephew, which meant Cesare had a golden opportunity to get back in the game. After all, this nephew was a total nobody, and Cesare outshined him in every way. She looked at Cesare and asked, wasn't she right about that? Cesare said he had no idea what his mother was thinking, and that they should probably change the subject. Mom said her son needed to quit being so stubborn, and that Ariadne was perfect for him if he wanted to be king. Cesare shot back that the second daughter didn't even have inheritance rights, so how could she help him become king? On top of everything, the Count thought she was like a mousy little thing with a nasty attitude. That was Ariadne. Mom snapped back, saying that her son was just whining because he couldn't melt the girl's heart. Cesare declared that no matter how perfect she was, there was no way in hell he was partnering up with her. Mom called her son a loser, saying he was so scared he wouldn't even risk partnering up with her for the debut. Cesare got seriously pissed, grabbed his jacket, and stormed out of the room, muttering under his breath. Mom was super ticked off, seeing that her son was totally out of control and had no intention of listening to her. She slammed her half-finished glass of champagne down on the table. Mom's made up her mind to do things her way, so her son's just gotta accept it. She gripped the glass hard. She's never lost a power play before, and she ain't startin' now. She decided she'd handle it all herself, even if her son objects. After all, she is the king's closest confidant. Miletta dropped a bombshell on Isabella. Her sister's debut is coming up. Isabella double-checked, asking if Ariadne really ordered a dress from that tailor. Miletta said she overheard that Madame Marini herself went to see Ariadne. The older daughter was surprised by the choice. That tailor doesn't make the best dresses, and with Ariadne's looks, a dress is all she's got. Miletta wondered if her sister's choice wasn't actually a good thing for Isabella. A girl in a white dress always stands out from the crowd. To outshine her sister somehow, Isabella went to the workshop and asked for the brightest fabrics. The shop owner was totally thrown by the request, since it was the middle sister's debut, not the oldest, which meant only the debutante and her partner were supposed to wear white. Isabella wanted to snap at the woman to just do the damn job and stay out of their family drama, but that'd be super disrespectful. The eldest daughter explained that her little sister wanted them both in white dresses. Isabella said that all the sisters in the house were super close and supported each other in everything. The girl declared she'd be the hottest one wherever she went, no matter what. Back in her room, Isabella spent ages trying to figure out how to outshine her sister. She and Miletta brainstormed all kinds of crap, like accidentally spilling wine on the dress. But that might get her sympathy, which was a no-go. Then, after a while, Isabella had a total eureka moment. She figured maybe Ariadne would actually use that breast pocket. Miletta said it was totally possible. She'd just seen Sancha taking some cotton out to be washed. And if that maid's intel is right, that's the exact fabric they used to make the breast pocket. Well, that info helped Isabella cook up her next devious and low-down scheme. So, debut day arrived, and Ariadne was already twirling in her new dress in front of the mirror. Sancha said she couldn't decide which shone brighter, the lady or the dress. Ariadne replied that with that kind of flattery, she might actually think she was pretty. There was one little thing that was still bugging our main character. She felt like her dress fit and felt different than it had during the fittings. Ariadne asked Sancha how she tied the fabric. Maybe that was the problem. Sancha replied that this time she tightened it less than usual to show off the lady's figure, which she always hides. Plus, she grabbed a little something from Maria and tried it out right away. And these were exactly the hooks that Sancha immediately sewed onto the muslin. Sancha said it's easier to use the pockets this way, no need to tie the fabric, and it solves the problem of seeing the knots. All this info was brand new to Ariadne, and she was a little unsure about using hooks. But Sancha said this hook idea from Maria is pure genius. That's how good and smart the help around here is. Maria was super embarrassed by that, saying she didn't deserve such high praise. The conversation was cut short by a knock. Then the servant announced her partner had arrived. In a flash, the girl's face turned red, because Alfonso came all this way just for her debut. Turning to the mirror, Ariadne checked her hair one last time, making sure she looked pretty good. She took a deep breath, faced the door, and said it was finally time to make her grand entrance. Like a proper debut partner, Alfonso was wearing a white suit. He was totally blown away by how hot the main character looked today. She asked the prince if he'd been waiting long, and Alfonso said he'd just gotten there. He gave her this really intense look, which kinda made her feel uneasy. Alfonso said Ariadne was gorgeous and graceful, like she could give Queen Guinevere a run for her money. She blushed and told him not to say things he didn't mean. The prince replied that he meant every word, because Ariadne looked more beautiful than ever. Just then, the door burst open and Genobe barged in, announcing that her partner had arrived. Genobe was super surprised to see Ariadne hanging out with some dude he didn't know. He pointed at Alfonso and asked Ariadne where she'd found such a pretty boy. This pretty boy was giving Genobe a look that could kill, and the dude was radiating pure anger. Genobe always said a man is defined by his actions, but she, that ungrateful wretch, fell for some other guy, forgetting about her own knight in shining armor. Turning away from the couple, Genobe wasn't about to shut his mouth. He turned back to Ariadne and said she put on heels, even though he told her not to, and she needs to change her shoes right now. Alfonso cut Genobe's insulting rant short, grabbing his nephew's arm. Alfonso said the girl doesn't need to change her shoes, not if he's escorting her. This brazen behavior only pissed Shinobi off even more. He decided to show the prince who's boss and swung a fist at him. But the fist never landed, because there was already a sword point at Shinobi's neck. Alfonso demanded the young man stop spouting this nonsense immediately. Shinobi tried to argue, but only made things worse, because now he could really feel that blade against his neck. Shinobi, scared out of his mind, landed on his butt and started yelling at the prince, asking him how he dared point a sword at him without knowing who he was. That made Ariadne giggle. She just couldn't hold it in. Since there was a break in the action, Ariadne decided to finally introduce her partner. She announced that he was looking at the second son, Crown Prince Alfonso de Carlo. Shinobi didn't believe what he was hearing. He couldn't figure out how the Crown Prince could be here. After the shock wore off, Shinobi threw himself at his feet, saying he was honored to welcome the lesser light of their kingdom. He started apologizing, saying he never would have dreamed he was standing before the prince. Alfonso's gaze was full of contempt, because that kind of behavior was unacceptable for an aristocrat. The prince pointed out that the guy only started begging for forgiveness as soon as he found out he was a prince. Alfonso accused Shinobi of first insulting an innocent girl and then attacking someone he was seeing for the very first time. Ariadne listened intently to the prince, watching her relative's reaction. The prince asked if Shinobi would be sorry if it wasn't the prince standing before him, but someone else. After that, Alfonso demanded that Shinobi apologize to the girl. He didn't want to, but he managed to choke out the word sorry. The prince didn't like the apology and asked, "Shouldn't you say what you're apologizing for when you apologize?" Ariadne was already getting tired of this conversation and said she didn't need it. Alfonso said he really hoped Shinobi learned his lesson and could leave now. Shinobi bolted from the room at top speed, shouting as he went that he was immensely grateful to His Highness. Ariadne noticed that Alfonso seemed kind of down after that whole thing. She asked the guy why he was bummed, since if anyone should be upset, it was her. The prince took his time answering, like he was really thinking about what to say. He asked if her family always treated her the way they just treated her relative. Without waiting for an answer, the guy reached out to her, trying to show he was there for her, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. He said quietly that she shouldn't put up with being treated that way, because, according to the prince, Ariadne was the most amazing girl he'd ever met. Those words stirred up a ton of feelings in her, and she clenched her dress to keep from showing it. But she couldn't hide everything. A soft blush crept across her face as she said his name. Alfonso seemed to notice something, so he asked Ariadne to freeze. He told her that he'd accidentally moved a strand of hair that was supposed to be loose. It was so ridiculous to hear that. She couldn't help but laugh. Alfonso didn't get what was so funny. He asked her why she was laughing, but she just couldn't stop. The prince never figured out what got her going, but man, he loved watching her. And then it was time to greet the guests and kick off the debutante ball for the de Marais' second daughter. The cardinal, grabbing a glass of wine, asked everyone to give a warm welcome to his second daughter. The hall doors swung open, and the beautiful Ariadne walked in, escorted by Prince Alfonso. The guests got a good look at the birthday girl and started whispering about how she and her date were both total knockouts. Isabella, of course, saw who was escorting her sister, and it pissed her off big time and bummed her out at the same time. Isabella was fuming inside, wondering how her sister dared to snag the crown prince as her partner. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that this girl sits at home all day, yet somehow managed to seduce the heir to the throne. Isabella watched the couple with envy, but they didn't even give her a second glance. The prince and Ariadne were happy, but it didn't last. A messenger arrived at the debut, bearing greetings from the king. The couple exchanged glances. The prince said he hadn't told anyone he was coming here. Music blared, announcing the king's messenger was ready to enter. All the guests dropped to their knees, greeting the king's messenger. Ariadne knelt too, but Alfonso just stood there, confused and waiting for this guy to show up. When the doors swung open, Ariadne saw someone she never expected. It was Count Cesare, dressed in light colors, as befitting a partner. Ariadne was furious. Cesare wouldn't just show up here for no reason, which meant he was plotting something. The Count unfolded the message and began to read it aloud for everyone to hear. The message congratulated the second de Marais daughter on her debut and reminded her that she had gained recognition for her unwavering faith in God. So, the king congratulated Ariadne on her debut, and as his gift, he sent Count Cesare as her partner for the debutante waltz. Alfonso was floored by those last words. He never thought his father would stoop that low. Ariadne was just as shocked to hear Cesare would be her partner tonight. Reading the message, Cesare was furious at his mother for making him schmooze this annoying Ariadne tonight. When he finished reading, he was totally surprised to see the crown prince standing next to the girl. To the count, that meant he suddenly had a major interest in tonight's event, because it looked like his worst enemy had plans for the second de Mere daughter. Cesare headed over to the couple, faking surprise at the unexpected encounter. The count said that since this was an official meeting, he'd skip the usual pleasantries. Approaching Alfonso, he reiterated that the king specifically appointed him as the second de Mere daughter's partner tonight. He reached out his hand to Ariadne, telling her to come with him. Ariadne glared at Cesare, but knew she couldn't refuse him in this situation. The count himself looked way too pleased, having managed to outmaneuver the crown prince. Seeing that Ariadne wasn't rushing to join him, he repeated that it was the king's order, so she should hurry up. For a few seconds after Cesare's announcement, the prince was completely on edge, but he managed to pull himself together. The heir smiled, easing the tension and helping his partner relax. After that, he turned to the girl and said that he had to back down for now, and that they would see each other later. All this time, Cesare silently watched the couple, not wanting to forcibly take his partner and give her a bad impression of him. At the same time, Cesare was already plotting in his head how he could now ruin the prince's life. Now the count was fully invested in snatching the second de Mere daughter away from Alfonso. The music kicked in, and Ariadne's debut dance began. Soon, the guests joined in. Even though she was dancing with the count, her face screamed she wasn't enjoying it. Cesare, meanwhile, was thinking she had a killer bod, and with makeup, she was seriously hot. He broke the silence, calling her Ariadne and saying he was glad to see her tonight. Cesare said what's done is done, but from now on he'd be super nice, but she just asked to be called Miss de Merate. He figured, unlike all the chicks he knew, this girl had guts. But the main thing was, she was the crown prince's girl, which meant he had to put in the work to steal Ariadne away from Alfonso. Cesare was already pumped, picturing her choosing him over the heir to the throne. The count said he liked the idea of him and her getting close real soon. Meanwhile, Alfonso was just standing there, watching the couples dance, waiting for Ariadne to be free. Isabella spotted him, or more like, she hadn't taken her eyes off him the whole damn night. She decided to make a move and started walking towards Alfonso. That vase on the table is the perfect excuse to get his attention, the older de Mere thought to herself. The next thing you know, the flower vase goes flying to the floor. Alfonso had pretty quick reflexes, so he tried to grab the vase, but he was just a split second too late, and the vase still smashed on the floor, grabbing everyone's attention. Since they didn't see Isabella's little act, they all figured the crown prince had dropped it himself. Isabella's plan to get his attention totally worked. The guests figured the prince was so eager to ask the beautiful Isabella to dance, he got nervous and dropped the vase. A hush fell over the room, whispers claiming even the prince couldn't resist the beauty of the eldest de Mere daughter. Alfonso felt awkward, both from the attention and these whispers about dancing with her older sister. Isabella just smiled faintly, though inside she was absolutely ecstatic. Putting on an innocent face, Isabella suggested that the prince was going to ask her for a dance. No way, Alfonso definitely didn't want to, gesturing that it was all a coincidence. Isabella wasn't backing down, telling the prince to hurry up since everyone was already watching them. Alfonso had no choice but to join her. While dancing, Isabella asked if he liked the hall's decorations, to which the prince replied that everything was done beautifully. After that, there was a slight pause in their conversation, after which Isabella continued to create the impression of the perfect girl for the prince. Isabella said with a smile that His Majesty was an excellent dancer. Alfonso replied with a hint of regret that Lorwald himself had taught him. Looks like Isabella wasn't too thrilled with that info, so she decided to switch gears pronto. She asked the prince if he'd noticed how uniquely the hall was decorated today. At that moment, she accidentally brushed against the prince, wrapping her arms around him carefully but deliberately. After that, she mentioned that her sister, Ariadne, had chosen all the decorations. The prince was taken aback by the eldest de Mere daughter's brazen behavior. Isabella, at that point, figured the prince had already appreciated her touch and had to be blown away by her. Swallowing his annoyance, the prince addressed the elder sister as Miss de Mere. She immediately asked, without a care in the world, what the crown prince desired. He said something she wasn't expecting. He started talking about how he found Ariadne to be an outstanding woman with great initiative. This was a total shock to Isabella. The prince was supposed to be admiring her, not talking about her sister. Of course, this ticked off the older daughter, and now she was just waiting for the big moment to happen. She watched Ariadne dancing with Cesare, hoping everything would blow up any second, because that's the only way to show everyone, including the prince, that her sister's got some serious flaws. And that's the only thing that'll get the older daughter back in good graces with Count Cesare and the prince. But nothing happened. The dance ended, and the partners were already taking their final bow. Right after that, Ariadne turned around and walked away from Cesare with a confident stride. She didn't even notice Alfonso had been waiting for her the whole time, so she was surprised when he approached. The girl said she figured that since the dance was a bust, the prince had already gone home. Alfonso replied that he couldn't leave without dancing with the belle of the ball. Just then, the next song started playing, and everyone who wanted to dance headed to the floor. Alfonso reached out his hand to the girl, finally asking her to dance. He asked if the lovely signorina would do him the honor of a waltz. The girl smiled back. She'd wanted to dance with Alfonso for ages, so she told him she'd be happy to join him. The music started, and all the couples whirled to the waltz, Ariadne and Alfonso in their white clothes, capturing everyone's attention. Alfonso asked if Count Cesare had bothered Ariadne during the dance, to which the girl replied the count was strangely polite. The prince asked how her first dance went, which confused her. Alfonso said he hadn't seen her dance because he was dancing with her older sister. Ariadne's mood plummeted at this news, which the prince immediately noticed. Sadly, she told Alfonso that her sister was very beautiful. Isabella's supposed to be the hottest girl in San Carlo, the kind that makes every dude drool. Ariadne knew she was way out of her league when you stacked her up against her older sister. Alfonso thought about that comparison for a second, then said Ariadne and her sister were too different to even compare. That blunt answer caught her totally off guard and kinda stunned her. She said everyone kept saying she was the prettiest in San Carlo, but Alfonso said Isabella just stood out because she was a little different. Ariadne was lost in thought, trying to figure out the prince's words. She couldn't believe what he was saying was true. Alfonso asked if it was actually her who'd been working on the hall, and she said yeah, it was. The prince said she'd done an amazing job, and Ariadne started to thank him. But then they heard the sound of fabric ripping. The pair froze, totally caught off guard. It took them a minute to figure out what the hell had happened. Ariadne realized the problem was her dress. It had ripped and was showing off a little too much chest. The noise was loud enough to make everyone at the event stare at the girl. Some were asking what happened, while others were already checking out the size of Demare's second daughter's chest. Meanwhile, Alfonso quickly sized up the situation and gave her his cloak. He hugged the girl and led her out of the hall, telling all the gawkers to step aside and let them through. Alfonso said the ladies' room was probably a bad idea, since there might be other rubberneckers in there, and asked Ariadne where they should go. The girl said her room on the second floor was the safest place. At that moment, Sancho was in the girls' room and was surprised to see her mistress show up. While the prince was seating and calming Ariadne down, Sancho was ordering the other servants to quickly bring a change of clothes. Ariadne was shaking all over from the stress, and seeing this, Alfonso asked the girl how she was feeling. She couldn't get herself together. All she felt was shame and humiliation. The protagonist recalled words from her past life, when they said she had a large, masculine build and a disgusting hair color. She kept replaying every humiliation from her past life, how she threw herself at guys, had no shame, and was just plain worthless. Tears streamed down her face. Ariadne was mortified by what had happened. Lost in her thoughts and still shaking, she was already convinced that this incident had turned Alfonso off. She covered her face with her hands, trying to calm down. Alfonso saw the whole thing and felt terrible for her. He didn't know what to do, but figured he could at least put his hands on her shoulders. But then, he thought that wouldn't be enough. And did he even have the right to touch her at all right now? He hesitated, searching for the best way to help Ariadne calm down. In the end, he just hugged her, which instantly had an effect on her. He gently started stroking her hair and tried to soothe her in a quiet voice. The crown prince said it was all over, and she had nothing to worry about anymore. They were sitting on the couch, and the prince kept reassuring her that everything would be okay now. When the girl finally stopped shaking, Alfonso asked if she was feeling any better. She nodded, still afraid to look him in the eye. She asked if everyone had seen her humiliation, clutching his cloak even tighter. Alfonso was quick to reassure her that even if they had, it was only for a split second. And maybe nobody even realized what was happening and just thought it was some new fashion trend. He joked that those kinds of revealing outfits were super popular with older women these days. But his joke didn't land, and Ariadne still looked miserable. She said that everyone who saw her chest must think she's hideous. Alfonso was totally lost. He had no idea what she was talking about, so he asked her to explain. Ariadne was saying she was talking about her chest when Alfonso cut her off, blurting out that her chest was beautiful. Those words calmed Ariadne down a little, even though she didn't really believe he meant them. Alfonso finally realized what he'd just said, and man, did he get embarrassed. But then he added that he'd managed to cover her chest up quick, so nobody but him could see it. Clenching his fist, the guy added that he wanted to be the only one to ever see her beauty. After hearing that, Ariadne was having a hard time not believing he was being genuine. She looked at him with her tear-filled eyes, while the prince was turning beet red from embarrassment and how forward he'd been. Alfonso jumped up suddenly and said he guessed he'd been dancing for way too long, so he needed to get some fresh air ASAP to cool down. He left the room, closing the door behind him, trying to sort through all the thoughts and emotions boiling inside him. Meanwhile, Ariadne had calmed down a little and started thinking about what the guy had said. She was still wrapped in his cloak and seriously didn't want to give it back. At the same time, the prince was trying to chill out, and he came to a few conclusions. The main thing was, he's a respectable dude, so he's got no right to show his feelings or what he wants. The prince knew he had to hold back, but it wasn't exactly working out. Back at the ball, the guests felt bad for Ariadne and wondered how that could have happened. Isabella wasn't happy with how things went. She only wanted the pocket square to fall, but now her whole chest was showing. She thought her sister had humiliated herself in public, but for some reason, people felt sorry for her, so she had to take control. Isabella announced that she thought the whole thing was staged on purpose. She said her sister's ego had gotten way out of control. Isabella chimed in, saying her sister would do anything for attention, but she never thought Ariadne would go this far. Right then, the guests at the ball started whispering, questioning whether what happened was really an accident. Some people backed Isabella up, even adding that the whole ball itself was way too over the top. A bunch of girls decided that the younger Damar daughter was way too vain, unlike the older Isabella. Now even what happened at Mass was being seen as just another way for her to stand out. The talk even shifted to the prince, saying the girl tricked him into coming here somehow. Isabella was loving the effect she was having. That's when they started bashing the younger daughter's low-class background. Alfonso caught the tail end of this conversation, and he was seriously pissed. He turned to everyone there, asking them if they had any shame at all, saying stuff like that. The prince asked if they had a single shred of proof it was a setup, and added that it was pretty obvious how messed up the girl was when she left the ballroom. Isabella was pissed and shocked that the prince was sticking up for his sister. Now all eyes were on Alfonso, who was determined to shut down any gossip about the incident. But Isabella wasn't backing down and kept pushing her side of the story. With an innocent look, Isabella claimed there was no malicious intent in their conversations. Alfonso hesitated, seeing the eldest daughter was about to burst into tears. Isabella started tearing up, saying it was all just a misunderstanding, and the guests were already whispering that the prince had made her cry. The prince went to comfort her, which was exactly what Isabella wanted. Now she was counting on the prince hugging her right there in front of everyone and trying to calm her down. Alfonso didn't get Isabella's behavior and asked her what was wrong. The prince was getting closer and closer to the elder Damar's sister, and she was already picturing Alfonso wrapping her in his arms. But fate had other plans. The servant announced Ariadne de Mer was entering the hall. Ariadne screwed everything up again. With tears still in her eyes, Isabella glared at her sister. Alfonso didn't expect her to bounce back, change, and come downstairs so quickly either. Ariadne walked into quite the scene. Her older sister, a blubbering mess, right in the center. Ariadne approached her and realized Isabella had been putting on some kind of show while she was gone. The main character asked her sister why she was crying, but Isabella wasn't rushing to answer. Isabella grabbed her sister's hand and claimed the prince had completely misunderstood her reaction to the incident. And because of that, the heir to the throne now thinks Isabella was trying to badmouth her own sister. Isabella went on, saying that actually, the embarrassing dress incident somehow made her even hotter in the eyes of the guests. She said Alfonso even mentioned her sister's generous curves, but Alfonso immediately shut that down, calling it all lies. After hearing her little sister out, Ariadne tried to reply in a calm voice. Ariadne looked at the remorseful girl, who was still a blubbering mess. Then, switching into actress mode and even squeezing out a tear, she accused her sister of talking smack about her body. After that, Ariadne yanked her hand away, which totally caught Isabella off guard. Ariadne added that conversations like that really bugged her. She started shaking and begged her older sister to never talk about her figure with anyone else again. Through her tears, Ariadne loudly declared that it made her super uncomfortable when people gave her weird looks. The party guests took Ariadne's side and felt bad that she had to live like this, with a sister who never supported her and openly discussed such sensitive topics. The guests thought that the fact the sisters weren't fully blood-related was no excuse for that kind of behavior. Isabella realized the situation had once again turned against her. She was still trying to weasel her way out of it, insisting to the middle sister that she'd misunderstood. Ariadne sadly replied that her sister had gone too far, and that their closeness was just a partial blood tie, even though Ariadne had done everything to be a good sister to her. After that, the main character turned around and walked away from her sister, who was still trying to stop her. Meanwhile, the room buzzed with talk that Isabella was the one who brought up the sister's figure, and apparently, she wore the white dress not out of love for her middle sister, but to sabotage her. The guests were saying they hadn't noticed it before, but the eldest Demare's behavior really was vicious. As Ariadne walked away, she knew she'd done the right thing and protected her reputation. She was completely satisfied that she'd been able to teach Isabella a lesson and damage her reputation. As Ariadne climbed the stairs, Isabella called out to her, telling her to stop. When Ariadne ignored her, Isabella yelled that her sister seemed to be deaf. Isabella grabbed her sister's arm, calling her a bitch and saying that the issue of her figure had never been discussed before. The eldest daughter accused her sister of shifting all the blame onto her. Isabella reared back to smack Ariadne, calling her a pathetic little nobody this time, saying Ariadne wouldn't accept all the love Isabella had wasted coddling her all these years. Not this time, not in this life. Ariadne wasn't going to let herself get hit, so she grabbed Isabella's wrist and squeezed hard. In a whisper, so no one else could hear, Ariadne said her sister was a crazy bitch, and that was worth dying for. The tone in those words sent a chill through Isabella. She felt real fear for the first time. Ariadne released her hand and said Isabella wasn't the only one who knew how to dish out insults. Then, the main character smiled and reminded her big sis that only a thin wooden wall separated their rooms. That freaked Isabella out even more. She didn't even feel like spitting out another nasty remark. All she could manage was yelling something about that girl, and then she was out of arguments. Isabella stormed out of the room, pissed that her sister, who she thought was completely harmless, could fight back like that. The older daughter knew this was the start of a real feud between them, one that Isabella was determined to win. So, to pull this off, she's going to use all her so-called friends. And with that thought, the girl, practically sobbing, ran off to find them. Isabella sat there, surrounded by her posse, sniffling and making everyone feel super sorry for her. She claimed she only wore the white dress because Ariadne asked her to, and she had no clue why Ariadne was coming at her like this. Isabella kept rattling off all the good stuff she'd done, like lending dresses and helping with moves. Jealousy over the prince had to be the reason. Not every girl was buying what the older Demare daughter was selling. Showing off her tear-streaked face, the girl was secretly stoked that some of them were falling for it, but not everyone, apparently. One of the girls pointed out that the edge of a chest pocket was peeking out from the dress. Isabella didn't expect that she herself was showing what she accuses her sister. Julia de Balsadara, the one who called her out, decided to ditch the group rather than listen to Isabella's lies any longer. Julia beelined straight for the main ballroom, where Ariadne was still hanging out. Isabella was totally insulted and flew into a rage that her friends didn't back her up. She yelled after them, calling them traitors. Meanwhile, Julia de Balsadara strolled right up to Ariadne, the prince, and everyone hanging around them. She gave a polite bow and introduced herself to Ariadne as the eldest daughter of Marquis de Baldassara. Ariadne was genuinely surprised that the Signorina Julia herself was approaching her. Julia said she was planning a tea party at her place next week, and asked if Ariadne would do them the honor of attending. Ariadne remembered that in her past life, none of the girls her age had ever approached her first. But now she was even getting invited to tea. Of course, Ariadne happily accepted. The cardinal was floored. Throwing even a modest ball cost at least 300 ducats. And his father had only allotted 150 ducats for Ariadne's event. And now Ariadne was handing back 12 ducats, the leftovers from the party. The girl said she'd been cutting back on spending and showed him a ledger with all the expenses itemized. Her dad flipped through the ledger, totally shocked, and asked where she'd learned all this. Ariadne said she'd found a similar book in his study and had been using it as a guide. The cardinal studied the expenses closely, increasingly amazed by his daughter's actions with each line he read, then ordered Ariadne to bring Lucrezia in. Lucrezia asked why the head of the house needed her so urgently. Plus, the lady of the house was seriously annoyed that her husband's other daughter was in his study. The cardinal was clearly in a foul mood and asked how Lucrezia was handling the family's finances. The question caught Lucrezia off guard, since her husband had never been interested in that before. It dawned on her that the cardinal might have figured out about the money she was stashing at her parents' house. The cardinal asked if she remembered the expenses for Ippolito's send-off, since there were few guests, but the total exceeded 500 ducats, while Isabella's dress recently cost 50 ducats. Lucrezia was digging in her heels, saying it didn't matter what the event was if it only happened once. She pointed out she'd been managing the household finances for 20 years. So what's with this audit all of a sudden? Lucrezia raised her voice, suggesting maybe the real problem was the cardinal didn't trust her anymore. The head of the family wasn't about to stand there and listen to insults and excuses. He shot back, asking what trust and gratitude she was talking about, since she should be grateful to him all these years. The cardinal stated Ariadne only spent 138 ducats on the ball, proving how wasteful Lucrezia was. He said he'd be personally giving Ariadne money for her expenses from now on, and Isabella wouldn't get more than her sister. Lucrezia snapped back angrily, saying it looked like the cardinal was planning to hand over some of her duties to his bastard daughter. If he did that, it would ruin her reputation as the lady of the house, and then she added that he didn't see her as his wife anymore. She was against giving the illegitimate child more power, but the cardinal wasn't about to repeat his decision. He ordered Lucrezia to get out, didn't want to keep arguing. The lady of the house knew that the illegitimate daughter was definitely mixed up in this. She glared at the girl, pure hate in her eyes, but kept her mouth shut. The second daughter and the lady of the house exchanged icy looks, but weren't about to start a fight in front of their dad. The cardinal was exhausted by the conversation, but he couldn't chill. He needed to know more. He asked if the rumors were true about some incident at the ball and whether she'd found out what caused it. Ariadne said she learned the problem started after the dress got to the residence, and she'd explain more when she had the facts. The cardinal added that managing the staff was important, and she needed to keep an eye on things to avoid repeats. Finally, the cardinal said he'd be giving Ariadne 10 ducats a month for her expenses, starting now. That was awesome news for the girl, and she couldn't help but crack a little smile. She thanked her father, secretly celebrating a small victory over Lucrezia, who just lost 10 ducats a month. Sancha asked her lady why she hadn't mentioned that Isabella was behind the dress problem. Ariadne replied regretfully that she didn't have solid proof. The girls carefully examined the dress after the ball and noticed two odd things. The hooks themselves used silver instead of iron. The hooks Maria brought were different and fastened poorly, meaning they'd come loose over time. On the front, there were signs of an unnatural tear in the seam's thread. Ariadne was sure Isabella was to blame, but without proof, it was best to keep it to herself. Ariadne decided to explain to Sancha why they couldn't say anything right now. She compared any evidence to a bomb that had to be detonated exactly when the enemy was weakened. So, their mission is to gather evidence piece by piece, leading up to one devastating blow. At family dinner, the cardinal declared that any family squabbles stay within these walls. He told Ariadne she shouldn't have called out Isabella's mistake in front of everyone. Ariadne knew her dad was pissed about the public fight, so she promised it wouldn't happen again. He was way tougher on Isabella, demanding she explain these rumors she was spreading about her sister's body. The cardinal thought that kind of behavior was unacceptable for a grown woman, especially a sister. Isabella burst into tears, claiming that's not how it really went down. She said Camelia started the boob talk, that she said Ariadne was deliberately showing them off. The cardinal cooled down a bit and asked if she wasn't the one who started it, though. That's when Lucrezia jumped in, saying the cardinal was trusting ridiculous gossip over his own daughter's word. The cardinal said there might have been a misunderstanding, but he's still down for a tough conversation. Just then, Arabella accidentally knocked over her soup bowl and immediately apologized. Mom and Dad just glared at their youngest daughter, like she was the reason for all their problems. But that was the last straw for the cardinal. He got up from the table, saying he'd completely lost his appetite. Lucrezia instantly started yelling at Arabella, saying she's the reason their dad left. After that, the lady of the house hugged her older daughter, and they both left the dining room together. Arabella felt guilty. She started quietly sobbing, and tears welled up in her eyes. Adriana slid her bowl of soup closer so she could finally eat something. The heroine told her little sis to chew slowly, eat calmly, and then head to her room. After that, Ariadne added that Arabella wasn't to blame for any of this. My sister just mumbled, calm down, and started eating in total silence. Meanwhile, the queen summoned the crown prince to her chambers. Alfonso stayed quiet. He already knew why his mother had called him, and just waited for her to speak. Mom wasn't rushing into this. She was finishing up reading the documents she'd been given. A little later, she said she'd gotten reports of him being at the debut of the second Damar daughter. Alfonso just replied, "Her name is Ariadne, and Mom knows that perfectly well." She gave him a heavy look and decided not to comment on what he said. Instead, she handed him the papers she'd just been reading and told him to take a look. Alfonso started skimming through the pages. It was a report about Archduke de Baloa and his daughter. Seeing he was getting to the end of the papers, Mom just let out a short but loud, "Yup!" Lariesa de Baloa was the Archduke's daughter in the Kingdom of Caligo. A second later, Mom dropped the bomb. They're working on a marriage deal, her as the bride, and Alfonso as the groom. This news hit the guy like a ton of bricks. The room just went dead silent. Alfonso was like, "What marriage are you talking about? I haven't even seen this girl." His mom replied that next month, a representative from Caligo is coming to hash out the details of the prince's wedding, which, according to the queen, means Alfonso needs to be on his best behavior. And the guests can't find out that the prince is getting cozy with the cardinal's illegitimate daughter. Alfonso didn't like this conversation, or the way they were talking about his friend. He told his mother that Ariadne is more than just some girl from a different family. If Mom's pissed that he snuck out to the girl's debut, then she should only blame him. The queen snapped at Alfonso, reminding him that he was the only heir to the Etruscan throne, so he couldn't just marry anyone. Alfonso knew his mom was right, so he just stood there, staring at the floor. The queen decided to lay it all out right then and there, so she kept talking. She said Alfonso needed to think about things like reputation and prime marriage age. If things stayed as they were, and Ariadne kept dreaming of a future with the prince, it would only hurt her. Because of those hopes, she'd miss her chance to marry and end up completely alone. And in that case, Alfonso would be the only one to blame for her misery. Mom also said that from now on, the prince and Ariadne better stop exchanging letters and being alone together. The queen thought it was better to put a stop to it now, before their relationship went too far. For the first time in her entire life, Ariadne was invited to a tea party. As she and the hostess walked towards the other guests, the girl wondered what people even talked about at these things. Ariadne was hoping she might actually make a friend today. The first thing she overheard was someone asking if the guy was really going through with the wedding. It was Amelia, saying she was already engaged, but wasn't sure if they'd actually make it down the aisle. These were not the kinds of conversations the main character was expecting, so she was pretty taken aback. She smiled, thinking to herself, "So, this is what they talk about at tea parties." But then she heard them say it was all about Isabella. For the second time in minutes, Ariadne froze. Could Isabella somehow be messing things up even here? Amelia said that Isabella had humiliated her in front of Ottavio. According to Amelia, the elder de Mare had charmed her guy with her words, so much so that the groom-to-be forgot his own fiancé was even there. Ariadne was surprised again, but this time by the fact that her sister had managed to flirt with another woman's man, all while maintaining her perfect reputation. The heroine stepped closer to Amelia and told her to chill, 'cause for Isabella, this was just a temporary game. Amelia just now noticed Ariadne walking in and immediately remembered that awful mess at the debut. Ariadne kept calming her down, saying once Ottavio returns the favor, he'll be dumped faster than you can blink. Ariadne finished by saying that her older sister's just trying to get the guy's attention, plain and simple. The girl remembered Isabella used the exact same playbook on Cesare in their past life. Amelia stopped crying and was taken aback by Ariadne's words, and so were the other girls sitting around her. The girl thanked Ariadne for trying to comfort her and said the heroine was really warm and sweet. Ariadne thought to herself that what they had was more like shared misery than actual kindness. Amelia pointed out that Isabella's sister was super kind, so she didn't get why the older de Mere sister talked trash about the heroine. The girl added that if she'd known Ariadne was this cool, she would have stopped Isabella that day. Ariadne was totally lost, so she asked Amelia to spell it out for her. Amelia said Isabella's been running her mouth, saying Ariadne ripped her dress on purpose to show off her chest. Ariadne was fuming, but trying to keep it cool, not make a scene. Amelia added that Isabella also wears a chest pocket, but unlike her sister, she's got nothing to show off up there. This new info pissed off the main character even more, but also kinda pleased her, though for a different reason now. Ariadne realized Amelia had betrayed her supposed close friend just to buddy up with her. The heroine understood Amelia was faking their closeness, which meant she couldn't trust this girl either, 'cause she'd probably be spreading rumors behind her back. Now Ariadne totally got what these tea party events were really about. She was a little bummed by her discovery, but decided even this could work to her advantage. Ariadne told Amelia that her older sister had told a completely different story back home. So, according to Amelia, she's the one who started talking about Ariadne's chest at the debut? Yeah, right, like Amelia was shocked. Ariadne went on to say that Isabella framed it all that way to the family patriarch. Amelia was shaking after hearing that, and the other girls chimed in, saying they heard Isabella start the boob talk herself. Amelia was pissed, majorly pissed, that the older DeMar sister pinned the whole blame on her. Watching Amelia seethe, Ariadne remembered that old saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." So, she's planning to turn Amelia against Isabella and exploit their beef for her own gain. Around the same time, Count Cesare was kicking back with his buddies, knocking back wine and gambling. But his head wasn't really in the game. He was miles away, grappling with a problem he'd never faced before. He pulled his loyal pal Ottavio away from the cards to ask him a question that had been bugging him for ages. Cesare wanted to know Ottavio's secret. How does he manage to seduce women who can't stand him? Ottavio was like, I have no freaking clue how to handle this, especially if Cesare himself is clueless. DeComo was saying Ottavio's a total player, a notorious heartbreaker around town. The Count confessed he's never actually initiated a relationship before. Hearing that from the city's biggest heartthrob was seriously weird for Ottavio. Seeing his friend's reaction, Cesare asked, "What's with the look? Did I say something crazy?" Shaking off the shock, Ottavio suggested, "Dude, let's start with the basics. Send her flowers and gifts, man. No woman can resist that stuff." Cesare was mulling over the idea, because it sounded totally ridiculous to him. Then he clapped Ottavio on the shoulder and said, "Now I get why you strike out with the ladies so much." While Ottavio was flipping out about the Count's reaction, Cesare was already thinking about what gift to get. When Isabella opened the door, she was stunned by a massive bouquet of red roses. And with the bouquet came a dress, the sight of which just blew Isabella away. When she asked who the gifts were from, the delivery guy said he was sent by Count DeComo. Isabella was flattered that the Count was finally showing some interest. She pretended to be super surprised by the gift, but inside she was celebrating that she was finally getting noticed. The older sister said the delivery guy could put the flowers in her room, but she had to try on the dress right now. The delivery guy almost passed out, sweat pouring down his face, and he very quietly apologized to the girl. Turns out, it was a gift for the second daughter, DeMar. Isabella couldn't even imagine this happening. Going up to Ariadne's room, the delivery guy confirmed again that he was sent by Count Cesare. He double-checked that she was Ariadne, just to make sure he gave the package to the right person. The Count also wrote a letter, delivered by the messenger to the main character. In it, he gushed about how thrilled he was to be her partner for the first dance, and sent roses as a reminder. Ariadne wasn't about to let Cesare treat her that way. The mere thought of him in this new life disgusted her. She remembered an old dream, where they walked through a garden, talking about lilies of the valley. Cesare compared Ariadne to the flower, saying only he could see the girl in their humble bow. He likened her to wildflowers, beautiful and free for the taking. Ariadne was pissed that a few changed circumstances made Cesare flip his opinion of her so drastically. She told the messenger to send the gift back because she wanted nothing to do with that guy. The messenger, terrified, said that if he did that, the roses would wither because they were alive. Ariadne looked at the flowers, knowing that tossing the bouquet would cause problems for the poor guy. She asked the messenger about it, and he confirmed her suspicions, thinking she'd take the gift. But Ariadne only agreed to accept the roses. The messenger would have to take the dress back. She told the guy to leave the flowers outside, so they'd be as far away from her as possible. When Arabella saw the bouquet, she was ecstatic, because she'd never seen roses that big before. Isabella's reaction, however, was the complete opposite. She couldn't understand why the gift wasn't for her. Hearing Arabella's excited reaction to the flowers, Isabella told her to be quieter, because her head was pounding. Saddened, the younger daughter left the room, but the older sister's mood didn't improve as a result. Isabella was pissed that first Julia de Baldassar had a tea party without her, and now Cesare was sending gifts to Ariadne. She didn't understand what was going on with the Count, because just recently, DeComo had been actively pursuing her hand. All of this really infuriated Isabella, because Ariadne wasn't even close to matching the beauty of the first DeMar daughter. A guy's voice snapped her out of it, asking what could possibly upset the beautiful Isabella. It was Genobi, just dropping by, wanting another look at the fancy mansion. Isabella instantly ran to her brother, bawling and screaming that people were messing with her. She started spilling the tea about the tea party and the gift Cesare gave Ariadne. Genobi was furious, calling Ariadne a real piece of work. Flattered that the gorgeous Isabella was confiding in him, Genobi vowed to make Ariadne's life miserable. He said he'd tell everyone how awful Ariadne was, and Isabella just needed to trust her brother. Arabella told Ariadne that her sister was going to the hunting competition, and added that she'd definitely go too when she grew up. Arabella dreamed that after the competition, she would give her scarf to a handsome knight, and then become his wife. Smiling, Ariadne told her sister that everything would work out just like that. At the hunting contest, the young guys armed themselves with bows and headed out. Meanwhile, the big-shot nobles were chilling in tents, shooting the breeze, while glory awaited the hunters. As a prize, the girls would give the winner a handkerchief, showing their admiration. Sometimes even the losers got a handkerchief, if a girl thought the guy was a brave knight. Arabella just kept on dreaming, eagerly waiting for her debut so she could start going to tea parties and balls. Ariadne was super happy to hear her sister, her plans giving her a warm and fuzzy feeling inside. The main character promised herself that she'd do everything she could to help her sister grow up and meet her prince. In her past life, her younger sister died from the plague. Ariadne had to stop that from happening. The heroine was determined to change her little sister's fate in this new life. Their conversation was interrupted by Sancha, who came running with a letter for the lady. Ariadne was hoping, maybe, just maybe, it was finally a letter from Alfonso. Girl was trying to get Arabella out of there, so she asked if she had class, and her sis was like, "Yep." As soon as Arabella shut the door behind her, Ariadne grabbed the letter, thinking it was the first word from the prince since her debut. She wanted to rip it open as soon as possible, dying to know what it said. But seeing the first lines, she froze up. That was not what she wanted to read. Seconds later, the letter was torn to shreds and trashed. Turns out it was from Cesare. You could feel her rage from across the room. She was seriously pissed at her ex. It ticked her off that Giacomo was acting different this time around, trying to win her over. In the torn-up note, Cesare mentioned he'd be competing in the royal hunting games. He asked Ariadne to give him her handkerchief if he won. Sancha figured Cesare knew she was hitting up this event. That's why he sent the saddle. And get this, it's a seriously high-end expensive saddle, so turning it down would be dumb. Seeing Ariadne's reaction, Sancha sighed real heavy and said she was going to take the saddle back. Ariadne was pissed, thinking she'd have to listen to Cesare's golden deer stories in this life too. At the same time, she was bummed that Cesare was sending gifts every day. But Alfonso hadn't sent a peep in forever. All she could guess was maybe something happened, or maybe it was her fault. The heroine was scared that the prince saw her huge, ugly body and immediately hated her. Despair started to grip the girl. She wasn't even sure she'd see the prince at the event. At the start of the competition, a diplomatic envoy from Caligo arrived to see the king. Alfonso stood next to the king, doing exactly what his mother told him to do. The rep was Duke Murray, head of the Caligo delegation, and he started yapping about the weather in his native tongue. Count Marquez, the Etruscan rep, told Murray he should be speaking in Etruscan, the local language. The Caligo dude just smirked. Talking in his own language was his way of showing his country was better than Etruscan. He said a rep from a big shot country like Caligo shouldn't have to follow the rules of some tiny kingdom. This cocky way to start the engagement talks caught the young prince completely off guard. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop in the hall. Everyone was waiting to see how the king would react. Count Marquez was sweating bullets, worried the king wouldn't put up with the disrespect and would tank the whole deal. But then, the king himself broke the tension by bursting out laughing. After that, he said marrying off his son was turning out to be more of a pain than he thought. The king said the two kingdoms are about to become family, so no need to bicker over language. Let's ditch the small talk and grab a drink. His Majesty was practically screaming that everyone, including his son, needed to chill the hell out. Alfonso wasn't in a party mood. He wanted to bail ASAP, but being the heir meant he was stuck. Cesare and Ottavio, along with some other hunters, were already getting their competition on. When Ottavio said Alfonso couldn't compete, Cesare shot back that robbing an empty house is easier. Ottavio thought that was hilarious, so he kept the weird comparisons coming, but the Count wasn't feeling it. Cesare told Ottavio he was hunting solo today, so Ottavio should find something else to do. The Count explained he was planning on tracking down the golden stag today. Ariadne, riding a little behind them, accidentally overheard the friends' conversation. She thought that even in this new life, her ex still believed in fairy tales about the golden stag. Rumor has it, if you wash your face with water that stag drank, you'll get charm that nobody can resist. But there's this way darker rumor going around. about whoever catches the stag getting to sit on the throne. Apparently, that's why Cesare's been obsessed with finding it for ever. Ariadne remembered how her man kept trying, over and over, to bag that deer. Cesare swore the reason he was so handsome was because he washed his face as a kid in water the stag had drunk from. Obviously, his stories and all those rumors can't be true. Suddenly, Ariadne realized Alfonso was standing right there, staring at her. Looks like this meeting was a total surprise for both of them. After a few seconds, the crown prince turned away without saying a word. Ariadne wanted to say hi, ask how he was doing, but she didn't get a chance to say anything. She tried to calm herself down, repeating to herself that he acted like that because this was a public event. The girl had no choice but to grab the reins and command the horse forward. As she rode away from the prince, she was lost in her thoughts, understanding his actions. But that didn't make it any easier. Ariadne didn't even notice how far she'd ridden from everyone else. Finally reining in her horse, she thought it would be way better if she were back in the tent right now. Though she quickly dismissed that thought, remembering who was in there. A male voice distracted her, saying they needed to talk. It was Genobi. Ariadne was already in a bad mood, but the relative's appearance only made it worse. The girl stated that she had nothing to say to him, so she'd rather just leave. Genobi wasn't giving up that easy. He called out to her again, pointing a finger towards her. He declared that Ariadne had forgotten how to show respect to her elders. Genobi started threatening her, saying if he ever found out she wasn't showing Isabella respect again, he'd put the girl in her place. In a foul mood, Ariadne called Genobi a dirty bastard, implying he had a secret thing for his sister. Genobi wasn't expecting that, and her words really pissed him off. Ariadne added that he should deal with his own crap instead of sticking his nose in other people's business, and that he hadn't earned a single ducat himself. That insult was the last straw, so Genobi quickly lost it. He called Ariadne a cheap whore and told her to shut her damn mouth, but she kept pushing his buttons, calling him a useless piece of garbage. He kept telling her to shut up and stop saying all that crap. Finally, he grabbed a crossbow, yelling about how dare she disobey him. Ariadne was instantly hit with fear and terror, and she screamed at him that he was starting to lose his mind. Right then, the arrow was already flying straight for its target, hitting the main character's horse in the rump. The sudden pain made the horse rear up, and it bolted off with everything it had, completely out of control. Seeing what he'd done, Genobi freaked out. He hadn't meant to shoot. Ariadne's horse wasn't slowing down, and she was fighting to hold on for dear life, completely blind to where they were going. She was wondering if she should jump at this speed, or if that would just finish her off even faster. She had to decide quick. She managed to look ahead and realized the horse was headed straight for a cliff. She was terrified, knowing she was about to plummet into the abyss. Her strength was fading fast. She could feel that her life was about to end in just a few seconds. Suddenly, she heard a voice yelling at her to loosen her grip. The voice called her name, and she looked in the direction of the person. Cesare was yelling at her what to do. He wanted her to loosen her thighs and lean forward. The girl tried to do what the Count was shouting, but she couldn't because of the animal's high speed and agility. Cesare saw that the situation wasn't improving and desperately tried to find a new way to save the girl. He called her name again in a confident voice, and she looked at Cesare, still hoping for his help. The Count told her to get her feet out of the stirrups, and a few seconds later, he jumped and knocked her off the horse. It was over. Cesare and Ariadne stopped their fall on the ground and lay there, catching their breath. Ariadne looked at the Count and asked if he was okay. He was still holding the girl and seemed to be unconscious. Afraid that Cesare was dead, Ariadne quickly jumped up, turned the Count over, and decided to check his breathing. Still not opening his eyes, Cesare said that he really enjoyed hugging the beauty, but she ran away. Ariadne was still worried about the guy who saved her, so she asked if he was hurt. The Count casually said his arm was killing him, so he'd probably just lie there a bit longer. Then he added that his arms were open, so she was welcome to join him. Ariadne thought Cesare's words were super creepy, and you could totally see it on her face. She told the Count he needed to get up, and if he didn't, she'd kick his arm. Ariadne told him to hurry up and yanked his wrist, which made the Count yell in pain. He immediately said it really hurt, and Ariadne guessed Cesare might have a fracture, so she ripped the hem of her dress to make him a bandage. Cesare was surprised she knew how to do that, but she said it was basic knowledge for anyone who lived on a farm. After that, she stood up, dusted herself off, and said they should hurry because she didn't want to be stuck alone with him all night. They reached Ariadne's horse, but it was already dead. Ariadne figured the mare must have broken her neck while she was freaking out. Just then, Cesare saw something he definitely shouldn't have. and crossbow bolt was sticking out of the horse's ass, and he immediately asked her about it. She said it was a long story, as the Count pulled the bolt out of the horse. Cesare said Ariadne could tell him everything on the way, since it was a long ride ahead. The Count motioned for the girl to get on first, but she replied she'd walk, and he should ride alone. Cesare didn't get why the girl was refusing to ride with him. She replied there were reasons, but to herself, she thought she just didn't want to ride in his arms. Cesare laughed and said it sounded like she was trying to get them alone in the woods at night. DeComo kept grilling the girl about why she turned him down, but she just told him to stop bugging her. During the negotiations, it came out that the prince would marry the Archduke's younger daughter, not Susanna, the older one. The kingdom's rep said that the king wouldn't be happy with the younger Larissa as his bride. Caligo's rep explained that with the older daughter gone, there was no other choice. Susanna was famous for being super beautiful, wise, and devout, with her reputation spreading way beyond the kingdom's borders. But fate was a real jerk. She got hit with a nasty illness and checked out pretty quick. That's why the younger sister, Larissa de Baloa, stepped in to take her place as the bride. Mireille said they couldn't bring back the older daughter, and there was no point in stirring up drama about it again. Marquez declared that if the bride changed, then the dowry had to change too. He demanded 2 extras in the deal, 20 cannons and the recipe for gunpowder for their regular army. The offer just thrown out caught the Caligo rep totally off guard. He argued that the gunpowder secret and 20 cannons were way too much to ask for in their deal. Marquez shot back that without them, his daughter, the Caligo Archduke's daughter, wouldn't even get a sniff at becoming the heir's wife. The Caligo rep said that it seemed like King Etruscan saw some weaknesses in the girl, so his youngest daughter would personally head to Etruscan to meet the prince. Ariadne and Cesare were riding back after the incident, and Cesare couldn't figure out why he was holding the reins like some kind of manservant. She pointed out that he was the one who put her on horseback, and if he didn't like it, he could hop on and she'd walk. Cesare retorted that he couldn't exactly be a gentleman if he rode ahead and left a woman in the dust. The Count asked why her half-brother attacked her, and reminded her again that if it weren't for him, something awful could have happened. She snapped back at Cesare, saying that apparently, in his opinion, she should have just taken the abuse and not fought back. Cesare replied that all she had to do was stab his horse in the ass first. She wasn't expecting advice that aggressive, but it sounded like Cesare was being serious, even if he was joking. Cesare looked at her and said if she ran into any trouble, he'd be there in a heartbeat to take care of everything. Ariadne told him he was full of it, and not that kind of guy, which made the Count admit she was right. But how'd she figure it out? Cesare announced he came hunting with a specific goal, but Ariadne screwed up all his plans. And just then, the Count got distracted. A real golden stag was standing by the bushes near the river. Ariadne was shocked. Did golden stags actually exist? She glanced at Cesare, who was locked in on something. Whoever catches the golden stag becomes king. And there it was. The stag, right within Cesare's reach. Ariadne figured Cesare was going to ditch her right then and there and chase after it. She quietly slid off the horse, so Cesare could get on and ride after the rare animal. Out of nowhere, Cesare bailed on the whole thing, saying he'd have to ditch the girl if he went through with it. Ariadne had known Cesare for years in her past life, so this answer totally threw her for a loop. She mentioned how the Count was obsessed with bagging a stag, always going on about it in his letters. That last bit got the Count thinking. He realized Ariadne was reading his letters after all, even though he was convinced she was just tossing them in the trash. Cesare was stoked to hear that and asked if he should write her more often. Ariadne knew she'd let something slip and now had to backpedal so the Count didn't get the wrong idea. She said she never claimed to read the letters, and it just then dawned on Cesare that the deer had gotten away. He pointed towards the river, saying he and Ariadne needed to wash their faces in that water like it was a fountain of youth. Cesare splashed his face and told her she should too, see if the water had any effect on her. He claimed washing in that water would make her face beautiful, which started to seriously piss her off. Cesare touched the scrape on his face, trying to ignore the burning, but it was tough. Seeing the Count's reaction, Ariadne figured it must hurt, and he confirmed her guess. Ariadne said that guys usually hide pain to look more noble, but Cesare replied that he's always noble. The heroine reminded herself that no matter how Cesare treats her in this life, he's still the same guy he always was. While Ariadne was lost in thought, the young Count started checking her out again. After washing her face, the girl felt like life had gotten a little easier. Just then, Cesare suddenly moved in and kissed the stunned girl. Caught off guard and that close to him, Ariadne instantly blushed crimson. All she could manage was a long, garbled noise, like she was asking what the hell was happening. Coming to her senses, the girl jumped back from him like she'd been burned, asking what the heck he thought he was doing. The Count apologized, blaming the whole thing on the water of eternal life, saying it suddenly made the girl beautiful. She looked at Cesare and realized she couldn't even be properly mad at him because he pulled everything off so smoothly and fast. She turned around and told the Count it was time for them to move on. Cesare tried again to convince Ariadne to come with him, but failed once more. After the hunt, the royal couple, along with the other guests, settled down in a huge tent. The Demar family and the Genobis occupied one of the tables. Ariadne's place was still empty. Alfonso was really worried about the girl's absence, but he couldn't just go up and ask where she was. At first, he figured she might have gone hunting, but that didn't really seem like her thing. But if she wasn't hunting, then where could she have disappeared to? Did she wander off with someone? The prince wondered if there was anyone among the hunters competing who could have caught her attention. Alfonso tried to tell himself it couldn't be happening. He remembered everything about her personality, especially those moments when she showed her true colors. She showed everyone else toughness and strength, but only Alfonso saw her gentleness and vulnerability. The prince believed no other man would ever know Ariadne's true self. He got lost in memories, blushing at the moments she'd only shared with him. Alfonso noticed the servants reporting to the king that Count de Como still hadn't returned from the hunt. The king was seriously worried that his illegitimate son hadn't shown up after the competition. He immediately ordered a search party, since the sun was already starting to set. One of the servants spotted someone coming out of the woods. It was Cesare, with Ariadne. Alfonso was floored that she was back so late, and with the Count she hated no less. Ariadne felt super awkward, drawing all this attention, especially with Alfonso seeing her with Cesare. This duo showing up together totally threw everyone in the tent for a loop. The king, worried about his son, rushed over to Cesare to make sure he was all right. Cesare, doing the proper thing, dropped to one knee and greeted his majesty. He pointed to his bruised arm, saying he couldn't give a proper greeting because he'd fallen off his horse. The king double-checked with his son, asking how that could even happen if he couldn't handle his own horse. Cesare explained that he was saving the young lady standing next to him. That's what caused it. When Cesare said Ariadne was shot at with a crossbow and could have died if not for him, the king blew his top and demanded to know who did it. Cesare said it was the nephew of Cardinal de Mare's mistress, Lucrezia, which totally shocked Ariadne. She never mentioned his name. The Count went on that the nephew came from a knightly family, but the guy clearly had zero knightly honor. The king, back on his throne, ordered that scumbag brought to him, pronto! Before you knew it, Genobi was tied up at his majesty's feet, totally clueless about what was going on. The king turned to him and asked, "Is it true you shot Cardinal de Mare's second daughter?" Genobi, scared out of his mind, denied it, saying he didn't do anything like that. He claimed he'd been in his tent the whole time, so there's no way he could have shot Ariadne's horse in the ass from there. Ariadne smirked to herself, thinking how brazen Genobi was to lie like that right in front of her. She didn't want people thinking she was just attention-seeking, so she decided to take action. Ariadne apologized to the king for bothering him with such a trivial matter, but said she wanted to add a couple of things. She pointed out that Count Cesare only reported that Genobi had attacked her with a crossbow, but he didn't say where the bolt hit, or whether it even hit her or the horse. Genobi realized he'd made a fatal mistake, one that'd be a bitch to fix. There was no going back, so Genobi doubled down, trying to plead his innocence, saying he'd been misunderstood. He claimed he just thought about Ariadne's horse trouble when he saw her come out of the woods without it. Ariadne shot back that Genobi had been stalking her on her ride, and then fired a shot, and that's when Lucrezia came running. She started yelling that her nephew was a good man, and Ariadne was just framing him because she was holding some kind of grudge. Genobi piled on, saying he'd only scolded the kid for disrespecting her older sister, and hearing that, Ariadne realized she looked like the bad guy. After all, to everyone else, Lucrezia was her stepmother, which meant Ariadne couldn't publicly go against her. While Ariadne was racking her brain for how to prove the truth, Cesare was watching the whole situation like a hawk. Cesare decided to jump in, showing the king the arrow that had been fired at the girl. It was engraved with the owner's name, Genobi, and his family's crest. And just like that, all of Genobi's chances of getting out of this mess scot-free were officially gone. Ariadne glanced sideways at Cesare. She never thought the Count would stick up for her. Looks like Cesare's decided to take Genobi down. That's why he didn't stop that arrow at the demonstration. He pointed out that because the arrow hit the horse, Mr. Mare almost died from being thrown off a panicked animal. The Count also mentioned he narrowly escaped death himself while saving her from the fall. This whole thing just took a different turn for the king, since now Genobi almost killed his son. Ariadne couldn't believe what was happening. She couldn't understand why Cesare was defending her like this. She didn't see any advantage in this for the Count, which meant he was helping her without getting anything out of it. That kind of behavior was definitely not like the Cesare she knew from her past life. After getting the whole story, the king announced his decision, telling everyone to listen closely. He said Genobi, like a knight, was supposed to protect the young woman, but he hurt her, which is unacceptable. On top of that, he disrespected her family with his actions, so the punishment will be 40 lashes. Lucretia was stoked, because that's the absolute minimum punishment her nephew could have gotten. Ariadne understood the punishment was just for the property damage, which meant the king didn't acknowledge the attempted assault. But that wasn't all, because the king also banned him from ever becoming a knight. Genobi wasn't expecting that penalty. He begged the king to reverse his decision. He screamed that he had to become a knight, and it was all that smug chick's fault. Ariadne figured the guy wasn't relieved by the laughable punishment. He was just whining out of self-pity. She looked at him with disgust, thinking that even that punishment was too damn lenient. Lucretia didn't know how to help her nephew. She couldn't stop the guards from dragging him off for his punishment. Genobi glared at Ariadne, filled with rage. She was now the person he hated most. Lucrezia lunged at Ariadne, screaming that it was all her fault. But Lucretia didn't get anywhere near the girl. She slipped and fell. Everyone heard the thud, and Isabella rushed to help her mother. Onlookers yelled to get a doctor, stat, while Isabella tried to revive her mom. Meanwhile, Genobi was already taking his punishment, getting whipped 40 times. Ariadne went outside to calm down, and Cesare was already there. She looked at the Count, realizing he'd really helped her today, even though she didn't want to admit it. The girl stared at her ex, wondering if she should thank him. Cesare silently looked back at her, as Alfonso watched them from afar. He was a mess of emotions. Relief she was okay, mixed with pure rage at seeing her with Cesare. The cardinal was like, "For the last 22 years, I've kept this guy fed, clothed, and housed. I don't get why he's acting like this." The head of the family demanded, "Why'd you try to hurt my daughter?" Genobi said, "I did it 'cause your older daughter asked me to," said Ariadne, insulted her. Isabella instantly shot back, "He's lying." "That never happened," she went on. "You lied to the king, and now you're back here lying again." Genobi argued, "Isabella asked me to teach the girl a lesson." But she fired back, "You're the one who offered to get revenge first." The cardinal was already tired of this charade and turned directly to the older daughter. He asked, "What did Ariadne ever do to you? What's with all the hate?" Isabella was caught completely off guard and couldn't come up with an answer, so she just kept quiet. The cardinal pressed her again, saying her stunt almost left Ariadne stranded in the woods overnight with some random dude. The head of the family told Isabella she had to read The Tale of the Noble Maidens and write a report about it. Until then, she's grounded, which totally bummed her out, and she started crying. After that, he ordered them to grab Genobi and cut all the tendons in his hands and ankles. The poor nephew wasn't expecting such a harsh punishment from the cardinal. As they dragged him away, he begged Lucretia to save him from this beating. Then the cardinal turned to Lucretia and said that as a clergyman, he wasn't allowed to have a family. Because of that, the cardinal always felt guilty, and that's why he always tried to be good to Lucretia. The cardinal declared she had no idea how grateful he'd been, but that was only up until today. From now on, he wouldn't ignore her behavior, her secrets, or her blowing his money on her family. He got right up in her face and asked if she really thought he wasn't doing anything because he didn't know about her spending. Lucretia got seriously freaked out, like a chill went right through her. That's when her father turned to Ariadne. He said that from now on, she was in charge of all the income and expenses in the house, and she'd be keeping the books. Lucrezia, on the other hand, had to bring Ariadne the ledger every week for her to check. The cardinal added that Ariadne shouldn't cut Lucretia any slack just because she's her mother, and to tell him about any weird transactions immediately. After giving out all his orders, the cardinal left for his study, leaving Ariadne and Lucrezia alone. Lucrezia immediately went after our girl, blaming her for everything going to hell in the house since she showed up. Ariadne, calm as you like, told her she'd start checking the books next week, so they'd be seeing each other on Fridays now. With that, our girl left Lucretia to fume on her own and headed back to her room. Sancha was already there, bouncing with joy, always happy to see her mistress return. Ariadne walked in, shut the door, and called the girl by name. Then, putting on this overly sad voice, Ariadne announced that, starting today, her father ordered her to audit Lucretia's ledger. Sancha was over the moon about this news, saying Lucrezia was going to have a real hard time now. Ariadne just gave a small smile, even though, honestly, she was just as stoked as her maid. Stepping away from the door, Ariadne admitted she'd learned something today. And that's even when you're hunting a rat. You gotta figure out all its escape routes before you attack, or it'll bite you bad. Ariadne said she was sure Genobe wouldn't touch her, because she's the cardinal's daughter, and he's her cousin. But by cornering him, she forced him to lash out, using brute force she couldn't answer. Sancha asked how her mistress was supposed to show her power in that case. Ariadne replied that it was like setting up dominoes. You gotta attack when all the tiles are perfectly aligned. This is the only way the main character can obliterate her enemies with a single blow. A few days later, Sancha brought over the account books from Lucrezia. Sancha complained that the madam didn't want to hand over the records, and they practically had to be wrestled away. And Ariadne immediately noticed the terrible condition of the books. The heroine remembered Sancha mentioning that Lucrezia had been receiving a lot of letters lately. They're demanding money that Lucrezia stopped sending to her family, and extra cash for Genobe. They're also calling Lucrezia ungrateful, and saying she abandoned her family. Pondering this, Ariadne felt a little bit sorry for Lucrezia, actually. Sancha remembered that she received a letter addressed to Ariadne this morning. Along with the letter, that damn deerskin saddle arrived again, the one the lady refused last time. Ariadne instantly blew her top. She was so over Count Cesare being so pushy and writing to her again. Cesare wrote that because someone broke his arm, he won't be saving lives for the next few months. That's why he's insisting Ariadne use the saddle he gifted her, so her legs don't get stuck in the stirrups again. He also added that if he's left with a scar on his face, someone's gonna pay for it. At least this letter didn't annoy her. It even brought a smile to her face. As she finished the last lines, she already knew what she'd write back to her savior. She wrote that she was sending him a really good ointment to help him recover quickly. After the Count recovers, Ariadne recommended he meet a good woman and start a family with her. Ariadne was in a fantastic mood the entire time she crafted her response to Cesare. Ariadne ordered that the saddle be kept, and that the letter and medicine be sent to the Count. Sancha couldn't believe what she heard, so she double-checked her mistress's wishes. After that, Sancha said she'd just leave the rest of the letters on the desk for now. Ariadne wasn't expecting anyone else to write, but a flicker of hope sparked in her heart. One was from Alfonso, saying he was worried about what happened to her at the competition, and that he was disappointed with the light punishment for Genobe. He also mentioned there's a masquerade ball at the palace at the end of October, and he hopes to see her there. He wrote that they have a lot to talk about, and that he misses her terribly. Ariadne was overjoyed to read that. Now she could relax knowing things were okay between them. She held the letter to her chest, trying to feel Alfonso, who'd held it just before. From the very beginning of her new life, Ariadne had only gotten close to the prince for her own gain. She saw him as her only way to escape the Damar family and avoid being engaged to Cesare. But somewhere along the line, things didn't go as planned, and her feelings became real. She started missing the prince, asking about him more and more. Every day, she wanted her feelings to be reciprocated even more. It felt good to think about him, to remember all the times they'd spent together. But deep down, Ariadne knew she could never truly love him. She figured their arrangement was a win-win for both of them. He'd get her out of the Damar family, and she'd help him take the throne by stopping the rebellion. So, ignoring her conscience, she'd been trying to get close to him since day one. Slowly, she started to seduce him and make him fall in love with her. But then, Ariadne felt a flutter in her heart, making her forget all about the guilt. And now, reading Alfonso's letter, Ariadne realized that being in love had made her dumber and made her forget her original purpose. She was torn, trying to figure out what to do. Stick to the plan, or just follow her heart. Either way, she absolutely had to marry Alfonso. He was her only escape from the Damar family. It would instantly solve the problem of being Cesare's sister-in-law and prevent a coup. Then, Alfonso would take the throne, and she could finally live without constantly fearing for her position. Ariadne decided the best move right now was to not fall for anyone and just become queen. Sometime later, Ariadne paid a visit to Lacione's workshop. The owner said that if their little scheme got out, it would completely trash the workshop's reputation, and Cardinal Damare would be the first client Lazione would lose. So, the workshop couldn't give Lucrezia a discount to refund the money she'd already spent. If the workshop returned the funds, it would look like the dresses were bought for less than what's in the books. Ariadne figured if she spread rumors about Lucrezia having a side hustle with the workshop, Lucretia would have no choice but to pay back some dough. For Lucretia, it'd be the only way to save her skin. But for Ariadne, it'd be proof that Lucretia's still swiping cash from the cardinal. That'd kill the cardinal's trust in Lucretia, and eventually let Ariadne take over the finances in the house, lock, stock, and barrel. Ariadne asked if Lazione had noticed any changes with her customers after the main characters showed their dress to high society. The girl said she's staying loyal to her workshop, turning down offers from fancier places. But if Lazione can't grant her one request, she might lose clients, right? The workshop owner felt like she was being backed into a corner. Ariadne confirmed that if her plan to ditch Lucretia works, her family would cut all ties with the workshop. But she promised to keep showing off the workshop's outfits and help Lazione expand her business. The workshop owner wasn't sure she'd heard Ariadne's suggestion right. Ariadne was saying she recommended opening a second shop under a different name, one that makes clothes for servants and bed linens. These suggestions were totally out of left field and needed some serious thought. Standing up, Ariadne added that when she becomes the head of the house, she'll have to deal with stuff like this. The Demares will be regulars, so getting the attention of other powerful families for the workshop won't be a problem. The owner was still reeling from the girl's proposal. Ariadne saw Lazione's reaction and knew everything went exactly as planned. She got ready to leave and, before heading out, asked the workshop owner to let her know her decision when she had one. A few days went by, and Ariadne and Sancha were still digging through Lucrezia's expense books. Sancha found a discrepancy in a date from August 3rd. Looks like a purchase was fraudulently calculated. Ariadne said Sancha's gotten way better at reading and doing the books. Sancha, puffing out her chest, bragged that she learned everything from her mistress. Ariadne also said they'd be deliberately ignoring Lucrezia's personal expenses, but Sancha didn't get why. Ariadne handed the girl a document, telling her to take a look. It was a letter from Lazione's workshop, where the owner said she was ready to accept Ariadne's offer. This means Ariadne can finally make her move, so she told them to send Lucretia's closest servant to her. With her help, she'll prep the ground for one final devastating blow against the lady of the house. Cesare was chilling in his office, reading yet another letter from one of his admirers. The letter was all about how the girl waited for him forever at their meeting spot, but Cesare never showed. He crumpled the letter and tossed it, saying it was boring as hell to read that crap. Ottavio was saying the Count hooked up with her last month. Could he already be over her? Cesare shot back that he didn't hook up with her, just had a little fun. The Count couldn't get why women were so clueless. If they don't hear back for a month, it's a clear sign he's not interested. Cesare asked, all confused, why everyone around him was so serious. Ottavio ripped open another letter and started reading, all dramatic, about some girl who waited for the Count for hours at the mill on the edge of town. Ottavio was stunned she waited at the mill. Was the Count luring them to these places on purpose, then just not showing? Cesare said, like he didn't care, that he just forgot about the date, and Ottavio said that'd leave the girl scarred for life. But after Cesare mentioned the dame was married, Ottavio didn't even know how to react anymore. Ottavio figured at this rate, some woman was going to stab Cesare in the back. Cesare had been staring at a sealed letter for a while, which got his friend curious. Ottavio figured he'd sneak a peek at the letter, since it was being guarded so carefully. Cesare smacked his hands away, grabbed the letter, and told him it was none of his business. To Ottavio, this was seriously weird, 'cause Cesare never acted like this, so he decided to snatch the letter from Cesare and see what the heck was written on it. Cesare repeated that it wasn't Ottavio's concern, and the Count actually started blushing a bit. To keep the letter from his nosy buddy, the Count stashed it in his desk, but Ottavio's imagination was already going wild. Ottavio decided the letter had to be for some girl who was special to the Count. Cesare felt exposed, like his friend could see right through him, so he told him to shut it. Ottavio decided the letter was for Miss Ariadne de Moret and started making up the contents, which all pointed to marriage. Ottavio also figured there were deadlines in there, and that if Ariadne took responsibility, Cesare would even give her a kingdom. About that time, Alfonso's question blindsided his advisor, so he had to double-check he heard right. Alfonso asked again, could he invite Ari to the event? The advisor said it was completely off-limits. Miss de Mare was absolutely not allowed at the Southern Palace. Alfonso was reminded again that inviting any young women right now was a no-go. The advisor wasn't sure about male guests, which gave the heir to the throne an idea. Ariadne could dress up as an aristocrat, and they could spend the evening together. They'd run hand in hand through the palace, then sneak off to the woods and hang out for hours undisturbed. Imagining all that, Alfonso's face was already starting to flush a little. The prince figured that with a plan like that, the two of them would have a blast. And when he became king, the girl could share her wisdom with him. Alfonso caught himself daydreaming about them being together. The prince figured his imagination was running wild, so he needed to chill, fast. He was racking his brain for a way to see Ariadne. Even if he couldn't officially invite her, the crown prince was sure an opportunity would pop up, and they could get some alone time. Then, at dinner, the queen told Alfonso his future princess was coming for the masquerade ball. Apparently, the girl decided to come because it's held on St. Michael's Day. The king chuckled, guessing his son's betrothed was just dying to marry him. The queen added the duchess was an important guest, coming specifically to see the prince, which meant the prince was obligated to be her escort for the entire damn ball. Alfonso hated the news. He knew getting together with Ariadne just got a whole lot harder. Looking at the prince, Margarita added that he needed to escort her with extreme care, because that's the only way to avoid any diplomatic incidents. Alfonso's stomach twisted, but the crown prince calmly replied that he'd do exactly what was required. Alfonso sent Ariadne a letter explaining that Caligo's representative had been foisted on him and they wouldn't be able to meet. Ariadne started recalling events from her past life, and she remembered this girl very well. Archduchess Lariesa de Baloa's daughter was predicted to be Alfonso's bride. They'd met at this very ball. The girl fell head over heels for the prince, but one incident killed the wedding plans for good. Eventually, Alfonso ended up marrying the eldest daughter of Damar. All this means that the invited princess isn't a threat to Ariadne. The heroine knew she had no reason to worry, but still, she felt uneasy. Meanwhile, Arabella snuck open the door to Isabella's room. Her sister wasn't there, so the girl decided to slip inside unnoticed. She'd been dying to know what kind of jewelry her older sister was hiding. Arabella had a wild imagination, but she never expected to see such a treasure trove of bling. She grabbed one of Isabella's dresses and tried it on in the mirror. It totally suited her. Next up was the makeup and lipstick. She had to try as much as possible. After that, she moved on to hair accessories, crowns, and other cool gadgets. One of them caught her eye. She'd never seen it on her sister before. It was a strand of hair that clipped on with hooks. The girl was drawn to the metal tip, which looked really unique. And just like that, the strand of hair looked amazing on Arabella. She totally dug how it made her look. Right then, she heard the servant calling for her older sister. She had to quickly shove everything back in the chest so her sister wouldn't know she'd been snooping. Just then, she overheard the servant telling her sister that the mask she ordered had arrived. Arabella bolted out of Isabella's room and headed to Ariadne's to check out the new purchase. Busting into her sister's room, she begged Ariadne to let her try on the mask. But something was clearly up. Her sister and the servant were both standing there looking bummed out. She walked over to them, asking why they looked so serious, especially since the mask was finally here. Ariadne, wearing the mask, turned around and looked at her younger sister. Arabella stopped dead in her tracks and, her voice filled with horror, said the mask was seriously terrifying. Ariadne tried talking with the mask on, but her little sister couldn't understand a single word. Looking at the sisters, Sancha stated the obvious. That mask just wasn't going to work for Ariadne. The girl finally ripped off the mask and explained that it was impossible to say anything while wearing it. To keep the mask from falling off, you have to bite down on the inner pin. That's why it's called the silent servant. Ariadne had no clue about that detail back in her past life, and ordering a new mask was already too late. So that means she won't be able to say a damn thing for the entire ball. Just then, a messenger from Cesare showed up again at the door, with a box and a bouquet of roses. Ariadne announced that, like always, she'd open the package and then send it right back. She told him to leave the roses by the front of the house, but the gifts needed to be taken back, all while she was opening the box. Inside the box was a masquerade mask from the Collezioni costume shop. The guy said that gift cost a fortune, and if he takes it back, the Count will personally kill him. Ariadne figured it wasn't a coincidence that Cesare sent the mask before the ball, and if she accepts it, her mask problem's solved. Arabella and Sancha were totally stoked about the mask, but they already figured it was going back to the sender. The girls decided they couldn't refuse a gift like that, and they told the main character. Ariadne asked if she even had the right to accept a gift from someone she wasn't involved with. Sancha stepped closer to Ariadne and started lecturing her mistress in a confident voice. Grabbing the heroine by the shoulders, Sancha declared that she absolutely couldn't refuse the mask, so she could have an awesome time at the ball. Ariadne didn't expect that attitude and those lectures from Sancha, but it helped her make a decision. Ariadne figured Alfonso would be at the ball with someone else anyway, and she had already accepted a saddle from Cesare once, so she could accept the mask too. On the day of the masquerade, a carriage was supposed to take Ariadne to the palace. Sancha and Arabella wished their sister a great time near the carriage. Ariadne looked amazing today. Hardly anyone would have recognized her all dressed up. The heroine hoped she could have a blast tonight, even without Alfonso by her side. She went to get in the carriage, but just seconds later, she ran into something unexpected. Ariadne had completely forgotten about this, so she froze for a few seconds. Isabella had been sitting in the carriage for a while, also planning to attend the ball. Somehow, the fact that Ariadne would be riding to the ball in the same carriage as her sister didn't sit well with her at all. Oblivious to the tension in the carriage, Arabella asked her sisters to bring her back a bunch of interesting stories. Ariadne waved goodbye to her little sister, letting her know she would. Isabella, on the other hand, decided to ignore the request and just waited for the carriage to leave. The sisters hadn't said a word since they left, which was fine by me. Ariadne was giving her older sister the once-over. She noticed Isabella's mask was years ahead of its time. The girl had serious style. Still, it didn't hide her face completely, so anyone could tell it was Isabella de Mar. Ariadne, on the other hand, was wearing a full mask so nobody would recognize her. The only way anyone could figure out who she was would be when she stepped out of the carriage with Isabella. That mask also meant she could hide any emotion on her face. Ariadne figured thinking like that meant she was running from something. The princess from Caligo was chatting up the prince before the ball, saying she'd heard so much about him. This girl, who introduced herself as Lariesa de Baloa, was definitely easy on the eyes. The prince gave his full name and said he was glad to finally meet her. He suggested they switch to Caligo if Etruscan was too difficult for her. The girl smiled and said she'd try to speak Etruscan. She added that her father paid close attention to raising both daughters, especially Susanna. That's why she knew a fair bit about literature, music, and art. The girl pointed out that Susanna was unmatched in poetry and painting. Alfonso was pretty surprised that she kept talking about her older sister's achievements. The girl kept praising Susanna, now going on about how attractive her sister was. She said she had pale, almost translucent skin, like no one else he'd ever seen. At some point during her speech, the prince cut her off, deciding to ask her a question. He was like, "Why are you always talking about Susanna? You're gorgeous yourself." She totally didn't see that coming, and for a second, she was just speechless. Then, Alfonso asked her to tell him more about herself, which really got to her. She was used to living in her older sister's shadow, and secretly, she hated her for it. But to everyone else, she was always praising and fawning over Susanna. Everyone only ever talked about Susanna, and they only liked her when she was hyping her sister up too. The prince was the first person who'd ever asked her to talk about herself. That made Lariesa's heart swell, and suddenly, she was filled with all these feelings and desires. She felt her face getting red, and she just couldn't calm down in front of the prince. Lariesa still couldn't believe her own personal Prince Charming was out there, actually interested in her life. The girl got ready and sent a silent message to her deceased older sister. She thanked Susanna for dying at such a convenient time. The girl wanted to make the best impression on the prince, so she offered to paint him a little still life. Figuring a little boasting wouldn't hurt, she mentioned she was a contender for the Montpellier Prize a few years back. Alfonso asked if she meant the Montpellier Prize, and if so, that was weird, since only guys under 30 had ever competed. The girl was floored by this information. It totally threw her for a loop. She said that couldn't be right, because her sister Susanna won the Montpellier Prize. Alfonso replied that it must have been after the rules changed, but the girl couldn't understand why they'd change. At that moment, Lariesa wondered if Prince Alfonso actually looked down on her. She asked if he really thought she was lying, and how he could even think that when they were about to get married. Alfonso was blindsided by those weird accusations and didn't even know how to respond. Lariesa, tears streaming down her face, kept yelling at Alfonso that they were supposed to love each other. She figured she'd been trying to be good and handle whatever was thrown at her. Lariesa decided the prince thought she was a liar, and meanwhile, the prince was already running outside for help. He shouted at the servants to find a doctor, stat, but the girl had already bolted, running off in who knows what direction. Alfonso called out her name, but the Duchess was nowhere to be seen. The prince had to run out of the castle and ask random guests if they'd seen the princess. A few of them had seen a strange girl running by and pointed him in the direction she went. So Alfonso ran around questioning a bunch of people, searching for Lariesa, but he still couldn't find her. He finally ended up in the garden. where there was no sign of the girl or the princess herself. He was stuck on how he was supposed to be her escort, but he couldn't fulfill the mission since the princess bailed. Then he figured his guys were already looking for her, so he could steal a little time for himself. But a little voice in his head told him not to be a jerk, so Alfonso scrapped his plans to go rogue. He told himself he had to take responsibility for losing such an important guest. He remembered where the last people who saw her pointed, and in that direction, he spotted a girl in a gold dress. Even without seeing her face, Alfonso knew in a heartbeat exactly who it was. The girl noticed him, stopped, and turned to look at the prince. Ariadne looked incredible. The dress and mask were a perfect combo. Alfonso called out her name, hesitant, scared he was just seeing what he wanted to see. Without waiting for an answer, the prince ran toward Ariadne, asking again if it was really her. Ariadne recognized Alfonso too, but didn't answer at first. 'Cause she was like, "What's the prince doing here?" Alfonso said he was just wandering around the garden, totally aimless, and spotted her by chance. Ariadne instantly wanted to ask where the Duchess Lariessa had disappeared to, but she knew damn well that question would be way out of line. I mean, she and the prince weren't exactly on the kind of terms where they could chat about stuff like that. Alfonso said he was planning a trip to Taranto in September and wanted Ariadne to come with him. Hidden in the bushes, Isabella was watching the whole thing go down. She was floored seeing Prince Alfonso and Ariadne on a secret date. Back at the ball, Count de Como was strutting around, all grace and whatnot. He knew he looked perfect, as always, even if nobody recognized him behind the mask. It bummed him out that no one would appreciate his gorgeous face today. But Cesare also saw one undeniable upside to this. He could test his charm without relying on his looks. Even with the mask on, though, someone recognized him and called out. A woman's voice wondered if it was Count Cesare hiding behind the mask. Speeding up, Cesare yelled back that she had the wrong guy, but she was sure it was him. That's another perk of a masquerade, pretending you're a stranger to your friends. That way, he could have some fun and avoid the waterworks from his dumped girlfriends. Lost in thought, the Count found himself in a garden he hadn't visited in years. Memories flooded back of when he was a kid and hung out here all the time. He remembered one time he was running through the garden, bawling his eyes out, 'cause he'd just had another fight with his mom. It sucked, because she was always yelling at him for no damn reason. Then, bam! He saw Queen Margaret, and his mood instantly lifted. Every time they met, she'd give him treats and never chewed him out. He started waving, but then realized Margaret wasn't alone in the garden. Cesare heard the king's voice, holding a baby, calling him his heir. The kid just froze and watched his dad hug another kid. That's when the king spotted Cesare standing nearby. The king's face dropped. He handed the baby to the queen and marched right up to Cesare. His Majesty towered over the boy, wound up, and slapped him hard across the face. That was the first time his father ever acted like that towards Cesare, and it burned into the kid's memory for life. With a voice dripping with menace, the king said Cesare had no right to be in that garden and needed to get back to his mother, pronto. Cesare, tears welling up, stammered that he just wanted to hang out with his mom and dad. The king leaned down, eyes blazing with hate, and asked him who his father even was. That was a total shock to little Cesare. He was completely freaked out. He snapped that Cesare was spoiled rotten, and that the kid better never say mother or father again. His Majesty roared at him one more time to get lost, then turned and marched off towards his wife and son. Cesare just stood there, sneaking glances at his father, walking away. He looked over at the queen, but found no comfort there either. Plus, the baby in her arms started wailing. To soothe the young prince, she started stroking him and gently rocking him back and forth. The king walked over to the family, trying to calm the kid down, and asked him what he was so scared of. Cesare was crushed seeing that. Now he was sure nobody could ever love him. The earl realized with a sinking feeling that he didn't have a single good memory of this place. He put his mask back on and headed towards the sound he heard nearby. After walking past a few rows of bushes, he unexpectedly saw Alfonso and Ariadne chatting and laughing. The couple didn't notice they were being watched and kept enjoying each other's company. Cesare figured he never stood a chance of having any good memories in this place to begin with. Alfonso was talking to Ariadne about the size of her hands, saying they were too small to pick grapes. He compared her hand to his and said her hands were tiny. Ariadne shot back that it wasn't that her hands were small, it was that his were just too damn big. Just then, someone slammed their hands apart, and the couple was totally blindsided. When Ariadne saw who interrupted them, she was shocked and a little freaked out. The guy who broke them up was wearing a mask, so it was tough to tell who he was. Alfonso barked at the masked dude to let go of the girl's hand. Now! The prince grabbed his arm, forcing him to release Ariadne, and her bracelet slipped off. But nobody noticed. The stranger said that even if he revealed himself on Masquerade Day, nobody could force him to be polite to the royal family. Pulling off his mask, Cesare announced he was allowed to forget his manners today. Seeing Count de Como standing there, Ariadne and Alfonso were both floored. Cesare snapped that the prince demanding he let go of Ariadne's hand wasn't funny at all. Because, point blank, Alfonso has no right to be holding this girl's hand. Cesare wanted to know where the Duchess de Valois had disappeared to, and how Alfonso could even think about flirting with an innocent girl with all that going on. Cesare told the prince he'd messed with that girl's hard enough, and he should go find his foreign duchess. The count reached out and asked Ariadne to come with him. Cesare said she'd be better off leaving the prince right now. Ariadne couldn't figure out why Cesare was acting so aggressively. Ariadne asked Alfonso if their honored guest was actually Lariesa de Valois. Cesare challenged the prince, asking if he hadn't told Ariadne who he was supposed to be escorting today. Alfonso hesitated, unsure how his girl would take the news. Ariadne saw the prince was stumbling over his words, so she decided to take charge. The girl said if it's that guest, she's joining the search party, no questions asked. That wasn't the reaction Cesare was expecting, and it totally pissed him off. He asked Ariadne if it didn't sting that the prince wouldn't be by her side. Cesare said they're in talks about Alfonso marrying the Archduke's daughter from the kingdom of Caligo. So the prince messed with her feelings, and he's just gonna marry someone else and ditch her for good? After those words, it was dead silent for a minute. The guys were waiting for Ariadne to blow. Then Ariadne answers Cesare, saying he seems to have gotten the wrong idea, because there's nothing romantic going on between her and His Majesty. Alfonso was floored. He didn't want to believe what she was saying. Ariadne kept going, saying the prince never made her any offers, and their meetings were never private. Listening to Ariadne, Alfonso started questioning his own actions. It stung knowing she still had no clue about his real feelings, or that he hadn't told her about Lariesa. Ariadne finished by saying Cesare was the last person who should be butting into her private life. Now it was the count's turn to feel slighted, like he was being treated like dirt. He chuckled and admitted that, yeah, right now he didn't have that right. To fix that, he told the heroine that she should consider him her suitor. Guess it was a night for bombshells, because Ariadne didn't know how to react. Same went for Alfonso. He was just standing there, completely stunned by the count's words. Cesare went on to say that, unlike the prince, he could propose to her right then and there, which meant that first thing tomorrow, the Count of Como would be asking for Ariadne's hand in marriage. This time, the count's attitude was completely sincere, no mocking or phoniness. Cesare simply stated that, because of this, he wouldn't allow the prince to treat his fiancée that way. Looks like Ariadne was back at the starting point of her past life, where her fate was intertwined with Count Cesare's. This situation would have made Ariadne laugh, if it wasn't so damn awkward. She desperately needed to diffuse the tension, so she burst out laughing, loud and infectious. Neither Alfonso nor Cesare understood why she was acting so strange. The reason she was laughing was because Ariadne had waited her whole past life for this proposal, but only heard it when she was trying to escape Cesare. She thought it all felt like a performance, and when she calmed down, she addressed the count by name. She told him there was no point in saying things he didn't really mean. Ariadne knew perfectly well how fickle Cesare was, and how often he'd promised marriage to others. She told Cesare to stop obsessing over her and go live his own damn life. Cesare was shocked to be called immoral, saying she clearly didn't know him at all. The count went on, proposing Ariadne become his fiancée because she was perfect for him. Alfonso stepped in front of Ariadne and ordered the count to shut his filthy mouth. The prince said someone like Cesare had no right to demand that kind of answer from her, even as a joke. Alfonso asked if Cesare had taken care of that married woman, since rumors of his escapades had reached the palace. Cesare replied that was all in the past, and Alfonso's words were pointless now. Alfonso wouldn't let up, believing the count never took responsibility for his actions. That's exactly why, according to Alfonso, the king won't acknowledge Cesare as his son, because if his father accepted him as a son, he'd immediately be inviting a whole lot of trouble. That insult lit Cesare's fuse, and he was ready to use his fists to prove the prince wrong. Sensing things were about to go south, Ariadne yelled for them both to knock it off. That cooled them both down, which helped ease the tension and avoid a brawl. Staying friendly, she reminded Alfonso that they needed to get going and find his guest. She added that she'd help find her, but they seriously needed to hurry. She turned and walked away from Cesare, and Alfonso followed right behind Ariadne. Cesare was pissed. He wasn't about to let Alfonso's insults slide like that. The Count was left with no choice but to curse under his breath and head in the opposite direction. So the Count and the Prince split up without settling who Ariadne should be with. Isabella had witnessed the whole conversation from start to finish, and she still couldn't believe what had just happened. The girl finally crawled out of the bushes, totally freaked out by her sister's scheming. Thoughts raced through her head. But how Ariadne managed to seduce both guys so fast was still a mystery. That's when Isabella spotted a bracelet lying in the grass. She recognized it instantly. The very bracelet she'd been dying to get her hands on for ages. As she turned the piece of jewelry around, a precious stone popped right out. Isabella figured it wasn't a big deal. She could just carefully stick the ruby back in. She realized she was actually happy about finding the bracelet, even broken. How low had she sunk? She was stunned by the situation. And now her awful sister had stolen her chance at marriage too. Cesare was supposed to be Isabella's, especially since the Count had already talked to her dad about a wedding. She caught herself again, realizing she was way too interested in the Count, and that just couldn't happen. She was seriously wondering if Cesare would make a good husband, and the only downside was that he wasn't in line for the throne. Cesare had no other cons, so Isabella figured he could be a decent match for her. Isabella decided she'd get back what was once hers, no matter the cost. Ariadne and Alfonso had been walking in complete silence for a while now. It had created some serious tension between them, and they needed to fix it. Alfonso knew he had to start talking, but he just couldn't work up the nerve. At one point, he caught up to her and said her name. He told her that Guest really did come to San Carlo to negotiate an arranged marriage. Ariadne stopped, but still wouldn't look at the prince, which made Alfonso super nervous. Meanwhile, she was lost in thought about what had just happened, and trying to sort out her feelings. She kept telling herself that feelings were a luxury, and Alfonso was just a tool to reach her goals, which basically meant our girl wasn't ever gonna fall for anyone, ever again. Ariadne mentioned that the woman he was betrothed to was a fine lady, and this would help him connect with Archduke de Balloa. So, as his close friend, Ariadne wanted to congratulate him on his upcoming engagement. The heroine turned away from the prince again, saying there had to be an exit from the garden around here somewhere. Alfonso was hurt by Ariadne's words, because she was completely blind to his feelings for her. The prince wanted to stop her and tell her he didn't want to marry the Duchess. Alfonso started wondering about the heroine's feelings for him, desperately hoping they were mutual. But Ariadne couldn't hear his thoughts, so she just kept moving further and further away from him. This made Alfonso start to think that maybe he'd just imagined everything, and Ariadne didn't feel anything for him at all. Isabella was still reeling from what she'd seen, totally lost in her own head on the way back to the palace. She just couldn't wrap her mind around the fact that both Count Cesare and Alfonso were into Ariadne. Isabella thought Ariadne was hideous, so she couldn't understand why guys were all over her. The girl figured Ariadne must be using her boobs to reel them in, 'cause that's all she had going for her. Isabella was fuming, and she wasn't about to let things stay this way. How could guys be interested in that trashy Ariadne instead of sweet, beautiful Isabella? Seriously? A weird rustling in the bushes nearby snapped her out of her rage. She immediately quieted down and crept slowly towards where the noise was coming from. What she saw next completely floored her, but she couldn't look away. A man and a woman were getting freaky in broad daylight, right in the middle of the royal garden. She recognized the guy as Marquis Campa, a dude with a seriously messed up rep. Word was, he caught syphilis at some brothel, and then passed it on to his 2 wives, who both kicked the bucket pretty quick. Plus, the Marquis had a history of roughing up women from all walks of life. This guy was a walking disaster, which is why he'd been blacklisted from high society parties for ages. Isabella figured the Count might be forcing the girl, so she considered shouting and drawing attention. But the longer Isabella watched, the more she realized that wasn't the case at all. It looked like the girl was totally into whatever was happening, even though her face was still hidden by a mask. But then, with another steamy sigh, the mask slipped right off that young wild thing's face. This was one eye-opening night for Isabella, because she knew exactly who that girl was. It was Ottavio's sister, the one who was famous among the aristos for being all pure and faithful. Damn, in the heat of the moment, the Countess is nothing like what people think. Looks like Isabella wasn't the only one who saw them. Another couple walked by and caught the Countess and the Marquis in a compromising position. That's when Countess de Bartolini realized they'd been spotted, and she wasn't wearing her mask. She instantly shoved the Marquis away, slapped on her mask, and bolted for somewhere secluded. The Countess ran right towards where Isabella was hiding, nearly crashing into the eldest de Mar daughter. Isabella didn't know how to react, so she just stood there silently, staring at the girl. As a result, the Countess just brushed past Isabella, who remained frozen in place. After the initial shock wore off, Isabella immediately had a few ideas about how to use this situation to her advantage. While no one was paying attention, Isabella tossed the bracelet she found near where the Marquis was lying. Ariadne and Alfonso decided to split up to cover more ground while searching for Lariesa. The heroine noticed a crowd of people and loud voices, so she decided to check out what was going on. She figured the buzz might be about some invited guest. Getting closer, Ariana overheard them talking about Marquise Campa hooking up with some woman. Someone in the crowd pointed right at Ariadne and told everyone to take a good look at her. Whispers started spreading that the lady had the same color dress on. One of the people there noticed that Ariadne's mask and necklace were made in the collection, which means the necklace should be part of a set, so it looks like Ariadne is the mistress. The ladies who came to see what all the noise was about stared at Ariadne, who couldn't figure out why they were so interested in her. One of the women, holding up a bracelet to Ariadne, asked if it belonged to her. Ariadne recognized it as her own jewelry, but couldn't immediately recall when she'd lost it. The girl had no clue how her bracelet ended up there, but she knew what everyone was thinking about her now. She saw Marquis Camp sprawled out on the floor, and being linked to him would be the ultimate scandal for any woman. She knew she didn't owe these people an explanation, but there was one thing bugging her. She needed to figure out how her bracelet got there, so she had to get to the bottom of what was going on. Ariadne said it seemed like there was a misunderstanding, because if she was his mistress, she'd have bolted to the garden ages ago. The random bystanders agreed that what she said made sense. Isabella stood at the back, hoping someone would call her sister out. Finally, one of the women demanded that Ariadne prove she had nothing to do with it. Now people were saying Ariadne looked suspicious and was hiding something, and Isabella was loving it. Ariadne didn't know how to respond, because what kind of proof could she even offer in this situation? Looks like these rubberneckers just need a toy to tear apart. Since nobody knew who was behind the mask, Ariadne spun around, figured she'd bolt into the woods. But as she turned, Ariadne spotted a familiar face in the crowd, and that stopped her dead. No longer hiding, Isabella stood in front of all the onlookers, making it clear there was no escape. Now Ariadne understood who was behind the rumors that she was having an affair, which also meant her sister planted the bracelet to ruin her reputation. Isabella whispered something to the masked girl standing next to her. Ariadne realized Isabella was whispering with Viscount Letitia's daughter. Nobody knows what they were whispering about, but Letitia laughed and clapped her hands. Then she turned to Ariadne and said that running into her there was a complete surprise. Isabella stepped back a bit. A smug grin plastered across her face. Letitia, finally done laughing, went on about how thrilled she was to see Cardinal de Moret's other daughter here.